Day 2 of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. So how should we celebrate? How about an 11-race program featuring 5 graded stakes races? Not good enough? What if you had the chance to see a champion compete? Because that's what's happening. Jackie's Warrior, the sport's most decorated sprinter, odds-on favorite in the True North. You'll even see a 2-mile race today on grass. The Belmont Gold Cup, England's outbox, is favored, all set for his U.S. debut. And speaking of debuts, Ollie Doyle has never ridden at Belmont. That changes this afternoon. But the more things change, the more they stay the same. Chad Brown trains the favorite in the main event, the French mare Rougier. 6-5, morning line favorite in the Grade 1 New York Stakes. Spin it, DJ. August Belmont Trophy has never looked so good. This is America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Just a gorgeous Friday afternoon on Long Island. Welcome, everyone, to Belmont Park. Secretariat statue looking good on the 3rd floor. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. You know, this eve of the Belmont Stakes program has really evolved into a good one. When you're talking about champions racing on a Friday, you know you're doing something right. The first of 11 races in 20 minutes, and this is really exciting. Again, 5 of those 11 races today, graded stakes races, and this is what that stakes rundown looks like. All starts in the 3rd race, Grade 2 Bed of Roses, female sprinters. Later, all stakes pick 4 starts in the 8th with the Belmont Gold Cup True North, Jackie's Warrior, Grade 1 New York, and the Intercontinental that should tide you over until tomorrow's Belmont Stakes. As I welcome in my co-host, champion jockey Richie Migliori. I promised our colleagues we wouldn't talk any hockey today. Like, no hockey on the show.
You know, that's just as well. I'm in a good mood. I don't want to come down. We've got a great card ahead of us, an absolutely glorious day for racing, and no better place to be today and tomorrow than Belmont Park.
And a little bit of everything for racing fans. We mentioned the True North and Jackie's Warrior. Our viewers have seen like 1 million dirt sprints, right? But the Belmont Gold Cup, a 2-mile grass race. Can you lend perspective to just how rare that is in North American racing?
Well, it's become more and more rare. You go back to 1975, the last time the Jockey Club Gold Cup was run at 2 miles, then being shortened to a mile and a half, and then eventually 1.25 miles. And we've just gotten away so much from that stamina influence, that was so revered in thoroughbreds in yesteryear, if you will. And you still go back to certain sire lines, especially a stallion called Hyperion, and it's just such a stamina influence. Your best breeding programs have that balance of stamina and speed. You don't breed speed on speed, you don't breed stamina on stamina, but you balance the two. And to me, I loved when you saw these horses run as far as 2.25 miles in the display handicap in New York. It's just a kind of a bygone era. So we've got the 2-mile Belmont Gold Cup, and then about a half an hour later, we're right back to 6.5 in the True North.
Just to lend perspective, less than 1% of all dirt races in North America run at 1.5 miles or farther. We mentioned in the Open with Holly Doyle making her Belmont debut. She's never ridden here. She's riding the favorite in the Belmont Gold Cup. What's the biggest challenge for a jockey riding in the race that far, that kind of marathon?
Getting your horse to switch off. A horse cannot pull and still find going that far. And that's why the Europeans have had such a stranglehold on this Belmont Gold Cup recently, because they train their horses to switch off, get off the bridle, get in behind horses, not pull, and then they can continue. You'll see a lot in North America, horses will get keen and they fight against the rider. They're using energy in a very unproductive way.
Belmont Gold Cup, 2 miles on grass, all part of the Belmont Eve program. 5 graded stakes races this afternoon as we welcome in the 3rd member of our broadcast team, Acacia Clement, standing by in the paddock. Acacia, welcome to the show. What are you looking forward to most this afternoon?
Well, as you mentioned, Lafitte, some big names, and not only on the card tomorrow, but today as well. Jackie's Warrior, the champion sprinter of last year, looking to go 3 for 3 here in 2022. This is a horse that we saw handle a mile at Belmont, winning the Champagne as a 2-year-old, but they opt to keep him sprinting here today instead of trying the Met Mile tomorrow. He does look to be dominant in the True North, but one thing I really like about Jackie's Warrior is that he seems to just be the ultimate professional and a horse that's so unfazed by pretty much anything. I thought a big effort from him last time out in the Churchill Downs, grade 1 effort last time. I know the long-term goal this year is the Breeders' Cup Sprint, but a horse that I think has continued to develop. I love that he's stuck around this year and we get a chance to see him running in these big races once again. But certainly today, a teaser for what we'll get tomorrow, including that Met Mile matchup, as schooling right behind me right now is Flightline, 3 for 3, undefeated. Looks an absolute picture, a massive animal who will try to tackle the mile tomorrow versus Speaker's Corner and the tough Cass Lafitte.
Flightline doesn't just win. Like, he obliterates his competition. 3 wins by 37.5 lengths. Richie, I think for racing fans, and understandably so, we wanted to see Jackie's Warrior take on Flightline in tomorrow's Met Mile. What do you believe that decision came down to for trainer Steve Asmussen running Jackie's Warrior today in the True North as opposed to taking on Flightline Speaker's Corner in the Met Mile?
I think getting that extra furlong of a mile against that level of competition. I think he took the more prudent way. His long-term goal is the 6 furlong Breeders' Cup Sprint. Why take a chance of having your horse go all in this early in the year? And a horse can only go to the well so many times. You don't want to make every effort a gut-wrenching effort.
Jackie's Warrior, a champion, fast, classy, and aptly named. He is tough as nails, an absolute warrior. That's coming up in today's True North. Today's entire schedule brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Know all about the 11 races from Belmont. All stakes, pick 4, get started in the 8th. Churchill Downs, 9-race card. Good allowance race, race 9. Former Gotham winner, Weyburn favored in that one. And as much fun as it is to watch all this terrific racing, even more fun to watch and wager. No better time to join Naira Bets. Join today, receive a $25 free bet. We're giving money away for the Belmont Stakes. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus. You bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. Just getting started on America's Day at the Races. When we come back, we've been waiting 5 weeks to see what he'll do next. Rich Strike, $1 billion to 1 Derby winner. Was it a fluke or not? We find out tomorrow. And We the People, Peter Pan Stakes winner, the one to catch, maybe the one to beat in the 154th running of the Belmont Stakes. Great to have you with us on this eve of the Test of the Champion.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring, and his first runners are hitting the track. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horses just left the paddock at Churchill Downs. Live look. This is America's Day at the Races. Coverage from Churchill Downs in Louisville, Kentucky. Post-parade brewing for the opener. $30,000 maiden claimer, 5.5 furlong sprint for the girls. And we start with Pontiffany, pictured at 7-1, drawn inside 12 race maiden.
Yeah, looking for the 13th time to be the charm, has certainly nibbled around the edges.
Days remembered with a jockey you've been impressed with, Mitchell Murrow.
Mitchell Murrow really maturing as a rider. She looks very sharp on the racetrack. This filly started on turf. Her pedigree says more dirt to me.
Oaxaca, first after the claim, Anthony Cordarolo.
Yeah, ran big last time for the maiden 20 level. If she runs that race back, she's going to be a handful here.
There she is, Raylu Gutierrez rode Barber Road in the Derby and the Preakness. Joel Rosario takes over Barber Road for the Belmont Stakes. Scratch numbers 4 and 5, and then the odds-on favorite, Tockley's, 3-5, 4 minutes to post.
Yeah, ran well at the $50,000 levels, taking a steady slide here to the $30,000 level. Adds blinkers. Ricardo Santana, a hard-riding, hustling Ricardo Santana.
On a heavy favorite, Ricardo Santana. The compact field of 4 for the opener at Churchill Downs. We have boots on the ground in Louisville. Paul LaDuca standing by. Paul, welcome to the show. First, wanted to get your selection in this opener. Also, weather conditions. Right now, we have a fast track. Is there a chance that could change over the course of the afternoon?
Yeah, Lafitte, there is a big chance that it could change. Now, it was supposed to be maybe the first couple hours we were going to get a steady drizzle / rain, and then you look on any kind of weather app and it will say 50% chance of rain. You look at the cells, they're literally right over Churchill Downs. So it might stick around for a little while. As of right now, we are still fast and firm, and it's tolerable. Let's be honest. And we've had a lot of heat. And here's the other thing: we're supposed to get scheduled a little bit of weather on Monday, and then next week, guys, they're supposed to hit record highs of 95, 96, and 98 in the Louisville area. So this is actually some needed water that they needed some rain. So in race number 1, I actually like the 6, the outside horse for Rusty Arnold. Gets the blinkers aboard, and what I love about the horse is that she's racing some bigger fields. And last time she sort of woke up out of the 10-hole. She broke a little faster at Churchill Downs on the drop. It just shows you how much the class drop is when you go from maiden special weight down to claiming. This is a horse that was 50-1 at Gulfstream Park, but ran some decent races showing speed into faster fractions, and she ran a good 4th last time. I do think she has to deal with the 3. I think it's a 2-horse race. The 2-horse in here for Chris Hartman, it seems like his horses haven't been firing of late. I truly think this race is going to be 3-6 or 6-3 around the racetrack. I'll give the slight edge to the 6 over the 3 here in the first, Lafitte.
A slight edge, Paul, to the favorite, but that big discrepancy in terms of the wagering while you're looking at Oaxaca, Richie, and Paul brings up a great point about the discrepancy in between a maiden claiming race, maiden special weight. For someone newer to the sport, all you would have to do is show them how the same filly, Tockley's, was looked at in a maiden special weight race where she was 51-1, drops in class, up for sale in a maiden claiming race, and bet down to favoritism.
Yeah, particularly with fillies and mares, I think it's more significant because if there's a chance that they can become stakes horses they get what we call black type, even just placing in a black type race, it enhances their value so much. You don't want to risk them in a claiming race. So the horses that are in the maiden special or maiden allowance races are horses that they still have that expectation or high hopes that they can maybe be that kind of a horse. When they go into the maiden claiming ranks, they've kind of gotten realistic and said they're not going to be that kind of horse. So you're basically taking that ceiling off, if you will, and it opens it up. I mean, you could just see how much better she was for the maiden 50. And also, when horses don't have to fight so hard for it, they'll run faster figures. You know, I like to say, all horses can throw a punch. Not all horses can take a punch.
Question about that jockey, and this, of course, starts the early pick 5, Churchill Downs, Raylu Gutierrez on Oaxaca, who's ridden Barber Road throughout. All the Derby preps at Oaklawn Park, rode him in the Kentucky Derby, his Derby debut. Replaced by Joel Rosario for the Belmont Stakes, Barber Road running tomorrow. As a young rider, how do you process something like that when you're replaced on probably the best horse you're riding on one of racing's biggest stages?
It could be a tough pill to swallow. I will say this about Raylu. He has a great attitude in general. He's very mature. He's a college graduate. You can't say that about a lot of riders. I think that he has been more or better prepared for just those kind of scenarios in life. He's had more life experience. Most riders get into the looks like we're
late scratch
late
here. Looks
scratch
like
of the
Pontiffany is out. Pontiffany is out, so down to a field of 3. We'll continue that conversation. Quick glance, though, does that change the complexion of the race whatsoever from a pace standpoint? Or
you know what? The 3 remaining horses all have some modicum of speed here. If I'm Mitchell Morrow on the 2 Days Remembered, I'm going to come out running and hope I get the other 2 guys to commit, and then I could sit behind that duel and see if I could pick up the pieces.
Pontiffany out, late scratch. We'll see how aggressive Days Remembered is with Mitchell Murrell. Field of 3 to start the pick 5. Churchill Downs, 3 to 5. Tackleys towards the outside. You were discussing Raylu Gutierrez and again getting replaced for Joel Rosario on Barber Road for the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, and again, just his maturity, the fact that he has more education. Most jockeys start at such a young age. Most of us don't finish high school. You're not as mentally or emotionally equipped to handle some of these disappointments. And I think his maturity and his attitude it help him. Also, let's be realistic. Joel Rosario's coming off an Eclipse Award-winning year, and he's based in New York. So you have to understand that these connections are just trying to do what gives them, or what they believe gives them, their best shot.
2-time Belmont Stakes winning rider, superstar Joel Rosario. It happens in sports. All-stars get benched. Hall of Famers get pulled. Garrett Cole gave up 5 home runs last night and got yanked in the 3rd inning. And for jockeys, Bill Shoemaker, Angel Cordero, happened to you. Every great rider has been replaced and taken off of a big horse at some point in their career.
Absolutely. And again, being mature enough to understand this is a part of the game. Jockeys jump off of owners and trainers' horses all the time to ride what they consider a better horse. You can't take it personal when they take you off trying to put a rider in that situation they think is a better fit.
Why don't we pay as much attention to that side of the story as often as jockeys jump off of horses and agent has to make a decision as opposed to a jockey getting replaced by the owners and trainers? Why doesn't seem to cut both ways?
It really doesn't, but it's just like what we do now. You could say 100 nice things about a rider, and the first time you criticize them, that's when you hear from them. You don't hear from them all the compliments.
So just 3 riders in this one. Mitchell Murrell, Days Remembered, Raylu Gutierrez, Oaxaca, and Tackleys on the 1-2 favorite. And at Belmont, we have a terrific maiden race coming up to kick off the Belmont Eve program, the first of 11 in a couple of minutes. Running a little behind here at Churchill Downs, but they have reached the starting gate in this compact field of 3. $30,000 maiden claimers, 5.5 furlongs. Odds on Tackleys towards the outside. We say hello to Travis Stone with the call for the opener, live from Churchill Downs.
Waiting for Tackless. They're in the gate. And they're off. Days Remembered breaks out on top. Tackless and Oaxaca not far behind, though, the 3 of them across the track in the early stages. Days Remembered with a short lead. Tackless up into 2nd. Oaxaca backs out of there to settle in 3rd, but is an up-close 3rd, only a length behind. So down the backstretch they go, heading for the far turn. Days Remembered the leader. Tackless comes alongside to press the pace. These 2 head-and-head through an opening quarter in 22-2. Oaxaca sitting off them back in 3rd, but within range as they round the far turn. Tackless takes the lead. Tackless has taken the lead outside the quarter pole. Days Remembered trying to respond. Oaxaca switched outside for the stretch drive. Top of the stretch, Tackless in front. Oaxaca putting in a bid now. Days Remembered 3rd, 1 furlong to go. Tackless shaken up to a 2-length lead. Oaxaca still trying, but is still 2nd. Tackless opens up a little bit more, and it will be Tackless to take down the opener.
Favorite 3 to 5 for this beautifully bred by the late great Arrowgate out of Grade 1 winner Paula Silver Lining.
Definitely a beautiful breeding, and we'll stretch out to go the mile for the first time today. And Well, I don't necessarily want anything further than a mile. I think you'll be able to handle it. I just did prefer actually the other Chad Brown runner as far as Artorias did go from that debut at Keeneland in the first race. Closed really well to finish second in there. Was 3-1 behind a Todd Pletcher horse who did finish and have some experience in there as well. Paula Silver Lining also a little bit better going shorter too. And I've noticed the progeny of Arrogate, they tend to be on the smaller side. And this guy fits that bill. The other one for Chad Brown is the one Exact Estimate, who I really liked to get an extra furlong in here today. Buy Into Mischief. The dam was good going long to Magic Union, and she produced multiple graded stakes winner Tis a Magician. That's kind of the only one of the family that has been a runner so far, but this horse framed up beautifully, really strong, lovely warm up out there on track, and was behind B-Dog last time out, who came back to finish second in the Sir Barton behind Ethereal Road. This is the one of the two Chad Browns that I much prefer at a better price. The 5 Shreveport is where I kind of landed, though. I think he's still a little bit green and figuring things out. Vocal back in the paddock, much as he was in his first race, but he was so much more composed and focused out on the track, warming up under Jose Lezcano. I thought ran on a little bit in a live maiden race. Colt by Tappet should improve as the distances get longer, Lafitte.
Another impeccably bred colt. Shreveport, Godolphin homebred out of Grade 1 winner 7 Street. Richie, you went with Command Performance, Triple Crown nominated. It just hasn't worked out this year. He was supposed to be really good.
I think this is a horse that's always wanted one turn. They tried to stretch him out to 2 turns. His best race was here at Belmont in the Champagne behind Jack Christopher, a 1-turn mile. He's getting back to that, and I think that maybe we'll see the best of him today.
Exciting maiden affair to kick off this 11-race program. Artorias in the famed Juddmonte colors is in. The son of Grade 1 winner 7 Street. Shreveport, Godolphin Blue steps forward with Jose Lezcano. Win it towards the outside. The big gray in Javier Castellano. John Embrial standing by with the call. First race on Belmont Stakes Eve, live from Big Sandy.
Set for the Friday opener. And they're off. And it is Gasoline. And on the outside, it is Warrior Nation. Down at the rail is Exact Estimate. And in between horses is Artorias. So it is 4 of them across the track for the lead. Then a little more than a length back to Win It, who runs in 5th, followed by Command Performance. And trailing the field is Shreveport. Up the back stretch, Exact Estimate leads 3/4 of a length. Gasoline next in second, and the odds-on favorite Artorias is down at the rail, the quarter 22 and 4/5 seconds. On the outside is first-time starter Warrior Nation, who is racing in 4th. Then it's the trio of grays, Command Performance, Win It, and at the back, Shreveport. Exact Estimate leads here by 3/4 of a length. Gasoline is next in second. And Warrior Nation is next in 3rd as Win It gains ground on the extreme outside. Artorias down at the rail, the half in 46 and 3. Exact Estimate challenged by Gasoline. Now the 2 of them are together, and now Artorias is making a move down towards the rail, is right behind the front runners. Win It is on the outside. Warrior Nation is tailed off. Then Shreveport and Command Performance. 3/4 in 1, 10 and 4. The field is in the stretch. Artorias looking to split horses here, and here he comes now. And Artorias has taken over with a furlong to the finish. Gasoline on the outside runs in second. Then Win It. Exact Estimate is back in 3rd. Artorias challenged here on the outside by Gasoline. They come for the finish. It will be Artorias to take the opener. Gasoline was second. And farther back, Win It finished 3rd.
Mom and Dad were absolute rock stars by Arrogate. Out of Grade 1 winner Paula's Silver Lining, Arturius graduates for Juddmonte, Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz in the opener at Belmont.
What a sweet trip he worked out under Irad Ortiz, sitting right in behind the pace. A lot more professional in his second start. Got the split, turning for home when Gasoline drifted out a little bit. And just really nice performance. He wanted to drift out a little bit towards Gasoline the last 16th of a mile. Just looked like he might be looking in the infield a little bit, Lafitte, like he lost his focus. And watch on the gallop out, his ears were like perfectly straight. He won by about a half a length, 3/4 of a length, but I don't think the margin of victory really is telling the whole story with this performance.
Just the same, though, no quit in Gasoline, who made several runs at Arturius in the stretch.
No, he was not laying down. He was giving him all he could handle and trying to come back at one point. But a good race. These two put a lot of separation on the third-place finisher.
Could be a big, big weekend for these connections. Irad Ortiz, trainer Chad Brown, they strike early on the Friday program. Another look in between horses. Arturius strikes the front. And as Richie mentioned, maybe not giving it all he has in the stretch. Maybe still seeing a little immaturity. Lightly raced, just his second career start, but still talented enough to hold off Gasoline late.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I thought he was kind of looking in the infield. He sort of his head cocked a little bit to the inside. Just a beautiful horse, too. Love the way he carries himself with great balance.
Just a fan because of the, the pedigree. By Arrowgate, Mom Paula's Silver Lining, beautifully bred, and he graduates today. Arturius saw those colors in the 2003 Belmont Stakes Winner's Circle. Empire Maker denying Funny Side a Triple Crown here at Belmont Park. And there it is, the hardware awaits. August Belmont Trophy, more than a century and a half of history and tradition, whose name will be engraved next as the countdown continues to the 154th Belmont Stakes.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race at the race, scintillating performance in the TBG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C. Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Gorgeous day at Belmont Park. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years, doing the usual unusually well. Claiborne's Swale took down the 1984 Belmont Stakes, off and running on this Belmont Eve program. And Juddmonte colors in the winner's circle. Arturius, impressive, graduating in his second career start.
Was really impressive, and this is something to keep an eye on too. And it's a shame we lost Arrowgate far too young. Very small sampling of horses. But look how he's traveling in behind horses nicely off the bridle. He's up on heels, but he's comfortable. Now here comes the gap. He doesn't go all in here. He lets him ease up. But look at his head carriage too. A lot like his sire Arrowgate, that kind of reaching out and down and covering a lot of ground. Very interesting prospect here. I think he ran second going 6 furlongs at Keeneland just because he's talented. He's getting more to the distances that he's going to obviously show his best, and it was a real nice effort. This was a good race. Good way to start the
Engaging the performance as you look at the results. Artorias, off of that win and what you've seen in 2 starts, are we talking about a graded stakes type runner here? Well, what kind of future do you think he has moving forward?
Well, he's going to have to take some more steps forward, but you certainly feel like looking at the way he strides out and his balance and the move from the first start sprinting to the mile, second time, the way he gave that performance, that there's potential here. He could really take a step forward. You don't want to get too far ahead of yourselves. It's just a maiden race, but I think this was a very good maiden race.
See what his jockey thought. Irad Ortiz strikes in the opener, standing by with the case in the winner's circle.
Yeah, very pleased to be joined by Irad Ortiz. Irad, in his debut, kind of had his head cocked a little bit, but he was so professional today, waiting for room. What did you feel underneath of you?
He feel a little, he's growing a little bit. His mind was perfect today. First time start, he missed the break a little bit, kick back. I was riding the whole time. He still finished good. Got beat by a nice horse of that, Winstar horse. We expect he's gonna improve from that race, and he did. He broke sharp. He put me right there. I was waiting the time to go and go through some horses without a problem, and he responded really well when I let him go.
Of course, tomorrow you'll be riding Mo Donegal in the Belmont Stakes, a horse that has a tendency to not break as sharp. How relieved are you to finally not be in the 1 hole?
I mean, thank God. We got a better post, honestly. He's that kind of horse. He's not that fast out of there. The way he's working, I expect he's going to break a little better this time. I hope after that, working out the trip.
And that was going to be my next question. There's a lot of talk about closers in the Belmont, but that's his running style. Where do you expect him to be early on?
Honestly, with the people, it's the speed of the race. Clearly, I hope somebody be just close to him. And I see like a couple horses can be close. And I honestly, if see myself close, not too far. Honestly, I think he can handle the distance without a problem. If he can be close, that'd be great. That'd be great because I know he can finish.
Certainly can, but good luck tomorrow, Irad. Congratulations here.
Thank you very much, Akash.
Irad Ortiz certainly already done his homework for the big day tomorrow, guys.
Keisha, thanks so much. He has to run. He is riding a contender in the second and has to get his picture taken. He has a lot of those. Big smile starting the day with a victory. Belmont Park. We've seen some brilliant rides in the history of the Belmont Stakes. Joel Rosario on Sir Winston comes to mind. My old man's ride on Caveat in the 83 Belmont, not too shabby. What Irad Ortiz did with Creator in the 2016 Belmont Stakes, like one of the best you will ever see in that race.
Absolutely, and he won by an inch. If he makes one mistake, one wrong move, not even a mistake, just goes left instead of right at one particular juncture, he does not win. That's when riders make a big difference. I always talk about it's probably 90% horse, 10% rider. That was one of those cases where a rider had a huge hand in the victory.
Yeah, if closers are going to be effective in the Belmont, you can't go 5 wide. Sir Winston, Rosario, saved ground inside. Same with Irad Ortiz, Creator, saved ground. Found that thread, then accelerated at just the right time. And like you said, beat Destined by this much.
Well, again, people think because it's Belmont and there's wide sweeping turns, it's okay to be wide. You're just on the turn longer. There's over a quarter of a mile of turn that you're going to be wide for that much longer. It's important to save ground. You have plenty of time to come out later, but on the turns, save ground. What will Irad Ortiz do with Mo Donegal tomorrow? 154th running of the Belmont Stakes. Of course, it's the America's Best Racing's race of the week. 8 3-year-olds running a mile and a half. There's the field. The filly nested 4-1. Those are live odds. Live odds where Rich Strike is the current favorite at 5-2. We the People, the 2-1 morning line favorite, up at 9-2. 3-1 Mo Donegal, Barber Road 5-1. We will monitor throughout. Let's meet the field for the Belmont Stakes, starting with We the People, who again was the morning line favorite. Impressive winner of the Peter Pan. I love that race in the Peter Pan. It was over a sealed racetrack. Will that translate to a fast track? He's shown a lot of ability, and he looks like lone speed. Drosselmeyer, Creator, Justify, Winstars, 3 Belmont winners and counting. Number 2, Skippy Longstocking, 5th in the Preakness at odds of
12 to 1, believe it or not.
Yeah, he just feels to me like he's just a cut below the very best. He's going to have to find a little more in the tank, I think, to compete with the best here.
Manny Franco takes over. Won the Belmont 2 years ago with Tiz the Law. I might pick her. I might. Number 3, Nest, 24th filly to run in the Belmont, trying to become the 4th to win it.
Well, a lot of connections here. Connect the dots. She's by Curlin, who was defeated by a filly, Rex Riches, trained by Todd Pletcher. She's out of an AP Indy mare. AP Indy, the 3rd fastest Belmont Stakes in history, behind Secretariat and Easy Goer. Belmont keeps on popping up all over with her.
I might do it. Rich Strike, the current Belmont Stakes favorite, off of an 80 to 1 Kentucky Derby win.
Yeah, listen, got a brilliant ride from Sonny Leone in the Kentucky Derby, but he also got a lot of pace to run at. I'm not seeing a lot of pace. I think he's going to have to change up and lay up a little closer in the Belmont to be successful.
Will be Sonny Leone's 2nd ride ever on the main track at Belmont Park with Rich Strike. Number 5, Creative Minister, 3rd in the Preakness Stakes, lightly raced, but he is moving in the right direction.
Well, you can go back to Sarava, Kenny McPeak, the trainer's Belmont winner, who won the Sir Barton on Preakness Day the year he came back to win the Belmont. I like Creative Minister's race much better in the Preakness than I like Sarava's Sir Barton.
70 to 1 Sarava. Do not dismiss McPeak in the Belmont. Mo Donegal, Wood Memorial winner, 5th in the Kentucky Derby.
I went back and forth between him and We the People, and I landed on Mo Donegal. I just think he is going to lay up closer. We heard that interview just now with Irad. I think he won't take anything away that comes easy. I see him within a few lengths of the lead, and he is a grinder. He'll appreciate the 1.5 miles.
Handsome Colt Golden Glider, Peter Pan runner-up for Mark Casse, just like Sir Winston was Belmont winner a couple of years back.
Yes, and Mark Casse has said all along he thought this was a 1.5 mile horse, a Belmont Stakes horse. Mark inducted into Racing's Hall of Fame last year for a reason.
What a moment. Dylan Davis' first ride in a Belmont Stakes. And a deep closing gray who doesn't mind the jolly ball. Barber Road, the jockey switch. Joel Rosario takes over.
I think this horse holds the key to the race. He used to have a lot of speed. He had sprint speed if you go back to his Churchill year. Where did that speed go? Can he put himself in the game? And could he be the one keeping We the People a little bit honest?
Here at Belmont Park, so we got to thinking, all the long shots in the Kentucky Derby, those are not the 10 biggest upsets in Derby history, all right? It's the 10 biggest upsets in the Kentucky Derby, horses who next ran in the Preakness Stakes. And you'll notice 3 of them won. Bold Venture 1,000 years ago, Charismatic War Emblem, Richie, but more importantly, each one of them, like they ran. They all hit the board. It's not like they shocked the world in the Derby and then completely fell apart and flopped in their next appearance on a Triple Crown stage.
Well, I think it speaks to what we talk about all the time. 3-year-olds getting good, changing, developing, maturing at the right time. And I think that really illustrates just that. I see that with Rich Strike. I love what I've seen from him training at Belmont. I love his energy level. The questions for me is his style. And does he have the ability to lay up a little closer? Because I don't think you're going to win this Belmont from left field. There's just not enough pace. And Sonny Leone, who I think was brilliant in the Derby, and I think the guy can go anywhere and ride. I think he can compete anywhere. He's never ridden at a 1.5 mile racetrack, and I just wish he had more familiarity with Belmont.
They're like, he's like the St. Peter's of thoroughbred racing. You saw what they did in March Madness, the school that nobody knew existed. They were like irritated. They busted my bracket, right? But then they became the story. Maybe Rich Strike can do the same in the Belmont Stakes. Meantime, last year's Belmont winning trainer, how about Brad Cox, struck with essential quality? No Belmont runner this year, but he's rolling out several others in races prior, potential spoilers in Grade 1 races. We'll be right back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
So glad you could join us on Fox Sports 2. Live coverage, America's Day at the Races from Churchill Downs. Horses just left the paddock for race number 2 on the Friday program. Post-parade momentarily. Updated odds. These are $50,000 claimers. First look at grass racing this afternoon. 3-year-olds, $60,000 purse. We'll check in with Paul LaDuca momentarily. Brits Witt, who is the 6-5 favorite, field of 7. We start with Gingrich. Jimmy Graham in the saddle, 2-1. Strong second choice.
Strong second choice. Gets a good, advantageous inside post. Short run to the first turn, going a mile at Churchill on the turf, and drops in class.
2-1. Gingrich, maximum impact by a former Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner New Year's Day.
It kind of ran evenly last time. That was on the dirt, but gets to the turf. Could be what he's been looking for. I have my questions about that.
Brits Witt, bred for grass, to say the least, by former turf champion, English Channel. Blinkers on.
Blinkers on, and he showed speed last time. Speed's been good on this turf course at Churchill Downs since they changed it. He should be tough to catch.
Ready Pursuit, tried dirt, tried synthetic. Today, the grass debut.
Yeah, grass debut, and it's really going to have to change his form around. Just needs to be faster.
Malibu Time, number 5, correction, at 20-1 with Martin Garcia.
Yeah, lost Joe Talamo to the favorite here. Gets Martin Garcia for Dale Romans. Another one just feels like he's going to have to find a little more.
Number 6, American Hero. More on Brad Cox in a moment.
Horse stretching out off of sprints, has run well on synthetic. Sometimes that equates well to turf. He holds the key to how this race is going to be run as far as pace goes.
And Stockpiler to the outside to complete the field.
Yeah, Stockpiler, more of a closing type. He'd like to see things get a little heated on the front end.
Field for the second race, Churchill Downs, Paul. Brits Witt, number 3, opened up at 5-2. Now the heavy 7-5 favorite.
Yeah, you know, and this is a really tough gelding to gauge because when you look at all of his races, he's had 7 starts, right? So 6 of them he had the blinkers on. Last time he had the blinkers off, and he looked like a kid in a candy store. He was all over the place. He sort of was lugging out. He blew the first turn. He ran an amazing race to actually run fourth. And I think a lot of the public's looking back and going, holy cow, this horse ran a dynamite race last time out. Well, the blinkers are going back on. So now am I going to take a horse at 3-2 that was 105-1, I granted, in a much tougher race at Keeneland last time out, and then 17-1 the time before that. I understand dropping for 50 in here, but I thought there was a lot better propositions than taking 3-2 on number 3. Now, the one Gingrich, I get where they're going there. It's Jimmy Graham. It's Brian Lynch. This horse has a race in the Dania Beach that probably would put this horse in the winner's circle right behind Grand Sonata. I agree with Richie wholeheartedly. American Hero needs to put pressure on Brits Witt early, and I think that's going to happen for the Brad Cox barn. My worry here is how come Brad hasn't put this horse on the turf already? My pick's going to be the 7 Stockpiler for Stevie Margolis. I think this horse has got a really good shot. Sometimes when a horse, and Richie, maybe you could tell me, runs a good race on the turf, tries to come back on the turf after breaking his maiden, runs into a dirt race, does not run well. Maybe takes him a little while to get back on the turf. Second time, you get Joe Rocco aboard, and I love the way this horse warmed up. I like the Margolis horse on the outside, and I'm a little favorite guys here in Brits Witt.
That's kind of an interesting thing, too. That horse that Paul was talking about, the outside Stockpiler by More Than Ready, a terrific sire, got his 100th graded stakes winner yesterday, but definitely has excelled with his turf runners. And, you know, it's interesting. I talk about horses' form being a little muddied up. That race that came off the turf where he ran kind of dirties this horse's form up a little bit, and maybe you're getting a little bit of value because of that.
11-1, Paul's top selection. Robert and Luanilo's homebred Stockpiler, number 7, Joe Rocco Jr. as they cross over to the turf course. And now Richie Gingrich emerging as the favorite for trainer Brian Lynch. Took down a 2-year-old stakes race here at Belmont Park yesterday afternoon with an impressive young prospect, and his numbers at Churchill Downs. His barn is in a groove right now.
When barns get going good, the atmosphere in the barn is good. Horses feed on that energy. They feed on that positivity. When the grooms come into the barn whistling and they're happy, the horses are happy. And I've seen it time and time again. Gets a great inside draw. Love inside posts and 2-turn turf races.
See how it all unfolds. First grass race of the afternoon. the pan to see the riders love this shot, and the jockeys pulling their goggles down and getting set to break momentarily for the second race at Churchill. 1 mile, 3-year-olds, $50,000 claimer. Travis Stone standing by with the call. The favorite, Brits Witt, at 8-5.
And they're off. Ready Pursuit bounces out on top. American Hero is there from the outside, and Brits Witt from the inside. Brits Witt and Ready Pursuit matching strides early. American Hero backs off into third with Malibu Time toward the inside fourth. 5 lengths from there. Back to Gingrich, who comes away in fifth. Stockpiler sixth, and out at the back is Maximum Impact, already a dozen lengths off the lead. Around the clubhouse turn they go. Ready Pursuit continues to knock heads with Brits Witt. They continue to share the lead, going back and forth to the backstretch run. The opening quarter on the board in 24-1. 2.5 lengths back to American Hero and Malibu Time. They're together third and fourth, and it's still 4 from there. Back to Gingrich in fifth, and the trailer is Stockpiler, and a long way back is Maximum Impact, struggling at this point, 15 lengths off the leaders. 24-1 was the opening quarter. Brits Witt heading for the far turn, the opening half, and 48-1. Ready Pursuit in pursuit, second and outside. Malibu Time is tucked away third and toward the rail. American Hero advances up into third now. Gingrich has been angled to the outside fifth and is closing in quickly. Here comes Gingrich with a 4 or 5 wide sweep. They come for the top of the stretch. Brits Witt, Ready Pursuit. Gingrich charging hard outside, and here's Gingrich. Gingrich has rallied to the front. Ready Pursuit gives way with Brits Witt. Malibu Time, American Hero, 1 furlong to go. It's Gingrich clear by 2. Brits Witt fights on toward the rail. Ready Pursuit, American Hero. Oh, awkward step there for Gingrich, and now Brits Witt has inherited the lead. Brits Witt comes away with the lead and is going to win it by 2.5. Ready Pursuit, American Hero, and Malibu Time.
Brits Witt emerges victorious in the second race at Churchill Downs. Our concern with Gingrich, who looked like he was on his way to victory, took a bad step. Any update on his condition, we will pass that along from Churchill Downs. Brits Witt, the winner. Again, the concern over Gingrich taking a bad step in deep stretch. Here at Belmont Park, race number 2 on the Belmont Eve program. First grass affair here, $40,000 maiden claimer, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older. Love Unlimited, and welcome to Belmont Park, Sonny Leone.
Yeah, good to see Sonny Leone get in here, get a little settled. You're not going to learn a lot about the main course here on the turf, but just get comfortable with the surroundings. First
ever ride at Belmont, Sonny Leone. You saw the second half of the entry, Lord Hear My Prayer. Here's Carya Thunder. Irad Ortiz looking to go back-to-back.
Inner turf, inside post, ran big last time. First time in the turf, going to be a handful.
Don't be cheeky, ineffective in her first 3.
Yeah, he's just going to have to find a race we haven't seen yet to be competitive here.
A Russell, lightly raced 4-year-old filly. It's been a struggle so far.
And another one, just can't see this horse being a contender.
And Radiant Gem does have the presence of the Hall of Famer John Velasquez.
Has some races that are certainly good enough. Steve Caceres, Johnny Velasquez, Hall of Famer. A couple nice wins yesterday.
25 all-time rides in the Belmont Stakes. Won't quite feel like the Belmont tomorrow without Johnny V. Dial Me Again, Robin Lane Thoroughbred, debuting homebred.
Yeah, debuting homebred. There is some turf pedigree here. Not taking any money, though.
Those guys never win races, public service.
Yeah, and I mean, she makes a lot of sense taking that drop in class.
Geometrique, Mark Keller homebred, turf debut, drops in class, number 9, Exotic Cat, 9 race maiden, first start this year.
Yeah, first start this year. Will she need to shake off a little ring rust? Some of her races would be competitive here.
Belshazzar, Joel Rosario rides for the first time.
Get Joel Rosario picking this one up for Gary Siaka. We saw him win with a long shot of Gary's about a week ago.
Green Screen Queen, Rob Atras has Mr. Phil ready to tackle Jackie's Warrior in the True North. Field for the second race at Belmont Park. Secretariat statue. That paddock will be packed tomorrow before the 154th running of the Belmont Stakes. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer. Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom. I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com and check out the bonuses available to all members. Getting closer to post time for the first grass race of the afternoon. Race 2, Belmont, $40,000 maiden claimers, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older, mile and a 16th. On the inner turf course, you are looking at the favorite, Acacia, Caria Thunder. You spoke with Irad Ortiz after the first race. We might see him do some more damage here.
Yeah, absolutely. Lafitte looks to sweep the early double with a huge chance. This one really ran quite well on the turf last time out, was actually stalking Belshazzar, who's also in this field. And I like to see when horses are up on the pace that if maybe one horse that was setting the speed ended up fading to second last like Belshazzar did, Caria Thunder stuck around pretty gamely to finish second by just a head, getting run down late in that performance last time out. She does seem like she's come well out of that. She was very sharp last time out, so the fact that she's pretty revved up today, I'm not going to take as a negative. One thing though, I think she was carrying a little bit better weight last time out than she was today. That was a big effort from her, and she's very fit, she's sharp. Maybe just wish that she had a little bit more muscle mass on her out of that very strong effort. The 7 public services, Chad Brown looks to sweep the early double, and I think he has a big chance. This horse I thought actually had a sneaky kind of trip at Tampa last time out. After the break, a horse in front of her was pretty rank, tough for her to kind of drop in and get cover behind that one, who was tough to handle. 3 wide. She looked like she got pretty hot that day too. Flipped back to her left lead late, trying. I think we're going to see some improvement from her today on the drop in class. Very professional, athletic, kind of that stop and start warm up that we see Flavien Prat do sometimes to get his horses to break a little bit better. The 5 Radiant Gem, I wanted to like her. I just don't like the stretch out in distance. I've always said all along that shorter is better for her. That being said though, physically she looks so much better than she did last time out. She was really drawn up, much better in her weight and in her coat today. I just wonder if this really is the best distance for her, Lafitte.
Looks great, Acacia. We'll see about the distance, number 5, Radiant Gem. Back to the favorite, Public Service. Seth Klarman, Chad Brown won yesterday's Wonder again with consumer spending. If we went through all of Brown's contenders this weekend in major graded stakes races, like we'd miss the race.
Yeah, certainly a strong bench, if you will, right?
Brugier today in the Grade 1 New York.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, one thing that Chad Brown is very good at is identifying where his horses need to run to be successful. So I like the drop-in class for the 7 public service here, dropping to maiden 40 out of those maiden allowances. We talked about that earlier. Now, I know that was one was at Gulfstream, one was at Tampa. Those turf races at Tampa actually come up pretty good sometimes. A lot of trainers have taken to trying to break maidens at Tampa on the turf that are stabled at Payson and Palm Beach Downs, Palm Meadows, and Gulfstream.
Saw Bleecker Street at Tampa this winter, undefeated filly. She's a contender, 5-2 on the morning line for the Grade 1 New York. These $40,000 maiden claimers crossing over to the turf course, and I can't imagine, Richie, while you look at number 6, Dial Me Again, the first-time starter, 13-1 for Sonny Leone on number 1, Love Unlimited. I'm not sure this has never happened before. I can't imagine it's happened too many times where you have a jockey who's won a Kentucky Derby but never ridden at Belmont Park. Maybe Mario Gutierrez, I'll have another back in 2012, maybe, not sure, but that's what's happening here. Sonny Leon, Derby winning rider, a date with Rich Strike tomorrow, who is favored in the early wagering for the for the Belmont Stakes. First ever Belmont ride here on Love Unlimited.
And he's actually probably riding the toughest course we have here at Belmont, breaking, on the mile and the 16th for the inner, because you basically break on the outside rail of the outer turf course, kind of make that dog leg to the left. So,
there he is.
I mean, listen, it's exciting. The ride he delivered in the Kentucky Derby is, highlight reel. Anybody's highlight reel. Just absolutely fantastic. He's a very strong finisher. Belmont's unique, and I've seen riders that have had at least a little bit of experience here get caught up, move a little too early, not quite understanding that mile racetracks. You get to the far turn, you start leaning forward, allowing your horse to pick it up, do a little more. Do that at Belmont Park, it's about a quarter of a mile too soon.
That's and Gary Stevens has said when you think it's time to move, you give it a 3 count, and then it's time.
I'll go further,
Even
6
further
count.
than that. Sonny Leon going to try and time it just right, and while you feel with Irad Ortiz discussing with Acacia earlier, we might see Mo Donegal closer to the pace in the Belmont Stakes. It doesn't sound like there's going to be any tinkering in terms of strategy with Rich Strike in the Kentucky Derby. He's a closer. They're going to drop back and make one run.
Yeah, but I don't think that you want to take him back. I think you want to just put your hands down and let him get in the rhythm he's comfortable. If it puts you a little bit closer, it puts you a little bit closer. Never take anything away that comes easy, particularly going a distance.
You bring up that perspective. Drosselmeyer comes to mind. He won his Breeders' Cup Classic from out of the clouds with Mike Smith. Mike Smith's ride on Drosselmeyer in the Belmont Stakes, he put him into the race. That was a closer. He had him stalking throughout, and it paid off in the end. It can be done.
It absolutely can be done. You're not looking to change horse's style completely. Don't take anything away that comes easy.
Well, let's see if Sonny can pull off another massive upset. 24-1, that's nothing. Won the Derby at 80-1. He's on number 1, Love Unlimited. There's Lord Hear My Prayer. Public Service, not 24-1. The heavy favorite at post time for trainer Chad Brown. Lavian Pratt rides. Public Service, number 7, the favorite. 3-2 at post time. Johnny I standing by with the call. Race 2 live, Belmont Park. Lord, hear my prayer. Not quite ready to load into the starting gate here. And the 10-horse Belshazzar broke through the front of the barrier.
Yeah, she actually looked like she might have sat down, got herself a bit cast. They opened the front doors to get her to come out. You saw Joel Rosario up there on the starting gate, had a dismount. Looks like she was handful. Now you see the attending veterinarian giving her a once-over, checking her out to make sure she's okay to compete, or call it a day and come back another time. They always check to see if they did any damage to themselves. Another one of our safety protocols. I'm with Joelle. I wouldn't get back on until she got back in the gate, too, if they're going to reload her.
And okay, she's physically fine, of course, and that's what they're looking at now, determining she's fit to run. And if she does reload, Richie, can you tell if a thoroughbred has been just mentally sort of rattled by a bad experience in the starting gate?
Oh, absolutely. And sometimes they just kind of, it's like the air coming out of the balloon. They kind of let go, and they just don't have that same energy. You see, she's obviously has gait issues. Look at the padding they've got in her stall. So she must be very ticklish, if you will, kind of goosey from the sides of the gate, because, that nobody else in this field has that padding on either side of the starting gate.
Hopefully, take 2 will go uneventful. 2-time Belmont Stakes winning rider Joel Rosario. Belshazzar steps forward. We'll try it again. Johnny I with the call. Race 2. They're off.
And they're off. Quarria Thunder broke well from the inside. And now moving up is A Love Unlimited, along with Radiant Gem. They are heads apart, second and third. Green Screen Queen on the extreme outside is taken fourth, with Public Service next in fifth. Then we come back to Don't Be Cheeky, who's running in sixth. Roussel's in between horses in seventh. Exotic Cat is on the outside. And then a break of 3 lengths to Geometrique, along with Belshazzar. And then it is Lord Hear My Prayer. And a big break back to Dial Me Again, who trails the field in 12th. It's Quarria Thunder leading here by 2 lengths now, the quarter 25 and 3. Love Unlimited in pursuit in second. Then it's the duo of Radiant Gem and Green Screen Queen. They're right together, and both of them are now moving up. Public Service runs in fifth. To her inside is Don't Be Cheeky. And then it is Exotic Cat, followed by Geometrique and Roussel, as they all chase Quarria Thunder after a half mile in 50 seconds. They're going around the far turn. Quarria Thunder leads by a length and a quarter. Green Screen Queen in second, with Public Service on the outside in third. Radiant Gem is down at the hedge next in fourth. A break of 2, followed to Exotic Cat, and Love Unlimited has dropped back. 3 quarters and 1:14 and 3. Quarria Thunder leads here with Public Service on the outside, and Radiant Gem looking to come on through. Quarria Thunder, Radiant Gem, Public Service on the outside. The 3 of them come down to the 16th pole together. Radiant Gem in between horses on the outside. Public Service, Quarria Thunder fights on at the rail. They come for the finish. Radiant Gem narrowly at 7-1 with Johnny Velasquez.
Hall of Fame ride, John Velasquez, Radiant Gem, in between horses, surges late, and strikes at a price.
Yeah, this was pretty to watch. There was a lot going on in the context of this race. Quarria Thunder got to send a very easy pace from that advantageous inside post on the inner turf. Johnny Velasquez got that inside-out trip. He stayed inside. He tipped out when he had to in between horses here. Started to get a little hung up with his rein there when he was changing crops from left hand to right hand. Flavien Prat, sensing how slow they were going, tried to make this quick, wide sweep with Public Service. Didn't work, but I can read his mind. They've gone too slow. I've got to force the issue here. But it was the inside-out trip by the Hall of Famer, who is in between 2 future Hall of Famers.
I was going to say, as a racing fan, you just got your money worth.
Yeah.
The 3-horse drive in the riders, with John Velasquez emerging victorious, Public Service on one side with Flavien Prat and Arad Ortiz with Quarria Thunder on the other.
This was a fun race to watch for me. Your best riders play chess. The other riders are playing checkers.
Yeah, and this guy knows how to. That's exactly what he's doing. John Velasquez. Acacia said that she looked great. The question was the distance, but she looked impeccable and performs accordingly. Radiant Gem at Belmont Park. As we go back to Churchill Downs, where we saw the second race, and Gingrich in deep stretch taking a bad step. Paul LaDuca with an update from Churchill. Paul.
Yeah, this is, love coming to the racetrack every day, Lafitte, and this is the kind of stuff you don't want to report. But the son of Mr. Speaker Gingrich suffered a catastrophic injury to his right front. So our thoughts and our prayers go out to Silverton Hill and all the connections involved. Obviously something we don't want to see on an everyday basis.
Devastating. Thank you for the update, Paul. And our thoughts with Silverton Hill LLC, trainer Brian Lynch and James Graham. Gingrich at Churchill.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include Aga Khan stud Saidabad, a top performer overseas, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Gorgeous afternoon on Long Island. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Radiant Gem, John Velasquez at 7-1 for trainer Steve Placeris. For Hibiscus Stable in an exciting driving finish, 1660 with your would-be $2 investment over Caria Thunder and Public Service.
Get trips like that, it'll help you get a little more ground than you may want. Radiant Gem got it. Hall of Fame ride from a Hall of Famer.
Velasquez in the winner's circle, but Sonny Leon in his Belmont debut. First ever ride here at Belmont Park, standing by with Acacia.
Very happy to be joined by the Kentucky Derby winning jockey. Sonny, I know this race was on the turf aboard Love Unlimited, but did you learn anything in this ride about Belmont Park?
Well, yeah, I got experience, more experience in new track, you know, like this Belmont Park. My first time here. Well, I enjoy my moment with the top rider here and with my partner. And yeah, that's it.
What's this whole journey been like for you with Rich Strike since that huge victory in the Kentucky Derby?
Wow. What can I say? After the win the Kentucky, everything was nice. Everything was amazing. Everything is a journey for me. Yeah. From the day when I won the Kentucky Derby. What can I say?
And it seems like the horse is doing really well leading into tomorrow.
Yeah, he looked very good. I saw him this morning jogging a mile and a half in Belmont. So right here, then he looked very good. He looked comfortable in this track. So I hope so. He locked the track tomorrow and the Belmont Stakes. I think we can be tough in that race.
We can't wait to see him once again, Sonny. Thanks and best of luck.
Don't worry. Thank you for the interview.
Sonny Leon, his first ride at Belmont, but of course has a date with the big horse tomorrow, Lafitte.
Rich Strike, Sonny Leon, Kentucky Derby winning rider, and the difference between winning and never mind the odds, never mind the upset, the difference between winning and losing his ride.
He made every right move. How about the move inside the 8th pole when he had to angle out around horses, ducked back in, finished strong? I mean, 20-horse field, he broke from post 20 and got to the rail and negotiated his way through 19 other horses. Come on, this is, if you tried to sell this script to Hollywood, they would say it's too far-fetched.
We've seen underdogs on big stages. In sports, it's always a great story. How do you think this can change the life of a jockey who doesn't ride on the top circuits? Sonny Leon moving forward, how do you think that win on Rich Strike in the Derby, how does that impact his career moving forward?
Well, he went from a guy that's riding to pay the bills, to put food on the table, to headlines, glory, notoriety. Basically could use it as a springboard to go to whatever circuit he wants. He's got the ability. So many guys have the ability. It's getting the opportunity and then making the most of that opportunity when it comes. And, man, did he do that in a big way.
And how many young jockeys around the country at smaller tracks, not named Velasquez or Ortiz or Pratt or Rosario, that now think, like, that could happen to me. Like, I could win a Kentucky Derby.
Absolutely. I'm one of these people that feel like there's a lot of things that are preordained, and if there's one with your name on it, it's going to happen.
Sonny Leon, his name was on that one. Rich Strike not in the race Friday morning, draws in. Second biggest upset in Derby history. What will he do in the Belmont Stakes? He is currently favored in the early wagering of the Belmont Stakes. Back to Churchill, 2-year-old fillies, good maiden race, $120,000 purse. Theirs. Free drop Maddie, first-time starter.
Yeah, taking money, always significant when a first-timer takes money. Points out they've worked well in the morning. It's out of a mare that's had 2 foals, both winners out of the first crop by the sire, Free Drop Billy.
Empire of My Own, the edge and experience, and a Hall of Famer in her corner, Steve Asmussen.
They showed good speed first time. Steve's 2-year-old's usually very well schooled, could take a step forward, too.
Number 4, Rum Runner Ready by Gunrunner. Look out.
Gunrunner, what a sire. He's been doing everything, just throwing really nice horses. Half to a mare, Stormy Embrace, stakes winner sprinting.
Number 5, Holiday Decision for our friend and colleague Tom Amos. First-time starter, there she is.
Hey, how about Good Samaritan, the sire? It was good on turf, good on Dur's racehorse. First crop has 1 starter, 1 winner. He's 1 for 1 right now.
He's perfect thus far. Number 6, Naughty Gal, another fresh-faced debuting filly for D. Wayne Lucas.
D. Wayne Lucas. These are horses to watch first time, because I've seen Wayne have a horse run not so well at Churchill, show up in Saratoga and win at a big price. Keep an eye on that.
Loyal to a Fault, another first-time starter by Kentucky Derby winner Nyquist, owned by Paul Redham, homebred.
Yeah, homebred, not taking a lot of money. Usually we try to let the board help us when we don't have a lot of proven form to go on. And usually what it says is that you know, horses haven't caught somebody's attention with their morning training.
The board, Paul, is telling us that Free Drop Maddie is very live. 5-1 on the morning line, 8-5 the current favorite.
Yeah, I would think so, Lafitte. When a horse stands for 5,000, like Free Drop Billy, the sire, and a horse goes for 200,000, I think a lot of people take notice. Now, this is the Louisiana bred, but don't let that fool you. Dallas Stewart rolled out a Louisiana bred the other day that he thought was a freak, and she won very easily. Now, this is a horse that, you know, Brett Calhoun could sit and wait, but brings here to Kentucky and to Churchill Downs, and I would think is going to be a tough foe. He's going to have to show speed from the rail, and he's got his main man in Gabriel Saez aboard. They're 29%. Meg made a good point. Listen, Empire of My Own debuted from the rail. That is huge, especially for a 2-year-old filly to get that much experience. I get it, was favored that day. That rail wasn't that great. Showed a little bit of speed and sort of just puckered out a little bit in a 6-horse field. I was talking about a little bit about this yesterday, Lafitte. Steve's horses have really been cycling back into form, and I truly believe the 3 is going to be tough here with experience and maybe can outbreak this field. And with that experience, has had 4 works since her last race. And then obviously the 5 for Tom Amos, been working great in the morning. When I talked to Tom about her yesterday, he thought, you know what, she's worked out of the gate so well. She's really done it on her own. I'm a little bit worried that the 5 furlongs is a little short. Maybe next time. So I'm 3-1 in here, guys.
Good info, good insight, Paulie, regarding Tom Amos's first-time starter pictured there. Holiday decision that he thinks it might be the next time, not necessarily today. The distance perhaps too short.
Yeah, you know, and there's always a place to get started. In a perfect world, you'd like to win first time, but get something out of it, learn something. And if you don't win first time, that it sets them up going forward. You're not trying to set a horse up for a race or a day, but for a career.
I think that statistics, when you look at what trainers do with first-time starters, so much of it is all about intent. One of the greatest that ever lived, Charlie Whittingham, he did not want his first-time starters to win. He didn't want it. Education, experience, staying against non-winners in their second career start, that was what he felt was best for that horse moving forward. Something to pay attention to. It's not like this trainer can't win with first-time starters. So much of it is intent.
Well, especially then they get to run back against maidens a second time, so they don't have to go right to winners, and their whole process is sped up.
For these maidens, maiden special weight, 2-year-old fillies, $120,000 purse. Holiday decision coaxed forward for Tom Amos. We are all set. And by the way, an update from Churchill Downs. All races that were scheduled on the grass are off the turf. Off the turf the remainder of the afternoon at Churchill Downs. Here is Travis Stone with the call. Third from the Downs, 2-year-old fillies, sprinting 5 furlongs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Empire of My Own. Sharp beginning. Free Drop Maddie comes through toward the rail, and these two match strides early. Free Drop Maddie at the rail. Empire of My Own alongside, and they speed off by 3. Naughty Gal comes on to grab third. Holiday Decision toward the inside is 4th. 4 lengths back. Rum Runner Ready running along in 5th, and Loyal to a False to Trailer in 6th. Rounding the far turn, Free Drop Maddie short lead. Empire of My Own pressing for the lead. Naughty Gal comes on 3 wide. Holiday Decision is right in behind 4th. Off the turn, Free Drop Maddie short lead. Empire of My Own, Naughty Gal to the attack, and Holiday Decision in behind them. There's 1 furlong to go. Free Drop Maddie's tenaciously holding on to the lead, but Empire of My Own is finding stride late and grabs it inside the 8th pole and is opening up to the wire. Empire of My Own bounding home to win it by 2. Free Drop Maddie was 2nd. Holiday Decision was 3rd, and Naughty Gal was 4th.
Empire of My Own, the edge and experience. Paul laid out all the reasons to like her, everything she had going for her today. Empire of My Own graduates for Steve Asmussen, Julian Leperoux, the winning rider.
Yeah, just was able to outgame a very well-prepared and well-meant first-time starter in the one Free Drop Maddie. They were head-and-head basically throughout, and this is what a race does for you. You have that fitness level that's just a little bit higher, experience level a little bit more. Empire of My Own certainly took a step forward from her first start to her second start, as should Free Drop Maddie, horse to keep an eye on out of here. They're very professional. Tom Amos is running to the 5 Holiday Decision, loomed up in buying horses, took kickback, learned a lot. Should be much better for the start.
To lend perspective, that filly, Empire of My Own, as she's raced twice. The odds-on favorite in tomorrow's Grade 1 Met Mile has raced 3 times, but he's raced really fast 3 times, and he's clobbered his competition 3 times. Flightline, one of the most exciting thoroughbreds in training, 3-5 for the Metropolitan Handicap. Flightline last seen in the Malibu in an absolute mismatch, Richie.
That's just jaw-dropping performance. Look at that, Flavien Prat motionless as he turns for home, and he's just striding away from the field. When a rider has that much time to take that long, languishing look back, like he's on his couch, looking into the kitchen, someone just asked if you want something to drink. I mean, he's galloping. The other horses are running. He's galloping with his ears up. It's not how fast you're going. It's how you're going fast. Well, going fast comes real easy to this guy.
Costa Aronis owned, Flightline trained by John Sadler, Flavien Prat, day after Christmas at Santa Anita in the Grade 1 Malibu. We're running out of superlatives. Just how special of a thoroughbred are we talking about here, Mig?
It's other dimension. I mean, first start, and again, he's winning all of these easily. It's not like he's being ridden out. He's being asked to go fast. He gets 105 buyer figure, comes back with a 114, comes back with a 118 in a common canter. This is otherworldly kind of stuff. And Lafitte, looking at him from a physical perspective, I got to lay eyes on him the other morning, first time. He looks like a horse that wants to go longer. He's got a long body, a big scopy stride to him. I'm so excited about seeing this horse.
Farthest he's ever raced, first time he's traveled. Flightline, odds-on favorite for the Met Mile tomorrow, all leading up to the 154th Belmont Stakes. And we're all set for the first of 5 graded stakes races here at Belmont on this Friday afternoon. Horses in the paddock for the Bed of Roses. We check in with Acacia.
And we'll start with Bella Sophia, who did win her comeback last time out. While I wasn't in the paddock for that race, I do know that trainer Rudy Rodriguez said that she wasn't 100% cranked up that day, maybe not at peak fitness, and she outgamed Frank's Rocket. She certainly looks fit today, that's for sure. She's also one who now, as a 4-year-old, is so much more composed. She was very, very sharp back as a 3-year-old. Not uncommon for her to throw a few bucks in the paddock. She used to come into the paddock with cotton in her ears to keep her settled. None of that today. She's been the consummate professional, really well muscled out in those hindquarters too, off that big effort last time out. She's won at 7 furlongs before in the test. I don't worry about the distance for her, and I do think that she's moved forward out of that last race. But a horse who's, I think, kind of a 7 furlong specialist, since my favorite distance for her is the number 1 Obligatory. She's kind of the opposite of Bella Sophia. She's normally so laid back in all of the preliminaries. Even when seeing her at Gulfstream 2 starts back for her comeback race, I had written down in my notes that I thought that she kind of looked asleep in the paddock. I just really wish she was showing a little bit more energy. She's not exuberant by any means. That's just not her, but she's sharper today than she typically is, and I really like it. She's very, very fit, well defined, and again, I just think that this 7 furlong distance is perfect for her, but she tends to come from the clouds. Not an easy thing to do when you do just have a 4-horse field. A horse that is in tremendous form right now. 4 wins in a row is the 2 at Glass Ceiling for Charlie Baker. Boy, she's a big gal. She does not miss an oat. She carries so much condition from race to race, and she got much more into the bridle once they got the tack on her. She has run on her mind this afternoon. Excited to see her run once again, as she's a horse that shows that she belongs with this group. Lafitte?
Occasion, Charlie Baker has her locked in a zone. Glass Ceiling having rattled off 4 straight victories. Dylan Davis to ride in his first Belmont Stakes tomorrow afternoon. Glass Ceiling at 9-2, the favorite. 3-5 there, Mig. Bella Sophia. And how much credit does Rudy Rodriguez deserve here? Is Acacia describing how much more composed, relaxed, and professional she is now?
Oh, Rudy's just a tremendous horseman. He lives with his horses. The guy's about as hard a working guy as you're ever going to see. You go to the barn seemingly any time of day or night, and he's there.
She was one of the best 3-year-old filly sprinters in the country last year, and then her 4-year-old debut. How impressed were you with the vagrancy, Vin, when she really had to gut this one out?
Yeah, she had to gut it out with Frank's Rocket, who's a seasoned older mare who on any given day will give anybody fits. These two threw it down, and I love that she didn't shrink from the challenge. She showed her tenacity. I think she's got a pace advantage here, too. There's not the kind of speed that she or Frank's Rocket possesses.
You like graded stakes racing? We have a lot of it. Better Roses coming up first. 2-mile Belmont Gold Cup True North featuring a champion, Jackie's Warrior, for the first time to New York. A Grade 1 event. The headliner, Chad Brown, with the favorite, Rougier, 6 to 5 in the morning line. Intercontinental to round things out on this eve of the Belmont Stakes. Post parade for the Better Roses. Obligatory, Juddmont's top class 1-turn Grade 1 winning filly.
Well, Keisha talked about a deeper closing type that probably is not going to get benefited by the pace scenario here.
Glass Ceiling, you'll hear from Charlie Baker shortly.
There's going to be an upset. It's here, Glass Ceiling. One thing about Charlie Baker's horses, when they find their form, he's a great horseman, getting them to hold that form for a while.
Bella Sophia, fast Grade 1 test winner last summer at Saratoga, the one to catch.
Fast, tough, tenacious. I think she's going to take a lot of catching here.
She really is laid back out there now. 3 to 5. Remember, she is the filly that took some of the starch out of Gamine in last fall's Breeders' Cup filly mare sprint, setting things up for CC from off the pace. On the outside, would be a surprise. Easy to bless. 9-time winner, Sharp, but outclassed at least on paper.
Yeah, this just looks like a kind of a different kind of group for her to face. I mean, consistent, hard-knocking, respect her, 9 for 20 lifetime. She's in the deep end of the pool here.
Named after Alfred G. Vanderbilt's champion 2-year-old filly, Better Roses Stakes. These 4 fast fillies in this Grade 2 $300,000 sprint, 7 furlongs in 4 minutes. There is Glass Ceiling with Dylan Davis winding up. Charlie Baker standing by with Acacia.
I was very pleased to be joined by Charlie here. Glass Ceiling in such good form. She's having an exuberant warm-up out there under Dylan Davis. What are you seeing from her?
Yeah, that's her normal. That's her normal. We normally do that with her, get her nice and loose. That's just regular warming up for her. But she's doing good. She looks good to me.
I was joking with you. I said she doesn't miss many meals, does she? She carries her condition from race to race.
Yeah, she's a good doer. No matter how hard she runs, no matter how she travels, she eats. She always. One thing you can count on her is eating. If she doesn't eat or feed, then something is definitely wrong. But she has always been like that since I had her.
Now, this is a horse that you had actually claimed, and she's won 4 in a row now, a couple of graded stakes. What does she mean to you, and how exciting is it to see how successful she's been?
You know what? She's a neat little filly, so it's great to see a filly like her go along as she did. When we claimed her, we thought we could win the header, then she surpassed that, so it's great. And it's great for the barn. I mean, a big pickup for the barn. We don't have a lot of stake horses in there, so we're always looking for one.
Well, I'm a fan of her as well, Charlie. Thanks and good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Trainer Charlie Baker with Glass Ceiling, who's been breaking all the barriers after being claimed for 40,000 Lafitte.
What a claim. Charlie Baker, the work he's done with Glass Ceiling, and a big appetite, Mig.
It's important. These are athletes, just like human athletes. You don't look at food as for enjoyment. You look at it as fuel. What am I going to eat this? What's it going to do for me? How much energy am I going to get? She eats through the bottom of her tub. After she won the Barbara Fritchie, she shipped down to Laurel, shipped back that night. Charlie said she ate through the bottom of the tub that night. And most horses, after shipping, they back out of their feed tub a little bit. When you get one that carries their weight and eats like this, that's just a horse that's doing good.
See if she's ready to eat here in this Better Roses. Glass Ceiling. 5 of 6, 4 straight. Defeated search results in the distaff at Aqueduct. The 7/8 of a distance should be right in her wheelhouse. But there is Obligatory, Richie. And a little bit like Rich Strike on Derby Day, took advantage of a fast pace to close from off the pace in the Grade 1 Derby City distaff.
Listen, she was impressive. I mean, you had to like what you saw here. She had to angle out to the middle of the track, found her stride late, and motored down the center of the track at Churchill Downs, where she has had this kind of success before. Now, closers like this get pace dependent, and when you got a 4-horse field and one clear-cut speed and not a lot of tremendous amount of speed otherwise, it just doesn't play to her strength. It plays against her.
Obligatory. We'll see where Jose Ortiz places her early on. Ortiz, 2-time Better Roses winning jockey, separation of powers, and By the Moon. Acacia, and then Easy to Bless on the far outside. It's an old racing axiom. Small field, take the longest shot on the board.
You took the line right out of my mouth, Lafitte. I was going to quote our friend Ernie Munich on that, who goes with the old racing adage, but easy to bless as she does round out the field, coming off the back of a win last time out. One thing I'll say, she's another one who carries her condition from race to race. Physically, she matches up. She's dappled out from head to toe. She was kept relatively quiet in her warm-up on the track out there with the pony. Jackie Davis going to be aboard once again. She drifted a little bit last time out in that race, kind of coming out into her foe, but able to hold sway. She's going to have to step up in here, but physically, I really can't knock her. Back to the number 3, Bella Sophia, quickly. As I had mentioned, she was so quiet and more composed back in the paddock. Almost kind of, I didn't know what to do with her. She is like a totally different horse this year, and she too had a nice solo warm-up out there, but she came back to her rider, Louis Saez, beautifully. She has the speed. She hasn't shown kind of the demeanor, though, of a horse out there who has that early speed, but I think it's just a sign of more maturity, Lafitte.
Louis Saez seeking a first win in the Bed of Roses. Richie, loved the story with the Davises in this one. Dylan riding Glass Ceiling. Jackie, easy to bless, trying to win a race their father did so well in.
Won 3 times, most wins in the Bed of Roses.
Post time, Johnny I standing by. The Bed of Roses live from Belmont.
The Bed of Roses. And they're off, and it's a quick beginning for Bella Sophia. She goes right to the front. Obligatory, the gray, down at the rail, runs in second. Glass Ceiling is next in third, and Easy to Bless, the long shot, is the trailer. Bella Sophia in front by 3/4 of a length. Glass Ceiling on the outside, Obligatory down at the rail, and Easy to Bless. It is the favorite, Bella Sophia, who takes the field up the backstretch, leading here by a length. And now Easy to Bless makes a move on the outside into second. The opening quarter, 23 and 3/5 seconds. Bella Sophia by a half length. Easy to Bless on the outside runs in second. Obligatory is down at the rail, and right alongside is Glass Ceiling. As the field races midway on the turn, Bella Sophia continues to lead here. The lead is a length. Easy to Bless on the outside. In between horses, Glass Ceiling, and Obligatory is down at the rail. Bella Sophia ran the half mile in 46 seconds and is now at the quarter pole. It is Bella Sophia with the lead. Glass Ceiling being asked for more. Obligatory is down at the rail. It is Bella Sophia, and now she's opened up here. It is Bella Sophia in front by 3. Obligatory in second, then Glass Ceiling and Easy to Bless. And it is Bella Sophia with a front-running victory, holding on over Obligatory in the Bed of Roses, and she ran 7 furlongs in 1 minute, 21 and 1/5 seconds.
Welcoming in our viewers on Bally SoCal in San Diego. You just saw Bella Sophia. So fast, so talented. This front-running sprint terror take down the Grade 2 Bed of Roses Stakes at Belmont, the favorite, 3-5 at post time.
He exploded out of the starting gate. She had a 2-length lead when the man said go. Laboring on her left lead through the stretch. Normally she changes leads. I kind of didn't like to see that part of it. But to give you an idea, they went the first quarter in 23 and 3, a half in 46 to finish up 7/8 in 21 and essentially 2/5 seconds. They finished. Obligatory ran some race to go against the grain of how she runs and still cutting into that margin. Glass Ceiling kind of got a little compromised when Easy to Bless made that brush move on the outside, but Bella Sophia, too many advantages being the main and lone speed.
Acacia, you reference how different her behavior was pre-race, but the talent, yeah, it's still there.
The talent is absolutely there, and I just wanted to circle back on what Richie was saying about her not switching to her outside lead. Louis Saez is a rider that I've seen this happen with a lot of times, more than most kind of, because, and he said to me before, if they are doing well and they don't switch immediately, he kind of leaves them alone, especially if they're comfortable on the front end. I think that's kind of what we saw here, in that she was clear at that point. Obligatory kicked in late. I think that her kind of running style was maybe confused a little bit because she was closer than typically is, but I think Louis Saez just let Bella Sophia do her thing without asking her again to switch to that outside right lead.
A mechanics thing there,
Yep.
Richie, with Bella Sophia, waiting for her to shift her weight to the right side in the stretch. It did not cost her on this afternoon.
No, it didn't cost her, but, you know, it's not a habit you want a horse to start falling into. And I agree with what Acacia said. Luis Saez is not a rider to kind of force a horse to change leads. George Velasquez wasn't a rider, Hall of Famer, one of the greatest riders in the history of our game, to force a horse to change leads. I believe in it. I think horses find more. You know, we've talked about it. You're running in the airport with a suitcase in one hand, you get a little tired. You switch to the other hand, you get a little more energy. You wind up making your flight, right?
Best description ever of what switching leads is. Everyone at home can relate to that. Bella Sofia in the Bed of Roses for Michael Imperio. Medallion Racing, trainer Rudy Rodriguez, Luis Saez, high five. Saez's first win, Rodriguez's first win. In the Bed of Roses, just too fast, classy, and talented. Bella Sofia in the first of 5 stakes races.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 more wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing, the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong, it's Fun While It Lasted until the 16th lap has 8 lengths on them.
Now with $3 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to Naira.com/triple play for details.
Picture a perfect day for thoroughbred racing here at Belmont Park on the eve of the Belmont Stakes and on America's Day at the Races. Exciting start of the afternoon where we just saw the first of 5 graded stakes races. All these smiling faces in the winner's circle here at Belmont, and the pride regarding this filly, Bella Sofia, one of the best female sprinters in the country. Vagrancy win in her 4-year-old debut takes down this Bed of Roses. Bella Sofia 3-5 with Luis Saez.
Big performance. Loved the way she finished off of slow early fractions. Would have liked to have seen her change leads, but she did what was necessary.
Last year's Belmont winning jockey, Luis Saez. Champion jockey at Saratoga. Lots to smile about Saez there. Bella Sofia, trained by Rudy Rodriguez, standing by with Acacia.
Rudy, to the thunderous applause here in the winner's circle as well. Rudy, Bella Sofia, now 2 for 2, back as a 4-year-old. She's like a different horse in her demeanor.
You know, she's just a special horse, you know. They don't come alone, and I don't think she rode her race today because she looked like she don't switch leads. I was a little concerned about that. But, you know, she got the job done. She finished very strong, so it's all good.
She's just been so impressive, and I know that you have some long-term big plans for her in Saratoga. How has she come along, though, coming back this year? What kind of changes have you seen?
She is bigger and stronger. She just what you want to see. And, you know, she do his job very easy now. She's a lot more relaxed. She's getting to know everybody around, and that's what you want to see for sure.
Is she making you a little bit emotional?
Definitely. It's tough.
Can you put into words what she means to you in your stable?
Oh, Allah. Everything. The only horse in the band that counts.
A tremendous performance once again, Rudy. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Rudy Rodriguez with the big win, and Bella Sofia victorious in the Bed of Roses.
He wears his heart on his sleeve, Acacia, Rudy Rodriguez. And for some of the newer viewers, new fans to the sport who might not know that Rudy Rodriguez is a pretty good jockey in his day as well.
Won a grade 1 right here, the Suburban with Frost Giant. Hardest working guy. Would get on more horses than anybody else. Would travel anywhere to ride. And that's what's made him make the transition from jockey to trainer so well, because he's one of the hardest working people you're ever going to meet. And I believe you make your own luck. The harder you work, the luckier you get.
Rudy Rodriguez, hardworking, successful. Bella Sophia, she was 5-2 in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint last year, so it's not like that'll be uncharted territory, but now a 4-year-old filly, and she continues to develop mentally, professional. Combine that with her talent, sitting on a monster 2022.
Absolutely, and I like when you see a trainer get emotional like that. You know, it speaks to those early mornings and all the hard work that goes into it.
What it's all about. Bella Sophia in the first of 5 graded stakes races at Belmont. Back at Churchill, and a post-bred for the 4th race, $20,000 claimers. 1-turn mile Medicine Tail, 5-2, the favorite there. He is.
Yeah, big win around 2 turns at Belterra. This is a little different, breaking from the inside, going 1 turn.
Sonny Leone's stomping grounds, Belterra. Amani's Eagle, 3-1 on the morning line, currently 3-1.
Yeah, last seen at Gulfstream Park, winning on the turf. Now gets onto the turf. Faustino Gutierrez, Latruska's trainer.
More on Latruska in a moment. Island Boy, relatively lightly raced 6-year-old gelding.
Yeah, kind of a deep closer. Don't know if that's the style you want to employ today at Churchill Downs.
This race is competitive, all single digits. Here's another contender in What a Country, 3-1 for trainer Joe Sharp. Blinkers on this afternoon.
That's blinkers, was claimed for 40, drops to $20,000. Very interesting.
Number 5, Tillis, first after the claim, Randy Morse.
Yeah, claimed and drops in class, and you get the ageless wonder, John Court, still getting it done.
There's no stopping him. Trying to pull off a mild upset here with Tillis. Vasariano on the outside to complete the field with Rafael Bejarano.
Coming off of a layoff, but a nice steady work tab, and gets a good outside draw.
That is the field for this very competitive 4th race. Churchill Downs, start of the Derby City 6. Derby City 6 at Churchill starts here. Remaining races scheduled for the turf, off the turf. Off the turf the remainder of the afternoon at Churchill Downs. You're looking at Amani's Eagle, trained by Fausto Gutierrez. The work that he has done with Latruska, Racing's reigning queen, reigning older female champion, 2-time Apple Blossom winner, and now all set for a title defense at tomorrow's Grade 1, August 5th.
She's just a hickory. She shows up every time, and you got to play catch me if you can. She's fast, and she'll fight you for it. That's a formidable combination. You know, you get to her, you're not going to go by her easily. You're going to have to fight for it once you get to her. And I heard a lot made of small fields. You've got the reigning 3-year-old filly champion Malathat against the reigning older female champion in Latruska. If you don't like races like that, you're a person that complains that ice cream's too cold.
Quality, not quantity. Latruska 6-5 drawn inside, and Polly. Yeah, look, it's a double-edged sword. If you run with Latruska, she's going to run you into the ground. If you let her go, you'll never see her again.
Yeah, that is true. And by the way, Richie, sprinkles are for winners. I'm going to focus on another filly in here in Clairiere. Listen, we all know the resume of Latruska, but to me, Clairiere has turned the page or turned it up a little bit at age 4. Her comeback race was legit. She absolutely exploded with Joel Rosario in the irons, was not even asked. Now, in the Apple Blossom, who'd she run into? She ran into Latruska, and I thought she ran a very good second. When you look at Malathat's win, you know, she was a tiny bit wobbly down the lane. I get it, she can improve. It's Todd Pletcher back at his home track, and I would think she's going to run a race, but I really, really think that Clairiere has improved a little bit more than Malathat, and I think is the main danger to Latruska. The only worry they have with Latruska, Lafitte, she's been in front 18 times in her career at the top of the stretch. She's won all 18.
Front-running tear, Latruska. Highly decorated, of course, racing's reigning champion, and out to defend her title in the Grade 1. Ogden Phipps tomorrow here, Belmont Park. Polly, there at Churchill Downs, the Derby City 6 about to get underway. This 4th race, $20,000 claiming event. Really, really competitive on paper. What'd you come up with?
It's really, you're right, competitive on paper, because when you're looking at this race, the favoritism's going to the one in here, Medicine Tail, who's coming from Belterra Park, and a lot of those horses have not really done well. So at 2-1, do you really want to take that? Right now, the 4 for Joe Sharp is taking a ton of money here. And, you know, Joe's horses, when they do take money, they've been running well, but this is a horse that's really tough to take when you've lost by 9 lengths, 15 lengths, 10 lengths. I get it against better, but it's been working very, very well. I like the 2 in here, Amani's Eagle. Fausto Gutierrez put this horse on the turf, brings this horse here, gets a nice little purse to come to. You get Rene Diaz, you get a little weight. I thought the 2 at 5-2 was a pretty good proposition. And then Island Boy for Ian Wilkes, who's been facing a lot better in here. I thought it was those 2 horses in here, 2, 3, and maybe the 1's getting a tiny bit overbet.
Medicine Tail, Paul, the favorite 2-1. Paul going Amani's Eagle, Island Boy, as they march towards the starting gate for this 4th race. Derby City 6 at Churchill Downs. Amani's Eagle, number 2, trained by Fausto Gutierrez, with Latruska, and taking a more conservative approach this year. He felt that last year's campaign perhaps a little bit too taxing. He's dead set on that Breeders' Cup distaff this fall in Lexington at Keeneland.
Yeah, it looks like Crostino kind of started at the Breeders' Cup and worked his way backwards and trying to figure out the best path to get there with a fresher mare, because she had an arduous campaign last year. And then you look at the pace that she had to contend with in that Breeders' Cup, you know, 44-4 going a mile and an eighth. That's just wild fractions, right? Just get back to Malathat real quick. You know, I understand speed figures are important, buyer figures, and, you know, Sheets figures. She's a horse that's less important because she runs to the level of her competition. She does what's necessary and not a lot more.
Champion v. champion in the Ogden Phipps Malathat, and the defending Ogden Phipps champion Latruska. Gutierrez has a runner here, Amani's Eagle, but the favorite Medicine Tail, they're off at Churchill.
They're off. Island Boy bounces out on top. Tillis is there. Amani's Eagle and Medicine Tail down toward the rail. The 4 of them across the track early. Medicine Tail for that inside post. Amani's Eagle, these 2 go on with it. Amani's Eagle goes way off the rail, floating some others wide as they head up the chute and come for the main track. It's Amani's Eagle in front, Tillis to the far outside, and at the rail, Medicine Tail. 3 of them scrimmaging for the lead. 2.5 lengths back, Vasariano nudged along while 4th. Island Boys up into 5th, and What a Country's at the back in 6th, but only 4 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter goes in 22-4. Pace is honest enough. Amani's Eagle opens up now. Amani's Eagle takes a clear-cut lead past the half-mile pole. That opening half was sharp, 45-3. Amani's Eagle onto the far turn in command. Medicine Tail comes off the rail to track the pace from 2nd. Tillis is back into 3rd. Island Boys saving ground around the far turn and is asked to go now and is coming toward the leaders down inside. So around the far turn, Amani's Eagle and Medicine Tail going head-to-head. 3 lengths back to Island Boy 3rd. Top of the stretch, Medicine Tail's off the turn in front. Amani's Eagle's in tight down toward the rail as Medicine Tail takes the lead and opens up now. Medicine Tail by 2.5. Amani's Eagle back into 2nd. Island Boy and Vasariano. And they're coming down to the line, and it's Medicine Tail by 4 lengths. Medicine Tail, clear-cut winner. Amani's Eagle 2nd. What a Country rallied for 3rd, and Island Boy was 4th.
Corey Lannery, who's put up impressive gaudy numbers at Churchill Downs over the years, riding titles, guides home Medicine Tail. Back-to-back wins for this 4-year-old colt by Canteros.
Yeah, he gave up the lead to the 2, Amani's Eagle with apprentice Rene Diaz. Was patient, eased outside of him, came to him. Liked the way he kind of race rode the kid a little bit in the stretch, just keeping him in a little bit tight, and you know, powered away is much the best here.
One from an outside post in a field of 8 in his latest. Wins from the rail today. Medicine Tail, 1-2-4-3 Churchill. When we come back, Chad Brown, the kind of weekend he could have. Today, it's Rougier in the Grade 1 New York. Tomorrow, Jack Christopher, Woody Stevens. There's 3 in the Justa game, 4 in the Manhattan, and I'm probably forgetting somebody. Could be a brownout here at Belmont.
Following
C. Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Club champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The 154th edition of the $1.5 million Belmont Stakes is the most anticipated event on a superb weekend of racing at Belmont Park. With 5 stakes races on Friday and 7 additional Grade 1 races on the Belmont undercard, this day of competition is second only to the Breeders' Cup in quality. Some of the sport's brightest stars will certainly shine on one of the world's most spectacular stages. Jackie's Warrior.
Everybody chasing Jackie's Warrior in a perfect ride from Joel Rosario.
Rich Strike.
And here comes Rich Strike down toward the inside. It's a wild finish in the Kentucky Derby, and on the wire, Rich Strike does it!
Latruska.
Latruska, Clariere, Latruska says, no, you don't!
Malathat.
Malathat keeps on grinding. She thunders past the Twin Spires. Search Results keeps trying hard, but Malathat's an Oak Spectacular.
Search Results.
They're coming for the finish, and it will be Search Results to win the Grade 2 Ruffian.
Aloha West.
Here's Aloha West, flying down the center of the track. Here's the wire. Oh, it's close.
Flightline.
Flightline, jogging home under Flavien Prat, wins by a distance.
Speaker's Corner.
Speaker's Corner in a dominating performance, winning the quarter.
Echo Zulu.
Echo Zulu wins the NetJets Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Jack Christopher.
But Jack Christopher streaking under the wire, the 3-length winner in the end.
The Test of the Champion deserves top billing as the final jewel in the Triple Crown, but the star-studded fields in the Metropolitan Handicap, the Ogden Phipps, the Acorn, and the Woody Stevens will sparkle all on their own.
One of the best days of thoroughbred racing all year, anywhere. Belmont Stakes Day, 9 graded stakes races, 8 of the Grade 1 variety, Richie, and it's superstar after superstar after superstar. As a racing fan, if you can't get excited about this, you need to find another sport to follow.
It's like Christmas morning. You know, you wake up with so much anticipation. You're going to see some of the best horses in training square off. I mean, it's, you know, think about the Met Mile. You've got Speaker's Corner, who's very fast, Flightline, who's freakishly fast. We could see, like, Hagler Hearns, their round 1. It's great. It's great racing.
The Flightline here in New York, the odds-on favorite for the Met Mile, and in just about every category racing at the highest level. And some of those fields, yes, smaller fields, but more about the quality than the quantity. Can't wait for this Belmont Stakes Saturday, all leading up to the 154th Belmont, winding down the 2022 Triple Crown. Horses on the track for the 4th here at Belmont. Post-parade time. Good allowance sprint, Sealy K there with Jose Ortiz.
Coming off an extended layoff, first time in the Chad Brown barn. Layoffs aren't a problem for Chad Brown.
Not
Horses run
generally.
well
Not generally. Yeah, unraced since June of last year. Number 2 here in Prisoner, lightly raced, undefeated gelding for Charlie Baker.
Yeah, it was claimed for 25, 2 starts back by Charlie Baker. Very fast horse.
Number 3, Perfect Munnings, unraced since last October, 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, came away running as a 2-year-old, winning his first 2 starts. Showed he was good off the bench then.
Louis Saez just won the Better Roses. Number 4 here, Ryan's Cat. Last year's Peeping Tom winner, not much since.
Yeah, not much since, and this race came up pretty salty, but he's a horse that puts himself usually fairly close to game. Last time he didn't show as much speed.
Number 5, Striking Speed, 11th start this year.
Yeah, I mean, in a day and age when horses might not run that much in a whole year, he's durable.
Good-looking reggae music man. Key rider change. I read Ortiz takes over.
Boy, he looks good on the racetrack. Pat Reynolds, one of the old-school horsemen, does a great job. This horse is going to have a big say in how this race is run because he has speed.
3-1 second choice. And then here's number 7, Montauk Daddy, first after the claim, Orlando Noda.
Yeah, Orlando Noda winning it better than 25%. Makes the first start off the claim. Horse been in good form.
Field for the 4th at Belmont. Good allowance race, 6 furlongs, $92,000 purse. Field of 7, number 2, Prisoner, the 9-5 favorite, down to his inside. Sealy K for trainer Chad Brown. Already has 1 win on the afternoon. Later we'll saddle Rogier, 6-5 morning line favorite in the Grade 1 New York. And tomorrow, Jack Christopher, heavy favorite in the Woody Stevens, one of the most exciting thoroughbreds in training. 3-year-old debut in the Pat Day Mile, and he was sensational.
He was sensational. I thought he overcame some subtle trouble at the start. The first 1/8 of a mile kind of had to maneuver through some horses to get to that forward position. Tough distance to come back at a mile, and he finished the deal. He's undefeated. And listen, Chad Brown's got the Preakness winner. He's got Zandon, the Kentucky Derby 3rd place finisher, as well as winning the Bluegrass. I think Jack Christopher's his best 3-year-old.
His most talented 3-year-old. And as you like, that's a bold statement considering the level of talent in his stable with sophomores.
Well, he's got bench strength, that's for sure. It's a deep bench, but this guy, he might breathe different air.
So yeah, when Chad Brown wakes up tomorrow and heads out to Belmont Park, this is what he has to look forward to. 3 in the Justa game, including Regal Glory, 6-5 on the morning line. Speak of the devil, even money. Jack Christopher in the Woody Stevens. Search results coming off that big win. She's a contender in the Ogden Phipps, trying to take down Latruska. 4 in the Manhattan, loaded for Belmont Stakes Saturday. As expected, Chad Brown.
It's Chad's world, and we're living in it. I mean, listen, he works hard. He is a proven winner, and what he's done in a short period of time is nothing short of sensational.
Scary if you think about the damage he will do when it's all said and done. Can't wait to see Jack Christopher tomorrow in the Woody Stevens. Brown has Sealy K here, Acacia, but the favorite will break to his outside. Prisoner, there he is, the 9-5 choice, 3 minutes out.
And a horse that's in good form for Charlie Baker, off a bit of a freshening since March, and he's been very sharp. He really kind of spurted away and opened up from the rest of the field last time out. And typically when you see horses kind of open up like that, they either win by a diminishing length or get caught late. And this one just kept extending that lead. It was an impressive race from him. I do wonder if there could be some other speed in here, but clearly this guy is very, very fast early. And Dylan Davis actually gave him a little bit of a gallop and then quickly linked back up with the pony, trying to keep him a little bit more settled, but he's very well muscled, again, off that freshening since March. The number 3, Perfect Munnings, is off of a layoff for Todd Pletcher, making his first start back as a 4-year-old, and Todd just so good off the bench with horses coming back. And this was a guy who I always felt that shorter was better, loved the 6 furlongs for him, and one that really strengthened as he went through his races, though he did win his debut, albeit on turf, and maybe just didn't carry as much muscle mass behind the saddle. He looks pretty strong coming back from what I remember from him last year, and towards the beginning of his race career, had a really just composed warm-up out there on track under Luis Saez and came back to his rider nicely. But Reggae Music Man really kind of won me over in his appearance. He did get a little bit warm back in the paddock. It has started to get warmer here on the track. And now he does face open company after being in restricted New York bred races. And you may see that he won this condition a couple races back, but against New York breds. When you win the New York bred one other than, you can run again in the open one other than type of race. So he's a horse that has been successful against state breds. And while he's facing open company in here today, he just looks like he's doing very, very well after, yes, a distant third place finish, but behind New York traffic in that tough Affirm Success field. Reggae Music Man touting himself beautifully out on the track, Lafitte.
Around 80 degrees here in Elmont, New York. Acacia likes what she sees from Reggae Music Man, and I like what we saw 2 starts back from Reggae Music Man at Aqueduct, and this victory on the front end.
Yeah, I mean, he's a consistent, hard-knocking horse. He doesn't need the lead, but he puts himself in a forward position, so you usually don't have to worry about traffic. And he's resolute. You know, he's got a horse inside him, a horse outside of him, and it feels like he's always going to hold them safe. He's a horse that kind of is determined, and if he sees his competition, they're going to have a hard time getting by him.
Reggae Music Man at 5-2, second choice. Irad Ortiz already with 1 win this afternoon. And how about Irad's weekend and his stakes mounts? Mo Donegal in the Belmont Stakes, seeking a second, having won with Creator right there when he hoisted the trophy. Again, you won't see many Belmont rides. Then Ortiz is on Creator in the Belmont Stakes, and contender after contender in graded event after graded event tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, he's got a busy dance card, but these are the days you want to be busy. A lot of money on the line, a lot of prestige, and you know, Irad's proven time and again what a competitor he is, particularly on the big stage.
And in case you're just joining us, after he won the first race, he spoke with Acacia and hinted, perhaps insinuated, that with Mo Donegal, who was so far back, right where he should have been in the Kentucky Derby, fastest opening quarter mile in the history of the event, might be a little bit closer in the mix earlier in tomorrow's Belmont Stakes.
Well, they went 21 and change to a quarter, going a mile and a quarter. Way crazy too fast for the distance. What's the first fraction tomorrow? 24? 24 and change? It's going to be about 15 to 20 lengths slower than it was in the Kentucky Derby. He was about 20 lengths out of it in the Kentucky Derby. Now, I'm not saying that puts him up on the pace, but maybe he's only 4 or 5 lengths away.
You'll agree, Jackie's Warrior is fast.
Yes.
Like warp speed Jackie's Warrior. We'll see him in the True North later today. Andy Serling mentioned this on yesterday's show. Jackie's Warrior in the Churchill Downs sprint on the undercard of the Kentucky Derby, his opening half mile was slower than the opening half mile of what the 3-year-olds ran, going a mile and a quarter in the Kentucky Derby. That is mind-boggling.
Well, that is mind-boggling, you know, and he was going 7 furlongs.
Yeah.
Or it was 7 or
7, I think.
Yeah, 7 furlongs, right? So they were going 3/8 of a mile less in distance, and he went slower the first fraction.
And that's Jackie's Warrior.
Yeah.
Did
it pretty easily, though.
He did, but still, just to lend perspective to how fast that pace was in the Derby and how different things will be for closers, Mo Donegal, Barber Road, and specifically Rich Strike in the Belmont Stakes.
No, absolutely. It's just a completely different race. And I think so, yes, you have horses that are more confirmed closers, but that doesn't mean they've got to be as far back as they were. Pace makes the race.
Comes down to versatility. Some can change style and still be as effective. Others cannot. We will find out tomorrow around 6:45 Eastern, 154th running of the Belmont Stakes. Padding your bankroll for Belmont Saturday, and this pick 5 about to get underway with the 4th race at Belmont. Final thoughts, Rich, as they move into line. Seeley K steps forward. There's the favorite, Prisoner, and Dylan Davis.
Yeah, they're all going to have to catch Prisoner. He's very, very fast. He looks like a horse that you want to break very quiet on, like a whisper. Don't ask him to do anything. Don't grab him. Just be a – sometimes you got to be a pilot. Sometimes you're a passenger. I think with Prisoner, you're a passenger.
That passenger, Dylan Davis, riding in his first Belmont Stakes tomorrow afternoon. What a moment that'll be for him. Win, lose, or draw. Ryan's Cat steps forward. The pick 5 starts here. Striking Speed and Louis Cardenas. Johnny I standing by with the call. Post time for the 4th live Belmont on the eve of the Belmont Stakes.
there in the gate. And they're off. A good start for Silly Key from the inside post. Perfect Munnings now moves up. And on the outside, it is a Montauk Daddy. Montauk Daddy goes on with it to take the lead. Perfect Munnings is now back running in second. Ryan's Cat, Striking Speed, they're right together as Reggae Music Man gains on the extreme outside. Silly Key is down at the rail, and Prisoner. It is Montauk Daddy who steps away here to lead by 2.5 lengths through a quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. And then it is Striking Speed, and on the outside, Reggae Music Man. A break of 4 back to Prisoner, who has advanced up into 4th. Perfect Munnings is down at the rail, and at the back of the pack, Ryan's Cat and Silly Key. They're at the head of the stretch with Montauk Daddy trying to pull off an upset here. Montauk Daddy has a 4-length lead. Striking Speed is in second. On the outside is Reggae Music Man. And then down towards the rail, it is Perfect Munnings. Silly Key putting in a late run, but Montauk Daddy has the lead. Silly Key continues to advance. Perfect Munnings towards the rail. Montauk Daddy does it at a price. Montauk Daddy at 13-1.
Yeah, you can hear the celebration is on down near the winner's circle. Montauk Daddy first after the claim. Orlando Noda victorious, kicking off this pick 5, 7-2 at post time. What happened at the start with Prisoner, Richie?
The complexion of the race was completely changed at the start. Prisoner did not break alertly, didn't get it forward position, didn't see the lead. That gave Montauk Daddy free run on the lead. Now watch Prisoner start to climb. This is what we talk about when the horse going up and down. He doesn't like the kickback. He's only been in front in his races. He's never had to encounter dirt thrown in his face, and he resented it, didn't like it. Race was basically over for him at the start, and Montauk Daddy, when he got that comfortable on the lead, man, he was going to be tough to catch. Some of the horses behind him didn't look like Reggae Music Man was traveling to the satisfaction of Irad Ortiz. He really never set him down on a hard drive, but Montauk Daddy was far gone.
Now, I gave you the wrong price. 13-1 at post time. Big upset to kick off this pick 5. Yeah, you could be brave on the lead. Full of himself rounding the far turn. Montauk Daddy took advantage of other speed that figured to be in the mix. Prisoner, namely, that was not. And powerhouse through the stretch. 13-1, 7-1, 3-5 in this 4th race at Belmont Park. First after the claim, Orlando Noda, Manny Franco, Belmont Stakes winning jockey, struck with Tis the Law a couple of years back. Results when we come back in the 4th race at Belmont. Also the story of Seattle Slew, 1977 Triple Crown winner, first undefeated. Triple Crown winner. Think you know the entire story? Think again.
To be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it, but with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle, and it won't cost you a lot of money.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Hi, Jim McInville here, and horse heaven is truly at Claiborne Farms in Paris, Kentucky. My horse Run Happy is in stall 1 at Claiborne Farms, and he's having the time of his life.
Each of those horses on stall 1 are champion, North American champions in some division. So Run Happy certainly he was a champion sprinter after he won the Breeders' Cup Classic, and he's living up to the hype of stall 1 at Claiborne Farm so far. So we're very pleased, and we know he's going to make a really, really good sire one day.
Now you've got Smile Happy, Happy Soul. You had Following Sea, which is great for Mac. I mean, you know, because he calls once a week. How's that Run Happy doing? And it's the best. When I see his phone number come up, I mean, I answer quick because it's going to be entertaining.
You know, I think that was one of the reasons he got off to a semi-slow start, was because people assume that they're going to be quick 2-year-olds just because he has so much speed. But really, that's not the case. You kind of have to let them come into their own. For the most part, big, strong horses, and they can run around a ground.
You know, I think everybody expected because he was a sprinter there'd be 2-year-olds, and it didn't have to be that way. And when you see him, you know, he probably, you know, he's not really built like a sprinter. So you could see why he would be 2 turns.
I think being a sprinter, people were expecting him to come out and be so very, very precocious and fast. And really, we've seen him excel really at longer distances. Smile Happy for one. You know, he won the Kentucky Jockey Club at 2, going 2 turns. But yeah, he's going to have a full book once again. And like I said, he's got a great group of 2-year-olds and a solid crop of yearlings. So the momentum should continue.
Rockstar sprinter Run Happy, now making little Run Happies at legendary Claiborne Farm. Coverage brought to you as always by Run Happy, brilliant Eclipse Award champion, record setter who raced medication-free. Here at Belmont, where we just saw Montauk Daddy first after the claim Orlando Noda, the race did not unfold the way we expected. Prisoner, bad start, wasn't up front. Reggae Music Man not in the mix early on, flashing his typical speed, and Montauk Daddy takes full advantage with Manny Franco.
Yeah, making the first start for Orlando Noda. This horse has been very popular at the claim box. It usually means he's a horse that's attractive to other trainers, and when he got that comfortable on the lead, you knew he was going to be tough, and he just kept on running under Manny Franco, who physically is one of the strongest riders we have in this colony.
A horse getting brave underneath you. What's it feel like?
Well, they just get in such a good rhythm, Lafitte, and they breathe properly. They're not under, they're not panicking. They're not under pressure. They're doing it just kindly and efficiently, and that was a very efficient run from Montauk.
And you can feel this.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You almost can count the rhythm of the beat of their hooves. You can hear it. Brah, brah, brah.
That's awesome.
Great feeling.
That is just awesome. We'll see about this 5th race at Churchill and the Pick 5 getting underway here. $30,000, $50,000 maiden claimers. There's Joe Talib on Frosted Diamond.
Good run last time for Maiden 30. Has a lot of foundation, good inside posts.
Sweet Truffles number 2 for Kenny McPeak.
Stretching out with a pedigree that should appreciate that, being by Candy Ride out of an Empire Maker mare.
Terrific rider. Brian Hernandez Jr. in the saddle. Number 3, West Love for Ben Colebrook.
I thought this was kind of interesting, being by Street Sense, stretching out and kind of dropping in class gradually to that maiden $50,000 level.
Corey Lannery looking for a second win this afternoon at Churchill Downs. Number 4, Lanterns Candy for trainer Tim Gleishaw.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit slow early. You know that Corey's a guy that likes to, I'm sorry, I'm skipping over here. Lanterns Candy, just a little bit slow early. Mixed up my riders here. My apologies.
Colby Hernandez, the Hernandez boys here, both represented at Churchill Downs. Yo puedo, yes I can. 3rd in his debut at 9-1.
Ran okay first time sprinting for Robert Medina, who was longtime assistant to Shug McGahee.
And the even money favorite, Cammy Cat, Mitchell Merle in the saddle.
Ran big for Maiden 30, took money that day, had a little bit of a tough trip with the apprentice Rene Diaz, but stretches out to a mile 16-second start. That can be tough.
Just saw the 7-horse win at Belmont at 13-1. What about the 7-horse at Churchill Downs, Dayreen, at 19-1 as they have reached the starting gate?
Well, we've seen long shots win. Would surprise me.
Tough to make a case for off that debut effort at Keeneland late April. $50,000 maiden claimers, fillies and mares. Mile and a 16th here, Richie. Even money. Cammie Cat as they file into the gate.
I think there's a lot of questions there. It's tough to go from 6 right to a mile and a 16th.
Pick 5 here at Churchill Downs. Who's going to graduate? Find out momentarily. Travis Stone standing by with the remainder of the load and call. The 5th race live from the Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Yo Puedo breaks alertly, and Cammie Cat does as well. Sweet Truffles toward the inside is forward. Into the clubhouse turn. Yo Puedo out there setting the pace, angling over toward the rail. Cammie Cat comes on to stalk the pace from second, while Sweet Truffles gets a coveted spot third and toward the rail. Westlove races up into fourth. Frosted Diamond settles in toward the rail fifth, followed by Lantern's Candy. The trailer is Dayreen, 7 lengths off the lead. Clubhouse turned to the backstretch run. Yo Puedo shows the way, and Cammie Cat is a stalking second through an opening quarter in a composed 24 3/5 seconds. The pace is slow. It's Yo Puedo the leader. Cammie Cat is right alongside in second, in no hurry to go by. And Westlove is perched out there 3 wide while third. Sweet Truffles continues on, covered up inside fourth. Frosted Diamond is fifth, but only 3 or 4 lengths off the lead. Lantern's Candy's advancing toward the rail, and Dayreen's the trailer. The opening half in 49 2/5 seconds. They're on the far turn. Yo Puedo still with an arrow lead. Cammie Cat is poised and right alongside, and Cammie Cat is inching forward now. And right in behind is a firing line. Sweet Truffles is down inside. Lantern's Candy is there. Frosted Diamond on the far outside, and Westlove off the turn into the stretch. Yo Puedo still the leader. Cammie Cat's been trying to get by now, but it's still second. Yo Puedo fending off that challenge. Cammie Cat trying hard, but is now fallen a length behind. Yo Puedo turned back Cammie Cat. Frosted Diamond runs up into third, but it will be Yo Puedo who goes wire to wire, winning by 2.5. Cammie Cat could never get by. Frosted Diamond third, and Lantern's Candy fourth.
I can. Yo Puedo in this 5th race, Churchill Downs, graduates in her 2nd career start. Ricardo Santana, the winning pilot.
Well, I said it's tough to go from 6 furlongs to a mile and 16th. You had horses that both similar running lines, ran 1 race, a mile, going 6 furlongs, stretching to the mile and 16th, ran 1-2 around the racetrack. The difference was Yo Puedo made the lead and got very comfortable flicking his ears back and forth, where the 6 Cammie Cat pulled a little bit.
The front-running upset win Belmont, front-running upset win Churchill Downs, 10-1 Yo Puedo. Seattle Slew was not 10-1 in the Belmont Stakes when he captured the Triple Crown. Became the 10th Triple Crown winner and first ever undefeated Triple Crown winner. That's next.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. Exciting weekend of thoroughbred racing on the eve of the 154th Belmont Stakes. Rich Strike, the Kentucky Derby winner who skipped the Preakness, his first start since shocking the world in the Kentucky Derby. So there will not be a Triple Crown winner this year. Only 13th in history. The 10th was a colt by the name of Seattle Slew, an undefeated Triple Crown winner. You might think all of his success was because he was so talented and so gifted and brilliant. That had a lot to do with it, but it was also about the people around him.
45 years ago, Seattle Slew galloped into the history books. Trainer Billy Turner, who passed away earlier this year, and exercise rider Mike Kennedy prepared the colt for his date with destiny through a unique partnership.
And Billy had a personality to keep people loose anyway. You know, he'd find a joke to say or he'd laugh. He'd have something funny to say. He was just a great guy. But the kind of a horseman he was, he'd come in the morning and he'd go to each stall and he'd bring the horse up to the front. And he slapped him on the neck. Hey, bud, you know, and he talked to him. And then he'd go to the next one and he'd check the feed pin and see how they ate up the night before. And then later on, I might say, Billy, you want to get so-and-so? No, Mike, we give him a day off today. That was the horse he knew it wasn't quite right. The first time we decided to breeze Slew, we put him with an older filly and who had won allowance races just to get him started. But when we broke off at the 3/8 pole, he just took off. He had his mouth wide open. I couldn't get a pull out of him. You could have thrown a baby in there, you know, wide open. I had to get to the 5/8 pole before I could pull him up. And his legs going everywhere. He didn't know where he was going. And this is how good a horseman Billy is. When he saw that, he said to me, Jesus, Mike, he said, we got something special here, he said. We never put him with another horse again. He never breezed with another horse.
Seattle Slew in front by 8 lengths. Seattle Slew going easily.
After being crowned 2-year-old champion, Seattle Slew returned as a sophomore to collect Grade 1 victories in the Flamingo Stakes, the Wood Memorial, and the first 2 jewels of the Triple Crown.
It's going to be Seattle Slew, and he's going along easily. Coming on to the finish. Seattle Slew in front by 2 lengths.
Still undefeated as the Belmont Stakes approached, Seattle Slew's team suddenly faced an unexpected obstacle.
I was a mutual clerk in the afternoon. And when we came back from Pimlico after the Preakness, there was a strike on. The mutual clerks were on strike. So they wouldn't let me pass the picket line. So this went on for a few days, and they had trouble with Slew because he was running off with everybody. Nobody could hold him. And they figured they weren't going to win a Belmont like that. So Mickey Taylor called Billy and said, I don't care how you do it. You got to get Kennedy in here and get on this horse, or we're not going to win the Belmont. So I ended up going to Sally Bailey's house, whose her house backed up to the training track. And I came through her house. She had a gate on the backyard. I went through the gate, and Billy was waiting for me there, and I got in the trunk of his car so nobody would see me.
With all the pieces now in place, Seattle Slew and his team were ready to face 8 rivals in the test of the champion before an on-track crowd of more than 70,000.
And they're off. For the lead on the inside now, Seattle Slew goes for the lead.
Nobody questioned would he get the 1.5 miles around the barn, because I think Billy was so convinced that he would get it anyway, you know. He had faith in the horse, and he just knew his horse.
And it's still Seattle Slew, and he's opening out to 4.5. Then Run Dusty Run and San Hedron.
With champion 3-year-old and Horse of the Year honors secured, Seattle Slew suffered his first career defeat in the Swap Stakes at Hollywood Park. A disagreement occurred between Turner and Seattle Slew's owners, which resulted in the horse being transferred to trainer Doug Peterson. Following his 4-year-old campaign, he was named champion older horse, but lost the Horse of the Year balloting to 1978 Triple Crown winner Affirmed, who he defeated in the Marlboro Cup. Seattle Slew retired with 14 wins from 17 races. He entered the Hall of Fame in 1981 and enjoyed a long career as one of the sport's premier stallions, living to the venerable age of 28. His passing was 25 years to the day of his Kentucky Derby win, which kicked off a magical Triple Crown run that put him and Billy Turner in the history books.
There is so much to unpack there. Seattle Slew, you see the stats, the numbers, the accomplishments, the 10th Triple Crown winner, undefeated Triple Crown winner. Let's start big picture, Richie. I know what a big fan you were of Seattle Slew. You were actually here the day he captured the Triple Crown. What do you remember most?
The electricity in the air. My father brought me out here. He knew how bad I wanted to come see him. people running to get their seats back when you would put a newspaper on your seat and that would claim it for the day. Single best day I ever had in my life with my father. Amazing to see him win. Jean Cruguet getting him to settle on the lead. He was a difficult horse. Jean rode him very, very well. Mike Kennedy, incredible horseman, magic on a horse. You know, it could gallop any horse, and Seattle Slew benefited from a piece of equipment that Mike suggested. And you see in those pictures, it's called a shore wind. And instead of a tongue tie, and sometimes horses will fight a tongue tie to keep their tongue under the bit, the shore wind keeps the bit up in their mouth so they can't get their tongue over the bit. Seattle Slew made this very popular for a while. It's kind of gone out of fashion now. Still think it's an awesome piece of equipment. And Mike Kennedy shared that he had suggested to Billy Turner to use that. And Billy Turner, fantastic horseman. Only trainer that trained a Triple Crown winner that is not in the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame.
Wow. Billy Turner with Seattle Slew. It's amazing. You know, maybe it's a quarterback and a slight adjustment in delivery, or a pitcher, mechanics in delivery, and how much of a difference that really can make. Just this piece of equipment and how much of a difference it made with Seattle Slew.
Yeah, and also having familiarity. You know, him telling the story of being smuggled in to gallop him. I thought I knew everything. Like, I heard all the stories. That was a story I hadn't heard. And thank you so much to Mike Kennedy for sharing so much with us, and Ernie Munich for putting together a terrific piece.
Smuggled in the trunk of the car, and the difference he made to Seattle Slew's career and the success he had. Triple Crown winner. It's all part of one of the best parts of Belmont Stakes Week, remembering some of the greatest performances we've seen on this stage. And tomorrow, the 154th edition, those are the updated odds. Mo Donegal emerging as the favorite, currently 2-1. Rich Strike, 3-1 second choice. Nest the filly at 7-2. We the People, 2-1 morning line favorite, hanging up there at 6-1. Come and catch me if you can.
Well, I went back to Mo Donegal as I was looking through things last night, but at 6-1, full disclosure, I'm going to flip-flop back to We the People because 6-1 is way too big a price for
I thought he
those.
would go shorter than 2-1.
He's the morning line favorite, and I thought if he was that price, maybe won't take him going a mile and a half at a shorter price. 6-1, he's going to get my money.
And so a couple of observations. With the Kentucky Derby, I think there's a misnomer that the odds you see Oaks Day, that it's going to fluctuate and change because so much more money is going to be wagered in the next 24 hours. The numbers, the odds stabilize and really don't change that much, Mattress Mac aside. The Preakness, I have never seen a bigger race wagered on more inexplicably than I did of what you saw nearing post time, and the odds of some horses that should have been, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 to 1 that were, 10, 12, 15 to 1.
But do you think that was a byproduct this year of an 80 to 1 shot win in the Kentucky Derby?
Absolutely.
And people going, well, I'm going to take a shot because we can get a crazy result.
Absolutely. It's something Mike Battaglia makes the morning line odds for the Kentucky Derby has said that since Mind That Bird, since Giacomo, you don't see horses at those massive, massive prices anymore as they call the field of post for the 5th race at Belmont Park. So something to keep an eye on and how much the odds do fluctuate and change. But right now, We the People up there at 6-1. Mo Donegal, 5-2 favorite for tomorrow's Belmont Stakes. Post parade for the 5th, 7 minutes out. 17-1 shot kicks things off, draws inside. And there is Stop Ward, Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, Trevor McCarthy's been riding really well, especially on the turf. This horse turning back in distance. Sometimes that helps that closing kick at a big price.
Pony Liss, Stop War. There's ready to venture here for Mike Stidham.
Mike Stidham, terrific horseman. You get Kendrick Carmouche, another guy who's just been riding really well.
English filly just won on synthetic in Canada. Number 5, Screamin' By David Donk, who worked for a man who once won 5 straight Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, Woody Stevens and this filly mare, got up to dead heat and off the turf for last time.
Mr. Karis, Dylan Davis to ride in his first Belmont tomorrow on Golden Glider.
Gets a nice mount for Neil Drysdale here.
Zaina LaRob, Arad Ortiz, world-class connections. Ortiz, Shadwell, Chad Brown.
And Warfront getting on the turf, first time for Chad Brown. Whew, look out.
Task, number 9, 17-1, and then she should improve off her second race off the bench.
Yeah, has a race under her belt to shake off that ring rust. Wasn't beaten far by Miss J. McKay, who's in the stake later today.
Fauja, number 10, Peter Vexo, homebred.
Fauja stretching out from 5 furlong races, steady diet of 5 furlong races.
Athwak towards the outside, Flavian Pratt takes over.
Yeah, first time for Pat Reynolds. I think Pat Reynolds is a terrific trainer. Flavian Pratt, really talented rider.
Speedy Mare Athwalk. Here's number 12, Messidor and Javier Castellano.
Yeah, Messidor last year kind of put everything together in the fall of the year. I thought that she had a little bit of subtle trouble last time, and I think she could take a big step forward. And I misspoke. It's not a stake later, Miss J. McKay, but a real nice allowance race later in the day.
We have 4 more graded stakes races here on this Friday program, Belmont Park. The pick 4 gets started here at Belmont as well. There's the favorite, Mr. Carr, currently 2-1, 5 minutes to post. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Great stuff at America's Best Racing on tomorrow's Belmont Stakes and Belmont Stakes program. Field updated odds for race number 5. Good allowance sprint, 7 furlongs. Mr. Carr is the current favorite. Next here at Belmont, and we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale to the show. Maggie, I know how excited you are to see your boyfriend this afternoon, Jackie's Warrior, in the True North. But first things first, what have you observed from this 5th race field at Belmont?
That I'm not getting the price that I got last time with Mr. Carris. I did like her. When she came off the layoff, she just looked so ready to go, and I thought she ran really well. Now she's turning back in distance today. She's going to be my pick, but I'm not thrilled about the price, and I'm not 100% sure she wants to go 7 furlongs, but I think she shouldn't have that much problem with it. As number 3 is Ready to Venture, comes in off of a blowout win up at Woodbine, going the 6.5 over the Tapeta surface for Mike Stidham. She is a filly that wears a hood. She's a little bit of a nervous type, but she's handled herself well with Kendrick Carmouche aboard, who gave her his typical solo warm-up away from the pony. She framed herself up well, although you could tell she wanted to do a little bit more, but she responded really well to Kendrick's cues. I love the fact that they're turning her back here on the turf. I think the 7 furlongs is ideal. She's a smaller, more petite filly, and she just has the physical makeup of more of a sprinting type. So I think this is a good spot for her to next step into out of those other than conditions. Moving on to Zayn Al-Arab. As she tries to turf for the first time, you might take it as a negative that Chad Brown, who typically has a lot of success on the turf, hasn't put her on the turf yet. But to be fair to him, she really doesn't have that much turf pedigree at all, other than being a daughter of Warfront. It's a full dirt pedigree on the bottom side, actually full of, second generation, full of stakes winners. The dam was a grade 3 winner too, long on dirt. But this filly has a turf hoof, and what I've always noticed from her is that she moves beautifully. And horses that have that kind of buoyancy to their stride typically translate that stride really well to the turf. So very intrigued to see what she does. And then number 12, Messidor, she comes second off the bench for Christophe Clement. I didn't think she looked ready. She didn't look great in her coat last time at Aqueduct. And 2, she was stuck wide in a race where inside horses tended to dominate. And she looks like a completely different animal second off here. Her coats come around. She's dappled. She looks rich and hydrated. And she's fitter and stronger looking. Lafitte?
Looks the part, Maggie. Messidor, Javier Castellano. What kind of trip will he work out from the 10 post? Currently 4-1 Messidor. There's the favorite, Miss Dracaris. And let's revisit her latest mid-May here at Belmont Park. And going to have to settle for a second place finish on this afternoon, Richie.
Yeah, it ran extremely well. Closed well, had to, pick her way through the field, find her spot. Looked like she had dead aim here, and then just from the far outside, she gets inhaled by a filly way out in the middle of the racetrack. She's engaged with the horse inside of her, and by the time, she sees the other horse, the race is basically over.
Miss Dracaris at 2-1. Where do you expect her to be placed, Dylan Davis, in order for her to be most effective in the 7 furlong extended sprint?
I'm seeing a similar trip that she got last time. I'm not seeing for a turf sprint. Now, it is 7 furlongs, a bit of a hybrid distance, a tremendous amount of speed. I'm thinking the 10, Fauzia goes to the lead, and Athwack is attending her, and probably the 7, Mr. Dracaris, is right in behind them someplace.
How does this play, this 7 furlong trip on the Widener?
Well, it's tricky. You want to be forward, but you also have to be mindful of that little bit extra distance. It's, again, we don't run that many 7 furlong turf races. You want to be forward, but you also want to be mindful to save something for that last 1/8 of a mile.
You wound up with Athwack, number 11, the speedy mare, with Flavian Pratt aboard at 6-1 you're getting.
Yeah, making the first start for Pat Reynolds, coming off of her second start off the layoff. Pat, a guy that seems to find the key to especially older horses. He's a guy that for years made a career out of getting horses from other people that were older, had some mileage on them, and finding a way to get them back to their best races.
Turf racing, all about saving ground and trip, and everyone knows about the wide sweeping turns here at Belmont Park. Is there more or less room for error, in your opinion, when you have a good-sized field like this in these turf races?
Well, especially the Widener course, it's a little kinder to closers. It's a little kinder. I don't want to say you want to make mistakes, but if you make a mistake, you have more opportunity to overcome it. Think Yes and Yes yesterday, getting squeezed, able to steady at the 3/16 pole and still rally and win the race. Horses can stop and start a little easier on turf than they can on the dirt.
Mr. Dracaris at 2-1. This pick 4. Up over $260,000 in the pool. Later in all stakes, pick 4. Still 4 graded stakes races remaining on the program. Richie, for the viewers just joining us, chance to see a champion on this eve of the Belmont Stakes, and Jackie's Warrior in the True North a little bit later on.
This is what it's all about, seeing the top horses compete, and I've been thrilled with the card. I mean, I know people complain about field size. Don't complain about the quality of these fields, because they're outstanding.
A little bit of everything for those of you just joining us. The True North sprinters on dirt, 2-mile Gold Cup, 2 miles on grass. That's all coming up on America's Day at the Races as we get closer and closer to the 154th Belmont Stakes. Start of the pick 4 post time. Here's Johnny I with the 5th.
And they're off. It is Fauzia who shows first. Stop War now moves up. Stop War takes the lead. Fauzia is now racing in second, with Screamin' By and Ready to Venture right together, 3rd and 4th. Mr. Dracaris is 5th here in the early going. And then comes Zayn Al-Arab, who's on the outside. And right alongside is Athwack. A length and a half to Tass. Farther back is Messidor, who is racing in 9th. And trailing the field is in a jiffy. The quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Stop War, big long shot here. Leads by 2 lengths. Down on the inside is Ready to Venture, and on the outside is Screamin' By. They're right together with Miss Dracaris in fourth, still 4.5 lengths from the lead. Zayn Alarab moves up down on the hedge in fifth. Fouzier now back running in sixth, followed by Messador, the half and 45-1 as they head for home now. And it is Stop War, challenged on the outside by Ready to Venture. Zayn Alarab is looking for a way out. On the outside is Messador. In between horses, Miss Dracaris. Here comes Messador on the outside. Ready to Venture continues to battle on. Zayn Alarab closest to the rail. They come for the finish, and it is Messador to win it. Zayn Alarab was second. Ready to Venture finished third, and the time for the 7 furlongs on the widened turf, 1 minute. 20 seconds.
Whistling 7/8 in 1:20. The Hall of Famer Javier Castellano Messador, 7-2 at post time, takes down the 5th at Belmont Park.
Yeah, nicely timed ride by Javier, and no doubt that the course is firm. 7/8 in 1:20. Messador got that clean trip that she needed to make her run. How about the run from the Chad Brown runner, the 8, Zano Arab? I mean, she kind of picked her way through the field, came up the inside, looked like at one point she was going to get it done, had to come out around a tiring leader, ducked back to the inside. That's what I love about turf racing, Lafitte. 8th pole, looks like any one of 5 or 6 can win.
It's a wild, exciting finish. Castellano goes to the right hand, and Maggie told you how much better she looked today, and Messador for Blue Devil Racing, and Christophe Clement performs accordingly. Rails down here, Richie. How does that change things in terms of strategy and how these races unfold?
Well, you're running on clean ground that's not chewed up, that's been eaten up. The rails have been out, so now you've got that fresh ground to run on. And, to me, saving ground is always an optimum thing on turf. You need to save ground. He was outside. He got a clean run. Probably didn't get to save as much ground because of the post, but she was just very good on the day.
Messador, Javier Castellano, Christophe Clement to kick off this pick 4. 7-2 at post time. We'll have those results 12-8, 3-7 in the 5th of 11 at Belmont Park. And still ahead, the champion sprinter, highly decorated sprinter, Jackie's Warrior, all set for the True North later this afternoon at Belmont. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubois standing in Kentucky. Dubois, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is establishing himself as a sire of sires. His sons at stud include exciting young international stallions like Night of Thunder, Time Test, and Zarak. With his picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubois brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Look for his first yearlings this year. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
So glad you could join us on America's Day at the Races. Brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual. unusually well. It's gorgeous scenics from Claiborne Farm. Won a Belmont Stakes back in 1984 with Swale. Belmont Stakes tomorrow. Results coming up from the 5th race you just saw at Belmont. Messidor and horses on the track for the 6th at Churchill Downs. 2-year-olds, maiden special weight, $120,000 purse. Number 7, Gulfport, current favorite 5-2. You'll see him in the post parade. We start with Duplantis. Adam Beschizza takes the mount, first-time starter.
Oh, a big, pretty colt by Mastery. Man, make a nice impression on the racetrack. Does look like he'll probably appreciate going a bit further.
Debuting colt by McLean's Music, Mataro.
McLean's Music ran once, ran 114 by her figure at a Lady Tack, Grade 1 winner, both trained by Steve Asmussen. A lot of precocity and speed in this family.
Macho Villa. Dwayne Lucas, trained first-time starter.
Yeah, first foal out of a stakes-winning mare, albeit on the synthetic.
Lucas used to train a really good sprinter, Pancho Villa. Number 4, Coach Rogers here, debuting colt by Preakness winner Shackelford, and Shackelford's trainer, Dale Romans.
Boy, he has a lot of familiarity to
stamped him,
Shackelford.
didn't he?
Doesn't he look like that? All the chestnut with that white chrome. A lot of turf pedigree on the female side. Grand Dam's Memories of Silver.
Easy, big boy. 5th and 4th in his debut for Steve Asmussen.
And Steve's horses usually improve with a run. Earlier in the day, he won with a horse that had a start under his belt.
Request, number 6, debuting colt by Derby winner Nyquist.
William Morey does really good work with first-time starters. This horse's dam won on debut. I like to see precocity in families.
Acting up a little in the post parade, to be expected. Inexperienced 2-year-olds. Gulfport, 2nd at 2 for Steve Asmussen. Odds on now, 4-5.
Yeah, first, you're taking that kind of money. Strong gate drills. A half to the mare, favorite was 3rd in the Fairground Oaks behind Echo Zulu.
Fresh face after fresh face. Here's another first-time starter, Capacity, and Florent Giroux takes the call, 20-1, colt on the board.
First foal out of an unraced mare by Malibu Moon.
And on the outside, a Zafiro Anejo in those exaggerator colors for owner-trainer Keith DeSormo.
Yeah, and Keith DeSormo, a guy that does a really good job scouting talent, buying horses at bargain prices and doing really well with them, but this horse not taking any money. And that doesn't give you a lot of confidence that they're kind of showing that flash in the morning.
Gulfport has shown someone something, getting crushed 4-5. Exciting 2-year-old race next from Churchill Downs. We saw an exciting finish from that filly. Fist pump, Javier Castellano, all smiles. Entering the winner's circle, Messidor in the 5th, in the first leg of the, excuse me, Big 4 here at Belmont.
Yeah, and you can see
how far back.
Pretty far back, but you know what? He did get the safe ground. This is that inside-out trip we talk about turf. Look, he's getting to cut the corner, moving up in hand willingly. Now Javier goes, okay, I got decisions to make. I got this wall of horse in front of me, and I got a lot of horse. I've saved all the ground into the stretch. He eased out. That's about as smooth a transition easing out into the clear as you're going to see. He didn't angle out. There was no sharp move. It was just a nice, steady drift out to the clear. And boy, that was a really nice ride from Javier Castellano, a Hall of Fame ride from another Hall of Fame rider.
That was textbook.
That was pretty textbook to watch.
Castellano just missed in a Belmont Stakes commissioner. Comes to mind, a near miss for Winstar. Winstar, who's already won 3 Belmont Stakes. They have We the People overlaid early in the wagering for the Belmont Stakes, 6-1. Messidor, though, 9:30 over. Zayn El Arab and Ready to Venture. Fun, exciting turf race here. And we have many more exciting turf races ahead with the Grade 1 New York and the 2-mile Belmont Gold Cup and the Intercontinental to close the show on this Friday at Belmont Park, back at Churchill Downs. 2-year-olds winding up, Paul. Gulfport getting crushed, 1-2 as we have just about reached post time.
Yeah, I guess the word's been out in the morning on this this colt by Uncle Mo. They paid $275,000 for, and you know the interesting part about it is I don't understand the price at 1-2. Maybe that is what the value offers, but when you look at the will pays and the pick threes. And the doubles, the 6 is not far behind at all. Request here for Bill Murray, colt by Nyquist. They're not too far apart. If you look at the mid pick 4, I want to say it's paying 300 and change to the 7, and it's paying 380 and change to the 6. So in the pick 3s and pick 4s, the 6 and 7 are not that far apart, but the 7 has literally taken money from the jump street here, been working great guns at Keeneland with really good bullet drills out of the gate. That's showing me when the horse gets to the gate that he sort of knows it's kind of race time and he's revving it up a little bit. Got a little bit of a little tightener over the racetrack. The other horse I would mention in here would be the 2. I think the 2 in here for John Ennis, who owns this colt by McLean's Music, a $60,000 purchase. Usually John's a kind of guy that's a bargain shopper. $60,000 is pretty good for John, but he puts a lot of speed into his horses. You look at that work 2 back, I think that shows that this colt by McLean's Music might be the horse that's going to be out there out front, or at least showing a tons of early speed. But Gulfport might be tough to beat, but the sharp money's starting to go to the Nyquist filly and Request.
Request, there he is with Ricardo Santana. Santana, 1 win on the afternoon. Another look at Mataro and some positive signs that Paul touched on with this first-time starter, but cold on the board. 3-1 on the morning line, 15-1 at post time.
And we try to look at the board to help us kind of guide us in a direction.
Especially with first-time starters.
Yeah, horses that don't have any real proven form. I mean, we look at pedigrees and we look at the families, and I like to see if there's been horses that won early in the families. You know, these are all the little pieces of the puzzle we're trying to fit. Another thing from a physical perspective, when you watch young horses go to the pony, how they react to the pony. If they're obviously been schooled with a pony, a lead horse to take them to the gate, or they balk at it, or they don't want any part of it, because they're contending with so many new things first time out. You want to limit the amount of new things, and when your horse goes to the pony properly and does it like he's done it before, that tells me this is a well-schooled 2-year-old.
That behavior you look for, nice and composed pre-race. For the most part, these 2-year-olds, they've acted pretty well throughout the preliminaries leading up to post time.
They really have. Very professional. But listen, you got a lot of top-class horsemen getting these horses ready. You got a lot of nice pedigrees. And, you know, like people, you know, that are well pedigreed, they tend to have manners. They behave.
Mike Rapoli, well represented in tomorrow's Belmont Stakes. He owned Uncle Mo, the sire of Gulfport. How impressive was he in that 2011 Breeders' Cup Juvenile at Churchill Downs, securing a championship? How good is Gulfport? We're about to find out. 2-5 at post time, all set for the 6 2-year-old sprinting 5 furlongs at the Downs. Backing out now, Coach Rogers, the debuting Shackelford colt. Shackelford had a tendency to be a handful pre-race. We saw a lot of those antics before the Preakness, and all he did was hold off the Derby winner, Animal Kingdom, back in 2011. Travis Stone with the call, 6th race, live Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Machovila, flashing speed. Gulfport far outside. Mataro toward the rail, showing speed as well. Coach Rogers there too. Easy Big Boy backs off into 5th. Duplantis comes away 6th, followed by Request racing in 7th. Sofito Nenejo is 8th, and Capacity is at the back in 9th. They're on the far turn. Mataro the leader. Gulfport in hot pursuit, 2nd and outside. Machovila is back in 3rd. They whip through that opening quarter in 22-1. The rest with a lot of work to do and 2 furlongs to do it. Mataro turning for home. Gulfport to the attack. And just like that, Gulfport has taken the lead and has built a 2-length advantage heading for the final furlong. Mataro's back into 2nd. Machovila, Easy Big Boy back in 4th. Gulfport clear by 4. Mataro fights on from 2nd. But here is some precocious power. Gulfport, dazzling effort, wins by 6 lengths on the wire. Mataro was 2nd. Easy Big Boy was 3rd. Machovila and Zafiro Añejo.
That's how good Gulfport is. Daylight win in his debut. Brian Hernandez, Gulfport for the Heiletbroats, and trainer Steve Asmussen, good as advertised in the 6 at Churchill.
Not only talented, professional, good mind on him, did everything that Brian Hernandez asked. Came home his last furlong in less than 12 seconds. That's running.
That was impressive. A name to remember moving forward. Gulfport, crop uncocked. Brian Hernandez, hand ride to the wire, and Gulfport making it look all too easy in dominant fashion in his debut, 1-2, and rightfully so.
And he really, I mean, that was as impressive a 2-year-old debut we've seen this year. I'm sure we'll be seeing this guy in Saratoga.
Sire champion, 2-year-old Uncle Mo. Nobody's saying he's Uncle Mo, but Gulfport awfully impressive in this 6th race. Churchill Downs 7-2-5-3 back here at Belmont. And down to Maggie with a very special guest, Lisa Lazarus.
Yeah, Lafitte, so pleased to be joined by Lisa, who is the CEO of the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Act. And Lisa, we saw HISA launched just recently. It goes into effect on July 1st. What is the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Act going to do for the sport?
So the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Act, which was passed by Congress in December in 2020, it's been enacted to really make racing fairer and safer. You know, the two main components are safety and integrity. And one of the things that you'll see that's different is, first of all, you'll see for the first time a national uniform governing body for horse sports. That didn't exist before in racing. This is the first time. And what HISA is going to do is it's going to essentially govern both racetrack safety, so a whole new set of rules around protecting equine and jockey welfare. And we're also going to have in January 2023 a new anti-doping medication control program, which is really important. And that's the integrity piece.
So you mentioned how this kind of affects the horses and keeping their best interests in mind, as well as the people involved with them. But another big aspect of horse racing is the bettors, is the people who support horse racing in that way. How is this going to affect them?
So really, I think uniformity and transparency is incredibly important for the betting public. And having the same rules in Kentucky, in California, in New York, in Louisiana, that's going to help, I think, the bettors. And also, one of the things that you'll see is with all of the, once we start enforcing our rules, and if there are violations, they'll be readily available on our website. So you can track exactly kind of what's being prosecuted, what's being detected in horses' samples, if anything. And I think that transparency and that uniformity are really key ingredients.
And as you mentioned, once it goes into effect, which is right around the corner in less than a month on July 1st, you mentioned the registration process as well. And who can register and who's going to kind of be signed up for HISA?
Sure. So HISA covers the thoroughbred racing industry. That's the only breed we're currently covering and that we oversee. And so anybody who is a covered person, which means somebody who's licensed by any state racing commission, and they interact with a horse. So that primarily is your trainers, your jockeys, your owners, your veterinarians, and all of them have to register by July 1. It's a 3-minute process, and it really is just a way for us to keep track and manage the program and communicate with stakeholders in the industry. Yeah.
Well, Lisa, thank you so much for your hard work. I'm really excited. I think we're all very excited to have HISA in place in just a short period of time.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us. And if you haven't registered and you're a covered person, please register by July 1.
Lisa, thank you so much. Lafitte, you're safe. You don't have to register since you're a media guy, but if you are working with these horses, make sure you get on the HISA website and get registered today.
Maggie, thanks so much, and our thanks to Lisa Lazarus for taking the time in its very early stages. The Horse Racing Integrity Act, Richie, a big picture, your thoughts on the reason for its existence and its intent long term.
Well, anything that is going to benefit the horses, make it safer for the human and the equine athletes involved, and certainly for the credibility with the public. I think we have to do a much better job in the industry of being transparent, just what she was talking about, and giving people confidence that what they're wagering on is a level playing field, and nothing more important than that. We want our customers to have confidence in what we're doing here.
Again, our thanks to Lisa Lazarus for taking the time here with Maggie in the paddock here at Belmont Park. We still have so much to get to. The fans are out, still have 4 graded stakes races. They'll get a chance to see a champion this afternoon, Jackie's Warrior in the True North a little bit later on as our coverage continues on America's Day at the Races, Belmont Stakes weekend in New York, winding down the 2022 Triple Crown. Stay tuned.
Union Rags, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making formula. A formula that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. He's a leader in his sire crop by graded stakes winners and grade 1 winners. He's a commercial standout with multiple million-dollar sales and a 6-figure yearling average. And with 4 full books bred at 50 and 60,000, he has even more exciting progeny in the pipeline. Union Rags, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green at Belmont in Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Central Banker is a Grade 2 winner whose well-balanced good looks have helped fill his books every season at McMahon Thoroughbreds of Saratoga. And now that his runners have proved themselves on the track, breeders are beating a path to his court.
Breeders gravitate towards consistency and a sure bet. It's an uncertain world out there. COVID adds to the mix. And, you know, Central Banker in our regional program and even in abroad has really helped breeders find sure footing.
McMahon points out that fourth-year sire Central Banker ranks in the top 10 nationally. Central Banker progeny have earned nearly $9 million, and not just in the Empire State. His 4-year-old daughter Nico's Dream won the My Charmer Stakes at Gulfstream Park.
And they're off.
That same day, another first-crop runner, Bankett, took the Alex M. Robb Stakes back at Aqueduct.
Bankett has taken the lead.
That win was Bankett's third stakes win and brought his earnings up to more than $800,000.
Every single Central Banker foal comes out very well balanced, medium big size with good bone. They train easy. They are not too wild as youngsters, just wild enough as 2-year-olds.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races. As always, it pays to have a New York bred. We saw that feature just now on Central Banker, as he does have a son in here. That's number 7, Kingstown. Though we'll look at the inside runners here in the paddock, starting with number 1, Feathers Road. He'll turn back a furlong, and I can't say that I'm ultimately convinced that's the best thing for him. He's such a big, rangy horse, and while he looks fantastic, I know he's run maybe his fastest race going shorter. I don't know. I think he's gotten kind of lucky in those races with the pace coming apart, but it could again today with the presence of Hey Mac, It's Jack, as well as Built to Last. So we'll see how he does here, but I do think everybody has the right favorite, though they are kind of betting it like it is a one-horse race. And looking at Yarrow, this is by far one of the strongest times I've ever seen him. Obviously second off the bench. He looks stronger behind. He looks fitter. And we often see this with Christophe Clement horses. It just happened in the last race with Messidor, second off the bench on the turf. So yes, Yarrow is the right favorite, and he had trouble in his last start. But boy, Lafitte, that's a very short price.
4-5, Yarrow, Maggie, and Christophe Clement, they trust. Clement looking to go back-to-back. This was Yarrow's latest. From off the pace, while Hey Mac, It's Jack flashing his speed up front, Richie.
Yeah, and that's the name of this race here. There's speed in this race, and I think it could be a contested pace, which would help Yarrow. I agree with Maggie. I think it is too short a price, but he makes a lot of sense because he's going to get pace with that closing style.
Yarrow, team tonalist, Joel Rosario, Christophe Clement, Belmont Stakes winners, while California Chrome was bidding for a Triple Crown in 2014. We would have to wait one more year to see the first Triple Crown winner in 1,000 years. American Pharaoh, nice fist bump there between the buglers calling the field to post for this 6th race at Belmont Park. Picked 6th time Belmont Park. And we'll meet the field for these New York bred maidens. 6 furlongs on the inner turf course. Firm inner turf course. Feathers Road, as Maggie mentioned. Big gelding here. See if he can break his maiden sprinting.
Well, he gets to get the inside here. He'll get to save ground, but being that big might be difficult to stop and start.
Aforementioned Yarrow.
Yarrow gets enough speed to close into. Joel Rosario's got such a knack at delivering these horses with that late move. It's such a touch that he has. What finesse?
Mr. Turf Sprint, built to last, showed more speed in his. That was on yielding ground.
Yeah, I just didn't think his speed was judiciously meted out last time. I like Castellano getting aboard.
Hey, Mac, it's Jack who tried to steal, as you just saw, that race at 41-1. Manny Franco seeking a second.
Well, he certainly is going to add to the pace here, particularly with the 3 inside of him if he shows the kind of speed he did last time.
Acting up is the first-time starter, giving Dylan Davis all he can handle. Full compliment. Settle down now.
Well, that's what I talk about, first-time starters with the pony. He obviously not crazy about the pony. Cowboy up there, Dylan. Keep a leg on each side.
Fuoco, and you rode his sire in several races, Artie Schiller.
Yeah, Artie Schiller actually won on debut going 6 furlongs here at Belmont and never could win until he won.
What a good middle-distance turf horse Breeders' Cup Mile winner. Kingstown Flavian Pratt.
Trying the turf for the first time and didn't see a tremendous amount of turf pedigree here, though.
Busting up, back to grass after trying the main track. Good effort in his debut on grass.
Yeah, I think that race kind of throwing people off the scent a little bit. This horse is too big a price at 14-1.
Dream Point, who just missed by a head at 17-1 in his latest. Again, that was on yielding ground.
Yielding ground and a lot of pace to run at that day, too, for the 7 furlongs in yielding ground. Had a lot of tries.
And number 10, Don Bernardo, would be a huge, huge surprise.
Would be a big surprise for sure.
Pick 6 getting started here. New York bred maiden sprinting 6 furlongs on the inner turf course, 10 of them. Christophe Clement won the 5th with Messidor, has the favorite here in Yarrow, currently even money, and the big long-distance turf horse of the stable runs tomorrow in Gufo. Coming off that second place finish in the Man of War, Gufo ready to tackle Chad Brown's quad squad in tomorrow's Grade 1 Resorts World Casino Manhattan Stakes.
A nice energetic gallop on the main track here for Gufo. A lot of turf horses, for people that don't know, train on the dirt predominantly. Every now and then they'll have a speed work on the turf, but the turf course not opened every day for training, needs to be reserved for racing. You can kind of see he's a turf horse. See, every once in a while the ground breaks away from him a little bit galloping on the dirt, but Gufo's been, I'm sure at times frustrating because he has so much ability, but sometimes it's not continuity to his run. There's stops and starts. He almost runs a little bit like with the emergency brake on.
Grade 1 winner, having taken down the Sword Dancer that summer at Saratoga. And Highland Chief, who beat him in the Man of War, really ran well, Richie.
He really did, and he got a perfect trip. And why did he get that perfect trip? Because he could be forwardly placed. He created his own trip, Highland Chief, under Trevor McCarthy that day. He's got speed inside of him with Triphuven. Gufo, though, is going to get the pace I think he needs to show his best tomorrow in the Manhattan.
In a perfect world, where would you like to see Gufo situated heading up the backstretch?
Honestly, if he's 5-6 lengths away, I think at times it feels like he's almost been given too much to do. I would like to see him just stay a little bit more in touch.
So we said Chad Brown with 4 runners in the Manhattan. He has 3 in the Justa game a little bit earlier. That one up, probably you can make the argument the most competitive race of the graded stakes races tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, this is a fantastic race. You got a big, deep field, 10 horses. You've got speed and Channel Maker. Santon showed speed last time for Brendan Walsh. Trephuven does his best when he freewheels on the lead. Highland Chief doesn't need the lead, but he can certainly get position. Actually sets up really well for Gufo when you look at the pace dynamics of this race.
Heat things up early on. Look out for Gufo late and Joel Rosario for Christophe Clement. Clement with the favorite here in Yarrow. 4-5 in the pick 6 to get started here at Belmont Park, still with 4 graded stakes races remaining in this key May 21st race. Richie with 3 exiting. It'll go head to head once again in a few moments.
Well, you see there's Built to Last, who just was freewheeling on the lead. He had opened up 5 lengths around the far turn on yielding ground, fast fractions, was put to a drive a long way from home, over a quarter of a mile away. There's no way he could have any more air left. I like the switch to Castellano for him. I think his speed will be used more judiciously. I mean, he just ran out of fumes here, and he was just picked off by horses that laid back and came and picked up the pieces.
The tank was empty, and that was on yielding ground, on firm ground for this upcoming 6th race at Belmont. We check it with Maggie.
Yeah, poor Built to Last. You know, he's the one horse that has participated in both of the races run at this division. So you kind of worry about him coming back quickly. But I do want to talk about the pace in here. I don't think we're going to see that same kind of pace with Built to Last today. Although I don't think Javier is going to just hand the race on a silver platter to number 4, Hey Mac, It's Jack. But look at the last breeze that Hey Mac, It's Jack comes in here with, 59 flat on the Tapeta synthetic surface at Fair Hill. And that's pretty quick. I don't usually see 59 flat if it's a legitimate work. I just think this horse is quicker. I think this horse is sharp heading in here. He looks a bit quicker than Built to Last. He's getting on his toes as they approach the gate. He's going to be the leader here with Built to Last, I would think, sitting right off of him. As the first-time starter, you guys talked about it, full complement, green, even more green on the track than what he was in the paddock. But a good-looking animal. He just looks as though he's going to benefit from a start. And if anything, he looks as though he wants to go a bit further than this, a very big, rangy horse that has a lot of size to him. I think this is just the jumping off point, Lafitte.
The experience here, full complement, all set for his debut and conceding experience to everyone else in the field here, Richie.
Yeah, and I'm just not crazy when I see a horse acting up like that with the pony and acting green, and it feels like it's a starting point here for him. You know, I have utmost respect for Jimmy Jerkins. Think he's a terrific horseman, but the horse just looked like he was a handful.
Something to watch right from the start. Another look at full complement, Dylan Davis, but Built to Last, Javier Castellano. Castellano looking to go back-to-back, and Hey Mac, It's Jack, and who is quickest, as Maggie mentioned, headed up the backstretch.
I think there's just a balancing act here with Built to Last. He has some speed, but you don't want to use it too much. You don't want to give him too much to do. You know, to me, it's like the Goldilocks effect. You got to find what's just right, and I like Javier Castellano getting aboard. Maybe he finds what's just right.
You went with Yarrow. What isn't just right is the price, 4 to 5.
Well, I went with Built to Last.
Oh, you went with Built to Last.
Maggie went with Yarrow.
Maggie went with Yarrow. Here's Johnny I with the call. Post time kicking off the Pick 6 from Belmont.
And they're off. There's Foco, who's going out for the lead. Built to Last is now moving up. Kingstown is there. 3 of them across the track. Busted Up is next in 4th. Hey Mac, It's Jack runs in 5th. Yarrow, the favorite, down at the hedge and in 6th. Full complement. The first-time starter is in 7th, with Feathers Road next in 8th. 2.5 lengths back to Dream Point, and Don Bernardo is the trailer in 10th. It is Built to Last who has the lead here over Hey Mac, It's Jack, and on the outside is Kingstown, the opening quarter, 22 and 3/5 seconds. Built to Last is the leader as Kingstown moves up on the outside into 2nd. Hey Mac, It's Jack down at the hedge in 3rd. Followed by Busted Up in the red blinkers in 4th. In behind horses is Foco in 5th. Feathers Road down towards the inside. Yarrow is out in the middle of the course, but in the meantime, Built to Last has built a 3-length lead. Hey Mac, It's Jack running in 2nd. Feathers Road gaining at the rail. And on the outside is Yarrow. And Yarrow is coming on quickly here. Built to Last, Yarrow, Feathers Road, the 3 of them come on. And it's a photo finish between Yarrow and Feathers Road. They were right together in race 6.
Thrilling finish to kick off the Pick 6. Built to Last, wailing and dealing on the front end, and then here comes Yarrow and Feathers Road. Maybe the favorite, Yarrow over Feathers Road in the shadow of the wire.
I think Built to Last got the trip I thought he would get, and I thought I was counting my money at the 16th pole, and then I started yelling slide because here came Yarrow, and what do we talk about with Joel Rosario? Just producing that horse at the last possible moment.
Get there?
Close. Yeah, he got there.
About a half ahead.
For Rosario, that was handling.
He's magic in these turf sprints. Another look, Built to Last. And he had built that cushion for Tom Morley. You know, Maggie's rooting right here. Hold on. Richie rooting. Where's the wire? But then Feathers Road, Yarrow finds his best stride. Reel in the leader, heads bobbing, and a thrilling finish with Joel Rosario, Yarrow picking off Feathers Road by about a half a head.
And what shouldn't be lost in all this is the ride that Jose Lezcano delivered on Feathers Road with a big individual inside post, saved all the ground, and was able to come out in between horses as smoothly as possible. We're always so result-oriented. That was as good a ride as the winner got. Sometimes you just second best.
Making you sweat at 4 to 5. 2, 1, 3, 9, Yarrow and Joel Rosario. Back-to-back wins, Christophe Clement on the Friday program. From Messidor to Yarrow. Tomorrow, Gufo in the Grade 1 Manhattan. Today, in the Grade 1 New York, for the first time a Grade 1. And how good is this mare? Rougier, Group 1 winner overseas. The French filly for trainer Chad Brown. 6 to 5, morning line favorite in the Grade 1 New York headline event on this eve of the Belmont Stakes.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside, no confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. Back at Churchill Downs, race number 7. Have those results from Belmont shortly. 2-1-3 Yarrow at 4 to 5 here. $16,000 claiming sprint, 6.5 furlongs. There is Subdued in Gabe Saez.
Yes, Subdued, really basically stepping up in company from starter allowance races at Indiana and Belterra.
Number 2, Drina's Star, 7-year-old gelding, 10-time winner in 37 starts.
Yeah, horse that the claim was voided last time for 25, drops for 16. Certainly a major player here.
That was the formula to a win yesterday. Late in the card, Churchill. Number 3, Fiery Tail. Rene Diaz, the 7-pound apprentice.
Yeah, 37 career wins, 3 more wins. He'll go from a 7-pound apprentice down to a 5-pound apprentice.
Number 4, Rye Humor, a 3-time winner. 2 of those at Churchill, bouncing.
Yeah, he's bouncing. He's on his toes, but he's turning back in distance, coming off a bit of a freshening. So he's gonna need to be sharp to keep up with these.
Some warriors in this field. Seau, 8-year-old gelding, 63rd lifetime start. Warrior.
Yeah, turned back in distance last time and delivered a real nice run under Corey Lannery. He's a major player here.
Here's another. Number 6, Trap Valley, 8-year-old gelding. This will be his 50th career start.
To me, these are the heart and soul of our game. Horses that show up and compete. Honestly, like my people, like my horses. Honest and hardworking.
And love their job. And love their job. Mason AP, Giovanni Franco aboard.
Yeah, he's going to have to show a bit more than he's been showing recently.
Strong contention towards the outside here. Hidden Promise, and John Ortiz will make his Belmont debut tomorrow with Barber Road.
Yeah, John Ortiz grew up in the shadow of Belmont Park, so this is a homecoming of sorts for him. This horse is a major player. He's 1 for 1 at the distance.
Espionage, Steve Asmussen seeking a third win this afternoon. Espionage looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, gets Brian Hernandez in the tack here. You know, he's been using Tyler Gaffleone a lot. Tyler Gaffleone's here today. Been feeling like an open casting call a little bit, you know, with Steve, since kind of moving things around, not solely using Ricardo Santana on the majority of his horses anymore.
A little like Manny Franco for Chad Brown and the opportunities he's had here at Belmont and delivering, cashing in when you have those opportunities. For trainer John Ortiz, as you mentioned, and here in tomorrow's Belmont Stakes, Barber Road, 6th place finish in the Kentucky Derby, and it's the same conversation you have with Rich Strike and Mo Donegal and this closer. But this closer has showed tactical speed in the past. Just lately, it's been mostly a one-run type from off the pace.
It's just kind of interesting. And listen, all good horses possess speed. It's how they learn to use it. But he did a complete departure from the speed he showed as a 2-year-old. He actually had sprint speed as a 2-year-old. And as he stretched out in distance, he showed less and less speed. Now, conventional wisdom is you take blinkers off a horse, and they're going to even show less speed than that. But going a mile and a half, I don't think that's a concern. And boy, he sure likes his gallops, doesn't he? The way he bows his head and moves.
Barber Road, Belmont Stakes, and that formula that's been so effective. Horses running in the Derby, skipping the Preakness Stakes, running in the Belmont. It's worked for Todd Fletcher. Paul, John Ortiz trying in his Belmont debut with Barber Road. Your thoughts on his chances tomorrow afternoon?
Well, you can't ask for a more honest horse than Barber Road, right? I mean, he seems like he shows up every time and is always in the money. And it looked like in the Kentucky Derby that he was sort of finished, and he keeps on reaching and reaching and reaching and was able to run 5th. Now, he does draw the outside. Now, Mig talked about he did have tactical speed as a 2-year-old. Where is that gone? But now the blinkers come off. So is that going to dull his speed even more? I do think the jockey change, no disrespect to the other horse jockeys that have ridden this horse, to Joel Rosario, is a giant plus, because Joel is probably the king and judge of pace when it comes to a race, and he knows the Belmont racetrack better than anybody. He's an interesting sort, because Barber Road is the type of horse that if a race falls apart, he's always sort of right there. He can be in the middle. He's an interesting horse, guys, because he's always right there, and horses that are always right there can sometimes get a good trip and a lucky trip.
And last we saw in the wagering, Barber Road was a shorter price than the morning line favorite. We the People 6-1, Barber Road 5-1 for tomorrow's Belmont Stakes in the early wagering. Paul, what about this 7th race at Churchill Downs and the start of the Pick 3 coming up? What'd you come up with?
Well, you know, I think the race Lafitte goes through the 2 or the 9 in here. You have the 2 in here, Draina Star, right now I think at 3-1. That has a lot of speed. But Espionage on the outside has a lot of speed, and I think a lot of people will dismiss racing out in Texas. But Lone Star has very, very good racing. That's where Steve Aspen actually calls his home, or he'll fly to go watch his horses run. This horse has been hot at the claim box. Look at the barns the horse has been in. Diodoro, Broberg, and the horse still ran a giant race. Espionage really is, I guess the horse, if he wants to, can get to the front end with Brian Hernandez. And if that happens, he's going to be very, very tough to catch in here. I do look at the 4 in here, Rye, as a chance. Rye Humor as a chance on the cutback. That's if Draina Star and the 9 go at it. If they go at it, I'm in love with the 8 here, guys. I think the 8's got a giant shot on the cutback for John Ortiz, who we were just talking about. Like Mig said, the horse is undefeated at the distance. He was a little keyed up, which I don't mind, considering he's a route horse. I think John's got him keyed up a little bit to keep him closer to the pace.
With Relu Gutierrez, Paul, Hidden Promise 5-2. As we mentioned, strong contention towards the outside. Richie Espionage 5-2, the favorite at post time, and what's been a solid afternoon for Brian Hernandez, Steve Asmussen.
Pretty remarkable that the 9 Espionage has run 9 times. He's been claimed 6 of those 9 starts.
I'd like to see it.
Yeah, he's attractive. People see something in him that, hey, I want to have that horse in my barn.
$16,000 claimers here. Rich Strike wants a $30,000 claim. Belmont Stakes tomorrow for Rich Strike. First things first, it is post time. All set for the 7th at Churchill Downs. Travis Stone standing by.
Turn the gate. And they're off. Sayao strikes out for the lead. Drana Star sent on for speed 2. Trap Valley is there. Espionage on the far outside joins them. So down the backstretch they go. Sayao short lead. Drana Star keeping pace. Espionage right there, third and outside. Trap Valley backs off into fourth. Subdued comes away fifth. Fiery Tail sixth. Hidden Promise racing in seventh. Mason AP is eighth, and Rye Humor's at the back. 10 lengths off the lead. They rocketed to that opening quarter mile in 22 and 2/5 seconds. 3-ply battle for the lead. Sayao in between. Drana Star at the rail. Espionage 3 wide with 3 furlongs to go. Trap Valley comes alive, angling toward the outside fourth. 3 lengths farther back to Fiery Tail. Hidden Promise is fifth with 6 lengths to make up and a quarter mile to go. Off the turn, Espionage short lead. Sayao fights on. Drana Star couldn't keep up. Trap Valley to the attack. And here comes Trap Valley charging hard down the center. Trap Valley puts a nose in front. Espionage in tight. Sayao fights on. Fiery Tail is now third. 100 yards to go. Trap Valley and Sayao in a fight to the finish that Sayao refused to lose. Sayao the winner. Trap Valley was second. Fiery Tail was third. Espionage was fourth.
Was a great linebacker, and that was a great finish. Who says a $16,000 claiming event can't produce a thrilling stretch drive? Sayao denies Trap Valley in the 7th at Churchill.
Difference-changing leads. See the 6 Trap Valley lingering on that left lead. Sayao got on his right proper lead, found a little more energy late. It's so important. Horses just find more when they change leads properly.
2-1 at post time. Sayao. Results forthcoming here at Belmont Park. And yeah, they don't say he's the best turf sprint jockey in the world for nothing. What a finish in this one. Joel Rosario, Christophe Clement back-to-back. Yarrow 4-5 at post time.
Just delivered in the perfect timed move. Yarrow, Joel Rosario for Christophe Clement. Feathers Road, nice ride, good run from him, from Jose Lascano. Built to last. I guess he's not built to last because he looked like he had this one and couldn't finish it. No.
Blast as always, Richie.
Absolutely, yeah.
And still so much coming up. 4 graded stakes races. A little bit later on, Jackie's Warrior in the True North. Belmont Gold Cup. It's so rare. 2-mile race on grass.
Love it. So much to look forward to.
4 graded stakes races, and yes, a champion. Jackie's Warrior, odds-on favorite in the True North. For Richard Migliore, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Let's stick around. Greg and Andy coming up next on the show.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Surgery as well. He didn't put away a field with as much authority in that first start back as we would have expected, but it was off the bench, it was off surgery.
Fast pace too. I mean, it was a very speed-friendly track though. Every race that day was wired.
Look, that horse was heavy coming into the pad. I mean, you could tell that he had excess weight on him. Steve Asmussen, he doesn't, he's not hard on his horses coming off of layoffs. They always improve second and third time off. This is third time off the layoff today. And looking at him in the paddock, I'd watched him work the week before, and or 2 weeks before, out of the starting gate there at Oaklawn Park. He worked well. They were trying to get some weight off of him, but he was carrying plenty of extra flesh in that race at Oaklawn. That race tightened him up quite a bit, and I think we saw that from his performance he put in his next start at Churchill.
And let's, to your point, Steve Asmussen has won more races than anyone in the sport in North America. He's building to bigger and better things with a horse he believes. He has some unfinished business. He wants that Breeders' Cup Sprint. Let's go back to Lafitte and Mig.
And Greg Asmussen has trained some top-class sprinters over the years. Matoli, one that comes to mind, Jackie's Warrior. Who'd you say he reminded you of in the paddock here and the way he's warming up out on the track before this True North?
Watching him walk around the paddock, he reminded me of Mike Tyson. I actually got to see Mike Tyson fight his third or fourth fight up at the Egg in Albany. And he walked into the ring, and being in the audience, you were intimidated. That's what you're getting from Jackie's Warrior. He's swaggering around and basically saying, I've got the belt. You got to come get it. Do you want it? He's intimidating.
For Joel Rosario, who's been in this spot so many times, riding heavy favorites and graded stakes races, can you lend perspective to the pressure a jockey feels when you're riding a horse who flat out is just supposed to win, and anything short of that is a huge disappointment?
I think vast majority of jockeys would have a little bit of butterflies. You just don't want to make a mistake and get the horse beat. I don't think that's the case with Joel Rosario. He just never seems to, fluster to me. He's always so cool and calm. He's always smiling, laughing about it. Maybe there's more going on underneath the surface, but boy, if he's hiding any nervousness, I wouldn't want to play poker with him.
And Maggie, I think back to your paddock report for the Champagne as a 2-year-old. You said, man, this for a 2-year-old walks into the paddock like he owns it. And we're seeing more of the same from Jackie's Warrior.
To this day, Lafitte, he still owns it out here. I do want to talk about warm-ups in general because Steve Asmussen is a trainer who always keeps his horses with the lead pony, and that's because they get schooled relentlessly with the lead pony in the morning. So they have a plethora of ponies in their barn. So all the horses feeling very comfortable. Now, you look at Baby Yoda, Sound Money, as well as Mr. Phil, and they all got exuberant warm-ups. But I'm not saying that we're not going to see Jackie's Warrior forwardly placed because this is how he typically warms up. I'm just saying that other riders out here look as though they have some intention on their mind with the warm-ups that they got. And then a horse that's a long shot that didn't like it all on paper, guys, is Nighttime. He looks sensational shipping in here for Dale Romans as one to maybe use underneath.
All right, Maggie, thank you. And that's one that Andy has said all along. Look, way too big a price. Still too big a price, probably at 23 to 1.
When I look at the races you're looking for, I think when you look for overlays, you have to compare him to other horses in the race. And I don't see why he's 3 times as likely to win or less likely to win than the 4 or twice the 1. How's Mr. Phil going to win this race? Maybe they all need Jackie's Warrior just completely failed to show up.
Well,
which I guess it's always possible, right?
It's a horse race at the end of the day. But Mr. Phil, he does not have Jackie's Warrior's gate speed leaving there. I think what Mig said at the top of this session is you're going to see Joel park Jackie's Warrior about out in the 3-path, and if Kendrick Carmouche wants to go crazy down inside of him, he's going to let him. Then he'll tighten it up on him a little bit. But Joel's going to ride him with confidence, get him away from there. I just hope that first step is a clean step and let Jackie's Warrior do his thing from there.
Is it maybe that he just doesn't want anyone outside of him?
I don't think that's the case at all. I don't think anybody outside of him is fast enough to be in front of him anyway, or up on his outside.
We'll see how far he is off the rail coming up. Grade 2, True North. Jackie's Warrior, the reigning sprint champion. Heavy favorite. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
And they're off. War Toxin, Jackie's Warrior, Sound Money on the outside. Jackie's Warrior goes on with it as Mr. Phil advances down at the rail. War Toxin now back running in third. Sound Money's on the outside in fourth. Length and a half to Baby Yoda and Nighttime is the trailer. Mr. Phil going up to challenge Jackie's Warrior for the lead. It's Jackie's Warrior on the outside with a head in front. Mr. Phil down at the rail, the quarter 22 and 4/5 seconds. And Jackie's Warrior now gets away to lead by 3/4 of a length. Mr. Phil down at the rail. Sound Money's on the outside. War Toxin is back running in fourth. Alongside is Baby Yoda. And the trailer is Nighttime. And the champ will take the field to the head of the stretch. Jackie's Warrior in front now by 2.5 lengths. Sound Money runs in second. Mr. Phil down towards the rail. Then Baby Yoda and War Toxin, the half in 45 and 2/5 seconds. And it is Jackie's Warrior, and he's pouring it on here in the stretch. Jackie's Warrior with a 7-length lead. This is the Grade 2 True North, but it's a Grade 1 performance again by Jackie's Warrior. He won by 5, and the final time, 1 minute, 15 seconds.
Just a few ticks off the track record and as easy as could be for the reigning sprint champion. And again, we see him far off the rail.
Listen, he's letting this horse, he lets the horse design his own race. He stays out of his way. That's where this horse was wanting to run. He's comfortable. He's not lugging out. He's running straight in through. He changes his leads perfectly, going into the turn, coming out of the turn. And Joel's just along for a joyride right now. I mean, it's not that he's not pulling him up, but he's not encouraging him. He's just letting Jackie have a day out at the park, literally, a walk in the park.
I mean, I know the pace wasn't that fast, but this is just a joke. He's just in a different league than these horses. And Sound Money probably ran one of the better races he's ever run. He tried to take him on, and he's the second Klarovich horse that's got his butt kicked by Jackie's Warrior now.
Well, let's go to Maggie on horseback.
We can turn, Miguel. Here with my baby, not you, Joel, but Jackie's Warrior, dominant performance. And Joel, you've ridden him and had the pleasure to be on him for all 3 years of his career. How good is he now?
Man, he's just unbelievable. You know, he just keeping going faster all the time, faster and faster, and he's a special horse.
We saw Mr. Phil. We saw a couple horses take a shot at you early on the lead. How does he respond to that?
Oh, he just there for you. Whatever you want to do, he's always there. So, you know, feel very confident, you know, when he's like that. And, you know, he just push back, you know, just make it easy when you ride those guys.
Joel, things didn't go his way in the Breeders' Cup. That's obviously Steve Asmussen, the Hall of Famer, has not been shy about that being the end goal. Is it his year at Keeneland this time?
We hope so. Yeah, so we'll see. We look forward and then, yeah, see what they want to do with him, and then hopefully that's it.
Well, Joel, congratulations. You've been an excellent partner to the great Jackie's Warrior.
Thank you so much, Mike.
All right, the champ's back, guys. Thank you. I love you.
Righting wrongs for Jackie's Warrior in 2022. That Breeders' Cup Sprint long-term goal in the fall. Last year on the undercard of the Belmont Stakes, upset, defeated by Drain the Clock and the Woody Stevens. This was an absolute mismatch from the start, Mig.
This was a paid public workout. I mean, he won as easy as a horse can win. You know, you see Joel purposely keeps him out there.
This is what you were talking about.
Yeah, he just, you know, he's 5-6 pats off the rail. Like Gary said, he's not lugging out. It's where Joel is placing him. And he's just under that long rein, kind of doesn't move his hands up his neck, just kind of lets the rein slap him on. I think we got to get Joel a rear view mirror. He kind of kept looking back, look under this arm, look under that arm. But they're not anywhere close. And look, he wins geared down. This lends to longevity for a horse. Horse wins this easy. They're not going deep into the well. They come back out of it happy. They come back out of it sound. And he's not a typical sprinter in so much Lafitte. Like, he doesn't look like he's going fast. He's got a very long, efficient stride. It just comes easy to him.
Saw Scott Blasi looking on, assistant trainer to Steve Asmussen. Lots to smile about based on that performance from Jackie's Warrior. Yet another graded stakes victory here, and could not have done it any easier. Jackie's Warrior, 1-5, and rightfully so. Joel Rosario checking for competition. Nobody was coming. By daylight, 1:15 for the 6.5 furlongs. Jackie's Warrior in the True North.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast, with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes. A son of leading fifth crop sire, Union Rags. A $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical, and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Jackie's Warrior, a warrior indeed, as I'm pleased to be joined by winning trainer Steve Asmussen. Steve, Jackie just does everything so easily.
He's such a special horse. I can't say enough about Kurt and Judy Robeson allowing us to run him another year. You know, him being Eclipse champion last year and establishing that, and for us to get to enjoy, to watch that, what a wonderful moment.
And tell me about that, bringing back a champion. I know the long-term goal to get the Breeders' Cup win for him this year, but seeing him now 3 for 3 on the year and defending that title he earned.
Well, absolutely. All 3 races this year have looked like that. The way in which he's doing it, the separation he's getting, and the confidence he's showing. He's what a true professional.
I know you're working backwards from that Breeders' Cup, so what's kind of the game plan with him for the rest of the year?
Well, we're excited to go to Saratoga from here. Vanderbilt Forego, and Breeders' Cup's our plan, and Jackie looks prepared for it. We're awfully fortunate to have him.
He certainly does look prepared. Steve, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Jackie's Warrior, dominant in the True North, and we can't wait to see him up at the spot, Greg.
Yeah, it sounds like a good chance we're going to get a couple of opportunities to see him. He's going to bring some serious star power to upstate New York.
He's 4 for 4 at Saratoga, including 2 Grade 1 wins, all Faso wins. You got the Vanderbilt at 6 furlongs, the Forego at 7 furlongs. They may be excited to see him. The other horses and owners and trainers are not.
Well, that Alan Jerkins showdown last summer with Life is Good, that was one of the great stretch duels we saw all year long.
It was one of the greatest races. One of the greatest races I've ever seen, to be honest with you. I think Life is Good in defeat. It was one of the great performances in defeat you'll see. I mean, 2 horses like that, throwing it down the way they did, man, that's what makes racing great.
At 1 to 5, Jackie's Warrior continues to do his thing. 3 for 3 now as a 4-year-old, and you got it. I mean, he is, no question, he's the odds-on favorite to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint. I know it's a long way off, but some unfinished business for him. See if he can get there. Seems like if he can stay sound, everyone else is up against it. We got 2 more legs to go in this late pick 5. Grade 1 New York is next, and Chad Brown sends out Rougier, Group 1 winner of the Prix de l'Opera at 1.25 miles at Longchamp. He's got Virginia Joy, and he's got the undefeated 6 for 6 Bleecker Street.
I think Bleecker Street is such an interesting horse. Started out running at the Meadowlands in Monmouth with mid-60 buyer figures, and is now 6 for 6 with 3 graded stakes win. Rozier is an international killer, but the job with Bleecker Street is really impressive.
You made it sound like she's an assassin of some sort.
No, I just think you don't see a lot of horses that run in the sort of lesser races and they end up winning graded stakes. It's sort of amazing where she's come in the last, 9 months?
She's a special filly. If you win the Prix d'Anne, did you say the Prix d'Anne or the Prix de l'Opera?
She won the Prix de l'Opera. She didn't win the Prix d'Anne, the French Oaks.
Might even be more prestigious.
It's a huge race.
I thought Chad, as per our production meeting, was going to scratch one out of here today.
Yeah, I think originally they were planning on scratching, but they've decided to run all of them.
Incredibly strong hands for Chad Brown with probably the 3 to beat in this race. Grade 1, New York is next. 1.25 miles on the turf. We're going to take a timeout, and we're going to meet the field for the 154th running of the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes. Kentucky Derby winner who shocked everybody is back. We got a filly in Nest and the Speedster and We the People trying to pull off that Peter Pan Belmont double.
Anybody going 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Firenze Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Monmouth Park's newest featured race day is Haskell Preview Day, Saturday, June 18th. Wager on the TVG.com Pegasus for 3-year-olds, plus 3 graded stakes, all on the road to Haskell Day, Saturday, July 23rd. Win early and often by playing our 50-cent Win Early Pick 5. First post, 12:15 Eastern. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on a sensational Friday afternoon on the eve of the Belmont Stakes. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, our ABR race of the week, the 154th running of the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. $1.5 million purse, and that is the field that will line up.
Yeah. Are these current? Oh, these are current odds. Yeah. Well, We the People's not going to be his 2-to-1 morning line, but he is going to be the speed.
Can I book 8-to-1?
You mean bet him at 8-to-1?
We the People, he should be in front. He was in the Peter Pan on that good going.
The question is whether or not he can reproduce that kind of effort on a dry track. He has the controlling speed. I'm a little skeptical.
Skippy Longstocking, Saffie Joseph Jr., son of Exaggerator, will have Manny Franco aboard.
Yeah, he's going to be a huge surprise. He's 16-to-1 right now. I think these odds are going to even out a little bit from what we're seeing right now, but he'd be a big surprise. Finished third to Mo Donegal in the Wood Memorial.
Todd Pletcher has always said the longer the better with his filly Nest.
An interesting irony, her sire Curlin was the horse that Rags to Riches and Todd Pletcher vanquished when she won the Belmont. Now, she was a lot better than Nest, but Curlin was a lot better than the horses that Nest will be facing. She needs to improve with more distance because her races right now are not fast enough.
The Kentucky Derby winner passed on the Preakness. He is back for the test of the champion. Is he the real deal, or is he a one-hit wonder, Gary?
I think he's the real deal. I love what I've seen since he's been back here at Belmont training. He's settled in nicely. He's moving forward every day. The way he ran in the Kentucky Derby, had that time off. He needed the extra time. So says Eric Reed. He's got that extra time. It's been 5 weeks till tomorrow.
Triple Crown was on the line when Kenny McPeak won this race with a 70-1 upset with Sarava. What do you think of Creative Minister?
I like Creative Minister. He's my top choice in this race. I think at around the 6 to 8 to 1 range, he's very bettable. He should be in a good stalking position, and I like the fact that his buyer speed figures have improved with every single start.
Stablemate of the filly, the Wood Memorial winner, Mo Donegal, had to break from the rail in the Kentucky Derby and then had to go wide in the stretch.
Yeah, and look, his 8-horse field is going to help him. He's only got 7 other horses to compete with. He's not the type of horse that you want to get stopped at any point in the race. It's unlikely that he will get stopped. If he gets a clean trip, he's capable.
Dylan Davis, he's going to get his first mount in a Triple Crown event. He's teaming up with Mark Cassey here in Golden Glider.
And I know Mark pulled the upset a few years ago when he won this race with Sir Winston, but Sir Winston took advantage of a bias, and he was a little better in that situation. Golden Glider doesn't have a single race that makes him competitive.
And he got the ride of a lifetime from Joel Rosario in that victory as well. Barber Road, trainer John Ortiz, he grew up here in Elmont, kind of grew up on the backstretch. His dad galloped horses for Belmont.
Right, and he's now going to get the services of Joel Rosario, the new rider from Barber Road. Blinkers are coming off of him. Not sure exactly why. You wouldn't want to take any speed away from him because he has shown no speed in his last several, but he's honest as the day is long. He's right there every time. He always gives his hardest. I just don't know if he's fast enough to beat a couple of them on the even day.
Some intriguing storylines in this 154th edition of the Belmont Stakes. A look at that Saturday lineup that will conclude with the Belmont Stakes. 8 Grade 1s on the program tomorrow.
It's just an incredible array of horses. You've got last year's 2-year-old champion in a matchup, Echo Zulu in the first one. The Just a Game pitting 2 Peter Brandt horses that have been exceptional. The Brooklyn, the 1.5-mile race,
Lone
last
Rock.
year's winner. The Woody Stevens, you've got Jack Christopher, who could be the best 3-year-old in the country. The Phipps has got 2 champions in it. The Jaipur has last year's winner in a big field. The Mets got Flightline against the Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, as well as Speaker's Corner. Every single race has a star or stars in it.
Incredible lineup on Saturday. Up next, Grade 1 New York. And there is a look at Rougier of the 3 Chad Brown runners in here. She is the most highly regarded winner of that Group 1 Prix de l'Opera, and actually ran her in the Breeders' Cup filly and mare Turf. Chad Brown said he came to her as a tired filly, gave her some time, and she has gotten a lot better.
Yeah, listen, I mean, she's a world-class filly. The Prix de l'Opera, for people not familiar, is the filly and mare race on the undercard of the card of the Arc de Triomphe. It's a huge race, and she's a terrific, terrific horse. 1 1/16 was no problem for her. Slow pace, no problem. She crushed the field. The competition's tougher, but the tougher competition are all her stablemates.
And I think 1 1/4 helps this filly. I think her kick, she's going to have the same type of kick as what we saw there going to 1 1/16, maybe even more so. I think it'll be more noticeable today.
And keep in mind, Flighty Lady, the 30-1 member of the team, she's a rabbit here. Obviously, she's not good enough to win it here, but I think she's going to ensure an honest pace up front.
Yeah, didn't mean to dismiss her. Another one from the Chad Brown barn, but
it's hard to keep track.
Would be highly unlikely. Rougier, no question, the one to beat. With more on this group, let's go back to Lafitte and Mig.
Greg, I get it. Rougier is supposed to be better than Bleecker Street, but Bleecker Street, undefeated. She's like the Chris Carter of thoroughbred racing. Chris Carter, former star wide receiver for the Minnesota Vikings, Philadelphia Eagles. Like, the knock on him was, all he does is catch touchdowns. Like, that's what you're supposed to do. Bleecker Street, all she does is win races.
All she does is go out there and do what she's asked to do, and she does it very well. I love the turn of foot she showed here, having an angle out under Flavien Prat, and just found another gear once she got to the clear. And this has been a work in progress. I mean, she's undefeated, but she started out, and you can see he wound up back inside as Irad drifted out there in front of him on the runner-up. But she started at Tampa, confidence builder. Run up at Meadowlands, won another race. This year, perfect, stepping up each successive race and keeping, to me, improving. So, I mean, if she's going to need to improve again to handle her stablemate, but why can't she? She doesn't know how to lose yet.
And she fixed a bad habit in that modesty. Mechanically, she wouldn't switch leads. She did it right on cue beautifully in that last effort. And Maggie Wolfendale, unblemished to this point. Bleecker Street, 6 for 6. Or what are you noticing in the paddock?
Well, at first, Lafitte, I was a little bit dubious about her chances stretching out to, well, the 1.25 miles, because she has at times benefited from getting a little bit of pace coming back to her. But I'm not picking up that vibe here. And furthermore, for a 1.25 mile race, it does feel as though there are some horses that can go to provide at least an honest pace up front. She is a lot bigger than I expected. She's a lot longer in that frame, so like we like to say, scopier, you know, from pole to tail. There's a lot of length to her, and she's very evenly built. So I think with the gradual step out in distance that she has throughout her 6-race career so far, she's ready. She is ready for this 1.25 miles. So I like what I'm seeing from Bleecker Street, but she will have to get around her highly regarded stablemate by the name Rougier. And last time, I thought she looked ready. And if anything, this time around, she looks even more fit. And she's bouncing. She still has the same energy as what she did going back to that Beaugay. And just a quick mention about the turf. I remember talking to Flavien Prat after that race, and he was covered in dirt. So the turf may be a little less than firm, but still, it's kind of borderline the same today. It's just a nice kind of spongy type of firm that we're seeing, and it obviously she is a filly that relishes it. Next, we'll check in with the outside runner, number 7, Family Way. We saw her sister win here yesterday in the match race, Baby Blythe, and Family Way is a horse that's actually turning back in distance. She is one that has shown the ability to sit comfortably off a slow pace, which is something maybe when you observe her, you wouldn't necessarily think she could do, because watching her replays, it looks as though she gets a little hot, and when she first walked in here to the paddock, she was acting up, looking at something. I have no idea what she was scared of, but she has since settled down beautifully here today, and I kind of like the fact that she has that built-in stamina, turning back in distance a bit here, Greg, for this Grade 1 New York.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Two-day, $2 pick 4 pool. You see 182,000 and growing. Even money on Rougier. Meanwhile, we're going to take a look at Family Way. So 7-1 here from the outside post. Brendan Walsh, and faced a pretty good one in the Bewitch at a little bit longer distance than this, Warlike Goddess.
It is interesting, Greg. It does feel like she's a little bit better going those 1.5 mile, 1 3/8 races. But first of all, we got to give a love to somebody else. And she's not bad. I mean, she finished behind, she lost by a length to Virginia Joy, who I think should be a shorter price among the 4 Chad Brown horses. And she lost to Warlike Goddess, who probably should have won the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare's Turf last year. She's no bum. And I think she can get at least a piece of this race.
7-1 right now. Tyler Gaffleone in to ride for Brendan Walsh, the Uncle Mo 5-year-old mare. But now dipping below even money and odds on for the first time, Rougier. And there she is.
Be interesting to see what the Chad Brown triple is paying, what the box is on that. Because there's Charlie Whittingham, Gary, that was he like 1, 2, 3 in the San Juan Capistrano?
I think more than once.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah. And of course, Michael Dickinson was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the Cheltenham Gold Cup. That's
Chad Brown's done that a few times in some graded stakes on the New York scene as well. There's Joel Rosario, core values, but there's Chad Brown, and obviously we know how much he dominates on the grass. We talked about it the other day in the program too. He has 3 of the best 3-year-olds in a race that we know he wants to win more than anything, the Travers Stakes.
Yeah, I mean, to have Jack Christopher, Zandon, and the Preakness winner early voting, along with Epicenter, I think right now you're talking about the 4 top 3-year-olds. I mean, a lot can change, and there's time, but that's a pretty crazy, strong threesome.
Backside with Chad.
Going to try and get to Acacia momentarily. Lining up the man of the hour, coming through the tunnel. Post parade's coming up here in a moment. And you expect to see that same kind of trip with Rougier. You know, Gary, at 1 mile and 16 she was able to win, and Chad seems to believe, you know, 1 mile and 8 to 1 1/4, she's probably even better.
No, that's what I was trying to say earlier on with her kick. I think that 1 mile and 1/4 suits her better than the 1 mile and 16th, but it was a great place to come back. You know, the Prix de l'Opera, that's 1 mile and 1/4 race, and it's a tough 1 mile and 1/4, and they sprint home to win the Prix de l'Opera. they've got to have a great kick, and she's obviously got that.
She's multi-dimensional. I mean, she lost by a neck for all the money in the pre-Rothschild at Group 1 at a mile, and the horse who was a nose in front of her, Speak the Devil, another horse that beat her Brands now, and she's the morning line favorite for the Justa game tomorrow, and she was devastatingly good at Churchill. So this filly, and I don't disagree with you about a mile and a quarter, but this filly is multi-dimensional.
The Chad Brown no one's talking about, Flighty Lady, gets the inside post.
She's the speed here. She's going to the front. She's going to be the pace setter.
The one to beat Rougier with Flavien Prat.
Yeah, and I love that they gave her the rest after they tried her in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf last year. Got that rest, come back on the mile on the 16th. Impressive doing that. Look forward to step even further forward today.
Virginia Joy, another Peter Brandt, Chad Brown runner with Trevor McCarthy.
That would be my cold exact at 2-3. And she took advantage of a bog last time. It wasn't yielding, it was a bog. I think she's very talented, and I think she's going to run well today. I don't know if she can beat Rougier.
Core values, Victoria Oliver, Joel Rosario.
Yeah, she's won 4 of 13 of her races. She's really going to have to step it up. She was third in the Bewitch last time out. Vicky Oliver, though, she does lead over some that pay a big price every now and again.
6 for 6, a perfect record for Chad Brown's Bleecker Street. This is her first test in Grade 1 company.
This is a real step up for her, and she's good, but she's not running against fluffy socks in this race. And honestly, I'm surprised. I guess it's a record that she is that much shorter than Virginia Joy.
Lovely, lucky, huge price for Tom Albertrani.
Yeah, she's Grade 2 place, trying to get some Grade 1 place here. 38 to 1 right now.
And Family Way, we touched on earlier for Brendan Walsh.
Yeah, listen, I respect Family Way. She's running against a very good horse, and she finishes a length behind Virginia Joy. And if I think Virginia Joy, whether I'm right or not, is the second likeliest winner here, you can't just completely discount her.
Let's head back to Acacia.
And here with Chad Brown, and I said, Chad, I'm always going to end up running you down in the paddock when you have 4 horses in a Grade 1. But Chad, let's start with Rougier. She was so impressive last time out, and she's sharp today.
Yeah, she is. She's taken her first race well. Had a couple nice works since then and looks to move forward, I think.
Talking about Bleecker Street, the distance for her, she's been so impressive in all of her races and she's improved. Do you think she wants really this far?
It's a question mark. She certainly trains like she does, but you never know till you try it. And every time I've stepped her up and tried something a little more difficult, she's passed the test. So I have a lot of respect for her to start off 6 for 6.
Yeah, she's been incredible. Virginia Joy, meanwhile, very soft turf last time, but very impressive. She looked like she's put on some weight to me, like she's strengthened up a bit.
She has, you know, and Trevor rode a heads-up race last time going to the lead. I don't think she's a horse that needs the lead. And actually, I thought she was always better on firmer turf, actually. So for her to do all that last time, handle the soft turf and such, take her out of her game, I was impressed with it. She's going to have to step up today, though.
And finally, Flighty Lady, what did you see from her that gave you the confidence to try her here?
Well, really to set an honest pace and maybe also hang on for a piece. It is a Grade 1. It's not impossible that she can get a little minor award as well. So we'll see how she travels.
Chad, thanks for your time. Good luck with all your runners here.
Thank you.
Chad Brown with 4 and very strong chances, including your 4-5 favorite, Greg.
Indeed. Thank you, Acacia. That would be Rougier. At 4-5, Flavien Prat, there she is. Her state's debut with Chad, I should say. It was pretty impressive at a distance that's not her best. She won for fun.
Yeah, and also first race in this country coming over here, a slow pace. And I love the way Flavien Prat rode her. She is a little bit slow compared to those horses, and he knew the pace was going to be slow. So he got her out in the clear from the inside post. He knew he was riding the best horse, and he said, I'm not losing because I get caught in traffic.
One of the amazing things about Flavien and these French horses, so many of them want cover. I mean, you show them daylight, and they're off to the races with you. Not so with this filly when he did get her out in the clear. A majority of them, if you peel them out early on and show them that daylight, they'll try and just accelerate right then, and your race is shot, it's over with. She didn't do that in her comeback race. Very manageable.
Well, she's down to 3-5 now. Let's bring in for the first time today with more on the favorite, Jonathan Kinchin. Hey, JK.
What's going on, guys? Yeah, look, I like Rougier in here, obviously, and so does a lot of other people, but I have some reasons behind it. You know, Gary mentioned getting some cover. She's going to get cover for down on the inside from that post position. One of the biggest enemies for a big favorite like this that comes from off the pace is what's going to happen with the pace. Is someone going to get loose out there on the front end? Is the pace going to be slow, and are they going to be compromised? Well, they don't have to worry about that. Like Chad mentioned, Flighty Lady will be sent away from there to kind of make sure the pace is honestly run. And then if you just get down to the past performances of it all, none of these horses in this field, except for the 2 Rougier, have won a Grade 1 race. She won literally, probably, one of the best Grade 1 races that you can win in this world. I just think she's better than these horses. I think the pace dynamics are going to work out in her favor. I think she's going to get the right trip, and she's reunited with a statesman in Flavien Prat, another French import.
That's what awaits the winner of this Grade 1 New York.
The first year it's been a Grade 1, by the way.
And again, a lot of interesting wagers over these next couple of days here in New York. Met Mile Double, where we're going to see Flightline, Speaker's Corner, and, of course, the reigning Breeders' Cup Sprint champion, Aloha West. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, out here on the racetrack, guys, wow. I'm a little out of practice being on the pony, I'm not going to lie. But let's take a look at number 3 in here, Virginia Joy, who Andy is very interested in. She's a little less sharp than what she was going back to that last effort in which she won the Sheep's Head Bay. And Trevor kind of actually kept her quiet in the warm-up. Not to say that she's not going to go to the lead, but it's just a little bit different. You know, I think she kind of shook off the ring rust a little bit last time out. She looks great, though. Next to Rogier, she's kind of the other one I want. But I did like Rogier, and it was fun kind of watching Flavien Prat warm her up. And you guys, mentioning that she needs some pace to close into. Well, he does what he likes to do with horses that might not break that alertly. He will kind of take them and ask them to almost break from off of the pony. So going from a very slow trot to a big canter. So she looks great out here. I don't see anybody beating her in this New York, if I can only get my pony to calm down, guys.
Maggie, good luck. We wish you the best. 3-5 on Rogier for this Grade 1 New York. Flavien Prat coming here to New York, and he immediately, we expected this, made a big impact, Gary.
Oh, absolutely. And, a lot of people were questioning the move. I was literally surprised that he didn't move out here a couple years ago. He deserves to be here. The money's great. The competition's stiffer than it is anywhere in the United States, and that just makes you a better rider, and he makes people he's riding with better as well.
Grade 1 New York. Rogier, the heavy odds-on favorite. Chad Brown as well with Virginia Joy, Bleecker Street, and the big long shot Flighty Lady, but it's Rogier from post 2. Most expect to win. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial.
There in the gate. And they're off. In the Grade 1 New York Stakes, and from the inside post, it is Flighty Lady who goes out for the early lead. Family Way is on the outside. And then it is a Lovely Lucky along with Virginia Joy. Rogier is running in 5th with Bleecker Street in 6th, and Core Values is at the back of the pack. The field runs around the clubhouse turn. And Flighty Lady, this big long shot, is the leader here and in front by 3.5 lengths. Family Way is next in 2nd. Lovely Lucky runs in 3rd, followed by Virginia Joy, who is down at the hedge. The favorite Rogier in 5th, about 9 or 10 lengths from the front. The quarter 1 in 24 and 2. The 2 trailers are Bleecker Street and Core Values. As they head up the backstretch, it is Flighty Lady with the lead over Family Way. Flighty Lady 2.5 lengths. Family Way is next in 2nd. A hard-to-handle Lovely Lucky ranked there on the outside. And down at the inside is a Core Values with Virginia Joy in between. Then Rogier and Bleecker Street. Half mile in 50 and 3/5 seconds. And Flighty Lady continues to lead here. It is Flighty Lady by a length and a half. Family Way is next in 2nd. On the outside, Lovely Lucky. On the inside, Core Values. They're right together, 3rd and 4th. Virginia Joy. Rogier is in 6th position. Right now, about 5 lengths from the lead. And the trailer is Bleecker Street. 3/4 up in 1:16 and 2. Family Way to challenge Flighty Lady for the lead. The two of them are together. Virginia Joy, far outside it is Rougier, and then Core Values as they come through the stretch. Here is Family Way on the outside to take the lead from Flighty Lady. Then it's Virginia Joy, Core Values, Bleecker Street coming on the outside. Here is Bleecker Street who takes off in deep stretch. Bleecker Street from off the pace to win the Grade 1 New York Stakes.
This filly is amazing. Chad Brown wasn't even sure if she wanted this distance. I guess she does. She is now 7 for 7.
I mean, it's not like the pace collapsed in here. The Rabbit was even coming back towards the end, and this filly was dead last top of the stretch. I mean, maybe she is one of these horses that whatever she needs to do to win, she does it.
I'm impressed here, and yeah, the pace was not as rapid as I thought it was going to be. I mean, it wasn't realistic. It was extremely slow. Rozier found herself at the back of the pack, and there was nothing that Flavien Prat could do. He couldn't pick up a 5/8 of a mile out there, and he had to sit and make it. But man, Bleecker Street 7 for 7 now, and they came home running.
Yeah, and something went wrong with Rozier. She just completely and totally failed to show up in this race. It has nothing to do with the ride or anything. She didn't run. But this filly, man, she was good, Bleecker Street.
Saw it an A other than allowance at the Meadowlands in her second start with a speed figure that you never expected to see her in a stakes race.
95% of the horses that run those numbers are in claimers, maybe even higher. And, I mean, she just gets better every race. This was a tremendous effort, though. Wow.
Grade 3, Grade 2, Grade 3, now a Grade 1 win, beating the highly regarded Rougier, who, granted, yes, did not run her race, but on the turf especially, I don't care who you're facing, to go 7 for 7. Pretty incredible. And Chad Brown going to reevaluate what she's going to do next.
And I'm going to tell you something. I want to give a little love to Brendan Walsh. Everybody else was afraid to take on this supposed, behemoth from Chad Brown and Peter Brandt. But Brendan Walsh shipped this horse in, and she ran a winning race and almost got the money. And I think a lot of people leaving horses in the barn, scared to run against them, should maybe reconsider those decisions. And let's give Brendan some credit.
Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Arad Ortiz and Bleecker Street, your first time on her. Arad, obviously Flavien Prat rode her down in Churchill, but when Chad said he had 2, you were pretty excited to get the name on Bleecker Street.
I mean, thanks Peter Brown and Chad, obviously, for giving me the opportunity. He told me a long time ago, you're going to have 2 nice fillies, so you will sit on one of them. So I'm thankful that they let me ride these kind of horses.
It's absolutely remarkable, her ascension into Grade 1 winning territory, as she just started off at the Meadowlands. What is she like to ride around? This is your first time on her. I heard you shout out, woohoo!
Oh, yeah, it was very exciting. I know about her because my cousin rode her first time out. He's been on her.
Hector Diaz.
Hector, yeah, he knows her very well, too. Flavien told me some tips about her. I just ride her with confidence, and she get there. She don't know how to get beat, honestly.
What are the tips that he shared with you?
I mean, he told me she's not that fast out of the gate. Other than that, she can do everything. She do everything perfect. Ride her with confidence. She's a nice feeling. That's what I did.
All right, congratulations. Grade 1 win here.
Thank you, Maggie.
And she is a Grade 1 winner, Bleecker Street. 7 for 7, guys. She's all class, man.
And I think continues to surprise Chad Brown to a certain extent. Mig, I spoke with Brown a couple of days before the Hillsborough at Tampa, and he says, if it's not firm, the ground, we're not running. I don't think she'll handle a turf course with some give in it. He decided to run her. She handled it. She won. Today, I don't know about the 1.25 miles. Bleecker Street, she handles it. She wins at 1.25 miles. All she does is win.
She finds ways to win. She doesn't find excuses. She doesn't find a horse that can beat her or circumstance. She didn't get a fast pace today. She closed from last. I mean, what a stride. Length in that stride, this daughter of quality rode. And I'm getting a kick out of it because it feels like she was the horse that was probably thought less of in the beginning when she started her career at Chad Brown's barn. And she has just continually picked up in prestige and certainly attention in that barn. Really, really nice filly. I thought Rozier was a little bit off her game in the
I was going to
post
say,
race.
not to Monday Morning Quarterback, but what did you observe from Rozier pre-race that had you concerned?
I feel like she just boiled over. You know, she got very keen with Flavien in the warm-up, never stopped pulling. Just seemed to me like she went over the boiling point.
That scene in the paddock was great. Chad Brown with 4 jockeys, Eric Kensell, Flavien Prat, Trevor McCarthy, Irad Ortiz, devising a game plan reminiscent of Dwayne Lucas when he ran 5 fillies in the 88 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, 3 of them owned by the late Kentucky Derby winning owner Eugene Klein. Open mind, one of a kind, some romance. Lucas got the money that day. Brown gets the money today with Bleecker Street still undefeated, 7-7 in the Grade 1, New York.
We're back at America's Day of the Races. Program brought to you in part by champion sprinter Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting. Now standing in legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. Not the one many expected to win out of the Chad Brown barn, but Bleecker Street, even though she came in perfect, she remains that way coming out of it. Not just the first Grade 1 win of her career. 7 for 7 now.
You gotta just really admire this filly. She comes from sort of nowhere. I mean, they did pay a lot of money for her, but didn't look like it was a good investment, and it just doesn't matter. She just wins.
I love it when one of these fillies gets their confidence. They just keep getting better and better and better, and they think they're invincible. She might be invincible. She was today.
She's been invincible so far. Dead last top of the stretch in a race where the rabbit was coming back at the end. This is a win that's better than it looks.
Bleecker Street, perfection to this point. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm very pleased to be joined by winning owner Peter Bray. Peter, the performance that we saw from Bleecker Street today was sensational. That closing kick, what were your emotions when she came flying?
I don't know. I thought we were in trouble there for a while, and she came flying, and, you know, I think with some handicap, of course, with the weight, and she really came through. This filly is, you know, unblemished. She's 7 for 7 now, and she's a wonderful horse. She's really all game and sound and a really, really good horse.
You have a lot of experience in the game. Talk to me how special and how rare it is to have an undefeated filly become a Grade 1 winner and do everything that she's done.
I just can't tell you how excited we are, and we thought she had a chance, but obviously she wasn't the favorite, and we liked all the horses in there, and Flighty Lady ran very well too, you know. So we're very proud.
Now that she's undefeated, Does it add a little bit more pressure for her moving forward of what you could potentially achieve? Because she's just continued to get better.
You'd have to ask her that. Pressure's on her, not on me, and I'm just delighted to be, on the ride with her. She's just fantastic, and everybody in our family really loves her, and we love Rougere and Virginia Joy and Flighty Lady as well, and they all deserve the chance to be in this race.
Absolutely, and terrific performance. Congratulations with Bleecker Street.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Peter Brandt with Bleecker Street. The passion for that game coming through, Greg.
And he has had an exceptional run since he's got back into this game, Peter Brandt.
No, he has. Sister Charlie obviously doing so well. Sister Charlie's half-brother, Satsas, winning the Arc de Triomphe. An incredible win, really, arguably. In a lot of ways, maybe the race considered by maybe the biggest race in the world.
Well, I would think, and you were just saying it, and I was thinking the same thing, book the Diana for this filly.
I mean, she runs better at shorter distances. It doesn't seem to matter. I said to Chad Bradley the other day that I thought Virginia Joy was better than Bleecker Street, and he said, she's not. He was right. I was wrong.
As for Rougere, what do you think? Obviously back to the drawing board. Wait and see how she comes out of the race.
I think that Richie made a great observation. I saw the same thing at the same time as he did. We had a single on Rougere warming up, going around the far turn by herself without the pony, and she was rolling. She was going better than a 2-minute lick, and she was pulling. I think she halfway got away from Flavian a little bit. He had to kind of shake that bit in her mouth a little bit to get her off of it, and it took, a good while to get her pulled up. Then he walked her. And then when he got her back jogging again towards the gate, she had her head up again, and so she's just maybe a little bit keen off of that first race back, from my observation today, and especially with as slow as the pace was early on. They were walking the dog early on. They were not going a decent pace.
Yet the winner came from dead last.
Exactly.
No pace.
But she was manageable. One was manageable, and one was not happy where she was.
Yeah, I hope Rougiere's okay. You hate to think that something went wrong. She ran so badly. But we'll see. Back to the drawing board, I guess.
Look at this late pick 5 follow along with one leg remaining. Grade 3 Intercontinentals next, 6 furlongs on the turf. It has been pretty formful. Obviously a big upset with Rougere getting beat, but a Chad Brown filly was 6 for 6 coming in. Not impossible to find in there, and we'll close it out with this. Grade 3, again, Intercontinental, wide open group.
And this is the best betting race in the card.
No question.
You've got 11 in there, one scratch. You almost wonder if she was a quasi-dirt, Memtreo. Robin Sparkle's coming out, takes some speed out. That's going to help the chances of the 9, Illegal Smile.
Well, we saw Caravel last summer at Saratoga. She was just sensational, and off that went to tackle the boys, saw on the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Now it's back against her own division, and she's 5-2 now with Brad Cox. Tyler Gaffleone will ride. We'll see what she can do coming up.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing. I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
An exciting day of thoroughbred racing at Belmont Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 10 races down, 1 left. 4 graded stakes races down, 1 left. And this one has a little bit more parity. Richie, Chad Brown only with 1 filly in the Intercontinental wide open turf sprint to close the day.
Well, it really is wide open. And also, you know, turf racing is about trips, but even more so in turf sprints, less margin for error, less time to recover when things go wrong. And I think this is a very wide open affair.
The Intercontinental in honor of the 2005 Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf winner for Juddmonte. And here is Caravel. Currently 5-2, a win machine early on in her career. Greg touched on her performance last summer at Saratoga. She looked like one of the best female turf sprinters in the country. She has only won once since. What are you expecting from her today?
Well, I think she was showing that, you know, flashes of coming back to form. She looked so good last summer, and then just things went bad for her. She lost her form completely. I thought she showed interest her last 2 starts, and I think that she can come back to some of that good form she had last summer.
Caravel for trainer Brad Cox, last year's Belmont Stakes winning trainer, essential quality. Toby's Heart pictured for trainer Brian Lynch. Jose Ortiz to ride. Ortiz brothers looking to go back-to-back in these graded stakes races. Currently 5-1. Let's revisit her latest, Richie, the Unbridled Sydney at Churchill Downs. Toby's Heart gathering momentum from off the pace.
Yeah, got to draft in behind horses, save ground, come out to the clear. You love that move. I love when they get that inside out from the saving ground to sifting out in the clear. Not angling out, not losing momentum, not going sideways, gently changing lanes and finding their momentum and kicking in. This was a very nice late run for her.
How does the race shape up on paper in terms of Toby's Heart and the pace to set things up for her?
I think there's ample pace in here, and she's not slow. I mean, she wasn't that far out of it. I think she gets a nice trip, particularly because she projects to get a ground-saving trip as opposed to somebody like Miss J. McKay, who's kind of parked out there in the middle of the course. Joel Rosario is going to have to make several key decisions early to find some sort of a ground-saving position.
Another look there at Caravel, who is the favorite at 5-2. Connections, the human element intact. Tyler Gaffleone in for the weekend, leading rider at Churchill Downs to team up with Brad Cox. And yeah, just waiting to see her reach back and find the stuff that had her winning race after race after race last season. We check in with Maggie in the paddock for this Intercontinental paddock report. Maggie.
And Lafitte, she can win in regards to Caravel. She comes in with a pretty heady resume. But when I saw her last, which was back in Parks in the Turf Monster, albeit against males. You know, they haven't been shy about running against males like she did last time too. She looked light, and she didn't show up at all. She was favored that day. She just didn't look great in her coat. She wasn't carrying the right kind of conditioning. And I actually caught up with our friend, colleague, Liza Hendricks, and her mom, Liz Merriman, who was the original trainer of her. And I asked, what do you think about her weight? And they said, she's definitely carried more in the past. Now, she looks good in her coat. I'll give her that. And maybe it has no bearing on how she runs today. But like I said, I wish she was just carrying a bit more conditioning, especially across her hind end, which in turf sprinting, you want that strong as can be. And that is the case for number 9, Illegal Smile, who maybe it's just because she's getting older and better, or maybe it's because the ground the last few times has been less than firm, labeled as good in both of her Keeneland efforts, and she got, I mean, just an absolute dream trip beneath Arad Ortiz. But form put aside, this filly looks amazing. If anything, she looks more like a colt. And each year I see her, I've seen her, sparingly at 2, 3, and 4 now. She fills out and gets stronger. I'm impressed with what I see from Illegal Smile as she comes off a bit of a freshening, having won her 4-year-old return. Next, we'll move to the way outside. Maybe it's because she's a Maryland bred, or maybe because she's just been good. And Christophe Clement with Miss J. McKay has really turned her career around, or projected it into the forefront, keeping her at these sprinting distances. She looks amazing, and I love the win that she comes in off of the prep for this race, the license fee back here in May. It was an authoritative win. I really like what I'm seeing from her day, and she's just kind of oozing confidence here. And guys, just a quick note with number 4 in here, Toby's Heart, little obstreperous to get the tack on, but she's since settled down.
Maggie, thank you. Good to hear about Toby's Heart. She is coming off a sensational effort. There she is at Churchill Downs in that unbridled Sydney. Today will be the 3rd off the bench, and Brian Lynch, her trainer, loves the way she is coming into this race. Grade 3 Intercontinental. Best betting race of the afternoon. We'll close our card with it when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle: performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Belmont Filly and Mare Double is coming up in this spot. Grade 3 Intercontinental. And then, of course, that Ogden Phipps in the Distaff division with Latruska tomorrow. You can play it all with Naira Bets. Get signed up. Go to nairabets.com. Get a $25 free play in the Belmont Stakes on Saturday. And a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Go to nairabets.com or download that Naira Bets app. Belmont 25, the code to use. There's the Hall of Famer, Todd Pletcher. He's going to have 2 chances at a 4th Belmont Stakes win tomorrow with the Philly Nest and Mo Donegal. And he's going to have Jouster Gary in this spot coming up. What a very troubled trip last time out at Keeneland.
Yeah, it was a troubled trip under Flavia Pratt. She was in tight early, checked early, and kind of lost all chance in there. That's a race that one horse, Star Divine, came out of, ran a great race off the layoff for Georgia Brew. But yeah, Jouster, she needs to get a little bit lucky at the break.
Here's John Velasquez, the Hall of Famer for Jorge Abreu with Star Divine.
Yeah, this horse actually got a great trip last time, but ran very well. And she lost to horse Campanelle, who's Ascot good.
Lady Edith for Christophe Clement moves to his barn for the first time.
Is that the character from that movie, American something? It's about the best thing I could say about this horse. She looked overmatched.
28-1, huge price. Toby's Heart coming off that impressive win at Churchill.
Yeah, and Brian Lynch started off the Belmont week nice yesterday with the Tremont. Going to try and add to the booty with Toby's Heart here.
Here again, Jouster, we just mentioned for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, no, she got completely eliminated at the break. She didn't break slowly. She got steadied out of there and still ran respectably well. She's my top choice, taking a shot at price.
Here is Caravel. She's the favorite with Brad Cox, Tyler Gaffleon.
Scratcher Robin Sparkles helps her, though I think the speed is probably a legal smile, but she can be forward. But I believe she's overbet at 3-1.
41-1 here, Assertive Style. Tom Morley trains.
Yeah, and she's coming out of Vagrancy last time out. She was 20-1 in there. She got beat 9 lengths, but did pick up a check.
Wesley Ward's filly. She's won 2 in a row. A legal smile.
Yeah, she's the speed, and she's improving, and I think she's very dangerous on the front end of this race, a major player.
Kendrick Carmouche will ride. Flower Point next door. Jose Lezcano at 14-1.
Yeah, coming off the route races, shortening up to the shorter distance today for Shug McGahee. I really don't see it here. It's third time off the layoff.
Miss Majorette, she was no match for Miss J. McKay last start.
Yeah, I just don't think she's good enough to beat these horses. That's why she's a huge price.
Chad Brown at a price at 10-1. Filly cutting back in distance.
Cutting back in distance. She showed speed going the flat mile at Keeneland last time out. I'll trust in Chad Brown.
And Miss J. McKay, impressive in that license fee at Belmont.
Probably the best race she's ever run. I've always liked this filly. We'll see if she can run. If she runs her last race, she can win.
Multiple stakes winner for Christophe Clement. Joel Rosario will be aboard. Gary, would you say he is maybe the best turf sprint rider there is in the country?
I don't know who would be better. He seems to have a knack for feeling what's going on around him, just sensing and finding the right place to go. When I watched the replay of Miss J. McKay in her last race when she won the license fee so impressively, actually that was Irad Ortiz that rode her in there, so I'm going to give credit to Irad Ortiz for that ride in the license fee. I thought it was Joel, but Irad rode a great race that day. But Joel, he's got a knack for knowing where to be at the right time and timing his races perfectly.
5-1 on this 5-year-old mare. Let's go to Acacia.
And pleased to be joined by trainer Brad Cox, who does send out Caravel. Brad, take me through what you've seen from her. She now makes her third start with you. How has she progressed as she goes back against fillies today?
She trains really well. She gave us enough confidence to try the boys last time. I don't know if it was the boys or the part of the turf course she was on last time. It didn't seem to be where you wanted to be. Tyler did a great job. He saved all the ground like you're supposed to in the turf, but no one was closing down on the inside at Churchill that week. And, you know, we got her back with the females today. She's trained well, and, you know, if she can take it to the 3/4 and get a good trip, I think she'll be effective.
Some of the speed coming out with Robin Sparkles out of the race. This filly has the ability to be forward. Where would you expect to see Caravel placed?
Somewhat close. Tyler knows her. He's worked her several times, rode her last time, and he knows her. He has a good feel for her. He's worked her several times for me. So I think, you know, just break, you know, in these turf sprints, she kind of got a break running. So hopefully she can put herself in the race and be effective at the end.
Thanks for your time as always, Brad. Good luck.
Thanks, Acacia.
Caravel currently on the board at 3-1. Jonathan Kinchin, what do you make of her chances here?
Well, I remember one time on these airwaves, I think at Saratoga, I said she was going to win the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Well, that didn't necessarily happen, but I still think that she's extremely talented. I think that Brad Cox is going to kind of get her back to that form prior to the trainer change to motion and all of the ownership change. I think that Brad has the ability to do that. One thing I'll point out is that at Churchill Downs, typically, even on the old turf course and the new turf course, when it rains, the inside gets a little bit boggy. And even with the new turf course, that happens to be the case. And if you've watched any races from Churchill, and if you're watching this show, I'm sure you have, you've seen the riders, at least a lot of times, try to stay off of the inside on that turf course. Caravel was stuck down there for quite a bit of time. She got a big hole that she was supposed to run through, I think, if you liked her on the day. And she didn't, but I think she will run better today. I like her draw in here, and I think we're going to see the old Caravel. But I'm going to bucket list item. I've never talked to a person on the phone who's on a horse. Hi, Maggie.
Hi, JK. Check it off. As we'll talk about number 5 in here, Jouster. As Andy was mentioning, I mean, just eliminated at the start last time out of Keeneland. You can't do that. Going 5.5, you can't let that happen to you. And she still ran valiantly. And I was a little bit dubious about her physically being a turf sprinter. the more I look at her, the more I watch her. Yeah, I'm on board with her being a turf sprinter. I think she'll run better than what she did last time. Toby's Heart does come in here off of a short victory. As I mentioned, she was acting up a little bit in the paddock. Once they got her tacked, she was fine. And then she kind of continued to act a little strange. Not that it's completely out of character for her. She is a bit of a high-strung individual. But she just kind of wanted to freeze, and she got a little hot out here. Otherwise, she looks good. I'll be intrigued to see how she runs. I really can't make of what that behavior has any bearing or indication of how she's going to perform today, guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 5-2 favor. That number keeps getting shorter on Caravel. Third start in the Brad Cox barn.
Yeah, I think she's way overbet. Jonathan makes a very good point. She was down the rail, and that was not the place to be on Derby weekend at Churchill on that turf course. It hasn't been a place to be a lot of the days in the Churchill. I don't think anybody's supposed to be that short in this race. And the reality is she got pretty good last summer, but she hasn't been as good since. She can win, but not at that price.
Let's see if she can get loose in here. You have Illegal Smile, of course, for Wesley Ward. And then, Gary, you're going to give Navision Sunrise. It is strange to see Chad Brown at double-digit odds in any turf race here in New York.
Yeah, I'm actually, I like Toby's Heart in here. So I'm going with.
It's a very fair price at 5-1. She's a terrific filly. I'm looking forward to this race. This is a good race.
Ran a figure last time out. If she can repeat it, it's going to be very tough to beat in here.
Intercontinental, one of Bobby Frankel's Breeders' Cup winners. She wired the field a 1 mile and 3/8. Paid a huge price that day. She was a very, very good filly for Judd Mott.
And they named a sprint after her.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of crazy names for races, right, and stuff. The Forgo was champion sprinter once. So.
Yeah. Miss J. McKay moves in. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the finale on this Friday eve of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Intercontinental Stakes. It was a slow beginning for Toby's Heart. Caravel is going out for the early lead. Star Divine down on the inside with Lady Edith next in third, and Illegal Smile is on the outside in fourth. Navision Sunrise runs in fifth. Far outside, Miss J. McKay in sixth. Jouster is at the hedge and running in seventh. And then alongside is Miss Majorette in eighth, followed by Assertive Style. Farther back is Flower Point, and Toby's Heart trails the field in 11th, the quarter 22 and 2/5 seconds. Caravel leads by a length with Illegal Smile and Navision Sunrise right together second and third. Miss J. McKay, widest of all. Star Divine has saved ground down at the rail. Then comes Lady Edith. Jouster will look for a way through. Far outside it is Flower Point, the half in 44 and 3. It is Caravel, challenged here by Illegal Smile. Star Divine looking for a way to come on through. And Lady Edith is in with a chance on the outside. Caravel, Lady Edith, Star Divine. It is Caravel to win it. Caravel the winner. 6 furlongs in 1:07 and 2/5 seconds, and it was a three-way photo for second.
Caravel, Tyler Gaffleone for Brad Cox. Shows off that speed here.
I feel like it's the Tyler Gaffleone show we see at Churchill. Walked through the first quarter in 22:58. Very slow for this kind of caliber of horse. Surprised they rated the 9. She went, she wired. I thought she was overbet, but she got it done. I think Jouster was a little unlucky.
She was very unlucky. They you got it right. They were walking the dog early on, but they flew home. The final time was 1:07 and 2, I believe he said. And Jouster, she was bottled up at the head of the lane. Nothing Flavien Prat could do. She was very unlucky. The one horse was also unlucky. Star Divine, she was looking for somewhere to come through, but a good ride from Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, Toby's Heart unlucky at the start.
Slow beginning, yeah, it was very far back.
But you couldn't gain anyway. I mean, I know the half was quick, but man, 22:58. So they come home in almost 45 flat. How are you going to come from that far back? I mean, this was essentially, oddly, a 4 furlong race with Caravel had an advantage.
Yep.
I mean, you can't close into that. And once they let her go, I'm surprised they were so patient with the 9 in here. I really thought, especially Wesley Ward, you know, he wants to go, and I'm surprised that they didn't send her a little more aggressively.
Look, she had her chance, though, mid-stretch.
Yeah, I'm just surprised she wasn't more forward. I'm not saying she was going to win. I'm just surprised they weren't more aggressive with her. That's what I'm surprised about.
And she was so good last summer when we saw her. She was not on the lead type.
Yeah, I still don't think she's going to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint, necessarily.
Let's go to Maggie on horseback.
Here with Tyler Gaffalione and Caravel. And Tyler, you got a great trip last time, but down on the inside at Churchill, not necessarily the place you wanted to be on, the Derby week. What kind of feeling did she give you that day?
She gave me a great feeling that day. Everything opened up like we needed it to. It was a little bit softer down in there that day, and she just couldn't sustain and finish off her run. But today she broke alertly, put herself in a great spot, relaxed nicely, and finished up really well.
Were you surprised at all that you got to the lead as easily as you did here in this Intercontinental?
I really did. Looking at the form, I thought there'd be a little more pace. I planned on just kind of sitting off of somebody, but she took me there.
Tyler, welcome to New York, where paces don't develop, but this is a very nice filly. How pleased are you to be on her? I mean, she's one that can handle the boys, but I'm sure it was nice to be in against the girls today.
Almost definitely. She really enjoyed herself, but I'm just so thankful for Mr. Cox and Sheikh Fahad for giving me this opportunity. They've been so great to me.
Tyler, congratulations. Good to see you here on Belmont Weekend.
Thanks so much.
All right, Tyler Gaffalione, Caravel getting the win, controlling from gate to wire, Greg.
Indeed, impressive. Back in against her own division here. And Lafitte, Mig, goes off at 5-2. 7-1-5-3 finish.
Maggie's pony is just giving me anxiety, man. Like, plain and simple. But Caravel, not giving chalk players anxiety. Richie, the lack of pace pressure, settle down. Settle down. The lack of pace pressure, the absence of Robin Sparkles, and for Caravel, in command throughout.
No, she just got so comfortable that first quarter, like the guys were talking about, was just so, sedate for a turf sprint. She was going so easily. There were trips behind her. She was the only horse that had like an unencumbered trip because she was in front, and everybody else was picking and poking and looking for room. But the real Caravel showed up. The Caravel we saw last summer before her form kind of before she went over the top.
You like Star Divine going in, a big run at 7-1 to complete the exacta with John Velasquez.
Yeah, I really like Star Divine, and she ran extremely well. She got to save all the ground, maybe wasn't in the most comfortable position. Johnny waiting, looking for room, never quite opened up all the way. But listen, she worked out a good trip. The winner was very good.
Caravel in the Intercontinental. Greg and John Velasquez, the mention on the runner-up finish with Star Divine. Going to be odd tomorrow, a Belmont Stakes without John Velasquez riding the first time since 2002.
Yeah, that'll sure be a little strange. Turf sprints, Gary, in front is a good place to be. You don't have to worry about trips.
You don't have to worry about trips, but, these 13 horses, well, there wasn't 13 horses in there. There was scratched down to, 11. So you still got to find your way around there. But I think Andy made a good point when they go as slow as they did. That first quarter of a mile, it backs everything up. It just shakes the whole race up, the whole outcome.
How about that pick 5, $262.
A lot of logical
Bleecker
results.
Street might have been the hardest one
for
to come up with.
50 cents?
Yeah. Yes.
Parlay was around 150, I think. Yeah, nice payout.
We have coming up next, don't go anywhere, it is the Belmont Stakes preview show. Half-hour program as soon as we conclude with today's action here in a few seconds. But we saw some big performances. Bleecker Street, very impressive. Now 7 for 7.
I can't say enough about how well she ran. It's very hard to win races when you run against the flow of the race the way she did.
Again, that preview show coming up next on FS2. You don't want to miss it for the test of the champion, the Kentucky Derby winner. Second biggest upset in Derby history. Rich Strike is back. Can he do it again at 1.5 miles for the test of the champion? He's going to have to run down We the People, who should be leading the way. He has the inside post under Flavian Pratt. Went gate to wire in the Peter Pan. We'll try and do it again for Rudolph Brissett, the son of Constitution, who will take home the August Belmont Trophy. Our preview show is next.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 more wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing, the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong, it's Fun While It Lasted for the 16th left as 8